All right, I am on and we are good and working and everything looks fantastic. Cool. Hey, thank you everybody for joining us. My name is Greg Varigan. We are here for the last person standing at Across the Years. You can see on your screen here, it is a beautiful sunny day here in Peoria, Arizona, home of the Mariners and the Padres. And we have just had everyone who's still left in the race left at 4 o'clock. So if you see the little screen there, we're going to cycle through everything. First people should be coming back in the next 2 minutes or so. Once again, we have a 1.4 mile loop course. You have 20 minutes to finish loops. That could be Aaron Barber right there in the TV screen. And we got Heidi Allen joining us now too. So thank you everyone who's out there watching all this. And if you have any questions, I have the chat open on my laptop right here. So feel free, send a question and we'll do our best to answer them. And we got Heidi here. So Heidi is crewing.
Yeah,
for this.
I'm crewing Aaron Barber, and just thought I'd pop in and say hi a little bit and talk a little about Last Person Standing.
Yeah. So how's your experience been so far?
It's been pretty good. I work with Aravaipa, and I was around last year when they did Last Person Standing, and it was interesting to see all the different strategies that people have. I think Aaron started off with a little bit of a different strategy than everyone else, where he tries to go out really fast and kind of hold a fast pace before, so that he has more time on his or off his feet. Whereas it seems like the more common approach is that a lot of people are going slow, just taking their time, knowing that they're going to have to play the long game. So it's kind of interesting to see which one is going to play out. I'm really curious.
Yeah, it's been neat to watch it so far. And what are we at? Where's the clock I'm looking for? That clock. 5 right now.
Yeah,
so quick math, I'm at mile 13 or so for everybody.
No, they're all.
It's times 1.4.
Yeah, they should be on mile 20 at this point, because I think they're on their 13th lap.
I know we have a female runner on the screen with braids, and I know she is doing it. I don't know her name yet. We'll figure this out as we go.
Yeah, I forgot her name.
I'm wondering if that's Desiree's friend. That's Team Jenna Strong.
No,
that's
else,
not.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I know that she's a strong runner. Her and Emily Harris, I believe, have both ran this in the past. And so I don't know. They're both
should be
contenders for Last Person Standing for sure.
Yeah, it is a beautiful day to be out there. It's been pretty hot. It's 77, 75 right now. You can see it's starting to get to be towards the end of the day, so we'll see people start putting layers and stuff on.
Yeah.
I'm a little chilly sitting here in the shade.
Well, you got a tank top on. Do you think that the temperature's going to affect these runners tonight?
I don't think so for tonight. I mean, it's been pretty warm, into the 40s overnight, so maybe add a layer or two, but if you're moving, I find it's okay. But for Arizona people, it is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Or cold, I should say. I bet the puffy
cold.
Coats are coming out already.
It's below 70. I should be wearing my winter coat, winter gear. I've been in Utah the past week, so I don't know what the evening weather has been like.
Yeah,
here.
it's been gorgeous, chilly in the mornings, and by chilly 40s. Apparently, go Aaron!
Yep,
Whoops,
Aaron just ran on by.
I just yelled in the microphone, so we have
sorry to all you
Karen
headphone wearers.
Karen says go Natalie and Denise. So thanks for watching, Karen. Thank you for supporting the people out here. We got New Year's Eve, so there is a ton of stuff going on. Lots of people are wrapping up their other races right now there goes our runner.
Yeah.
To head out and do whatever New Year's Eve things that they might be doing. So happy New Year's Eve to everybody who's out there and listening along.
Yeah, I think it's kind of fun that we get to do the Last Person Standing on New Year's, right?
Yeah.
Literally running into the new year.
Hey, yeah, it's been how I've spent my last 3 New Year's is hanging out here doing something for somebody in this race. So that'll be good.
Yeah, Greggy, can we just call you honorary Aravaipa staff member? He volunteers at so many of our races, and so I feel like he's essentially part of the crew at this point.
Oh, thank you, Heidi. Yeah, it's neat seeing everything from this perspective. Because, I guess everyone who's out there watching, you're seeing the Mariners and Padres spring training facilities. So we've got the nice little underbelly of the concession stands here. And for anyone who's watching the video right now, we are set up. That's us at the live stream tent, that
Yeah,
red
that's
tent
us
that you
right
just
here.
saw.
Yeah.
So we're looking at the aid station, and then there is a separate aid station for the runners of the last person standing, which is a little further up, just past the start-finish timing mat. So we should be able to see that as this runner heads up. Nice camouflage hat.
Yeah. Most
Can't
of these
quite read it.
most of these runners
There we go. There's the aid
will
station.
use their own nutrition for this race. We do have like a little aid station table for these guys, but primarily you see that they have all this food, and it's like their own little aid station in there.
Yeah, it's neat to watch. I'm sure most people there I would presume most people want to win, but there's multiple other goals: get to 50, get to 100, be on your feet for that long. It's a neat format where you have to go every 20 minutes. So I know from other people I've talked to in previous years, doing this or doing any of the across the years races, there are some goals of just being awake for 48 hours in a more or less controlled environment doing
Yeah.
things. So
Well, and at least the nice part about this course, though, with it being so short, they don't have to carry anything with them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some will carry water with them, depending on how hot it is, but I think it's a real benefit that they don't have to carry anything, and just be able to have aid and water in 1.4 miles.
yeah, and it's a pretty surprisingly diverse course if you imagine a spring training baseball facility and parking lots. The area that you see right now on the screen, we've got concrete, and then there is a little bit of there's some ramps you go up and down. There's some patches of dirt. So there's like the concrete path, and then people are going off into the dirt. There's a little stretch of grass. It's not the nice professional $1 million manicured baseball grass. Oh, hey, there's Paul. Paul won last person standing 2 years ago. He has the current course record of 140 odd miles. So
Yes.
congratulations to Paul. Paul's a great guy.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get him in here if I
That'd be
wave at
cool.
him the next loop he comes through. But yeah, the course is fairly diverse for
We have had
what
a
it
lot
could
of
be.
runners this year say that they're ready to push into 140, 150 miles deep. So
Oh, wow.
I would be really curious to see if it gets that far this year, especially on a new course. You
Yeah.
know, kind of interesting to see like how it'll be different from the Camelback course.
Yeah, Camelback was more flat and not as exciting. It seems like there's more interesting things to look at on this course where you are, it may not seem super exciting, but you are going through the concourse area, and then you're in the outfield of a couple of different practice fields that these teams have. So
Yeah, I think from what I've heard from a lot of runners, they've really enjoyed this new course for those exact reasons, that it's a little bit more exciting, more things to look at. I think all the twists and turns probably, some people don't like seeing their straightaway and
Yes.
like just living in this little turn by turn. So probably is similar to trails, I guess.
Yeah,
If you
yeah,
think
they're-
about it, trails, you don't really get a straight shot like that. So it's probably nice to have.
there
all
are
this.
some sharp hairpin turns, and there's a little bit of technical section behind the one outfield fence. There is about a 6-degree slope
Ooh,
that's
yeah.
a foot wide. Like it is
Super steep
challenging.
and technical.
But as people are doing this course, whether they're doing the 6-day or they're doing the 40 last person standing, like you really start to notice the little differences in the course. It may not seem like much, but that little hill in the previous course, like it does feel pretty significant
Everyone
when
would-
you're 100 miles in or 24 hours in. You're like, man, it's only 6 feet of elevation, but it
Right.
feels so different because it can be pretty easy just zone into a pace at something like this.
I do think one runner last year said that I think it was about 100 feet gained in 100 miles, which is insane. That's honestly, I think, hard to do. That's a feat to
That's
accomplish.
a feat. And if anybody needs a goal for January, I think it's Death March Running Company is doing the Run Like a Flatlander or something like that challenge, where it's the lowest vert that you
Right?
get over the total distance. So if anyone's got, I don't think tracks count. I think it has to be on other. I didn't look close enough, but check out Death March Running Co. and their Strava.
They
think I
also
saw
just
Strava.
finished a vert challenge
Yes.
in December, right?
Yes, they did. And shout out to Emily Ketty, my friend Emily, who destroyed everyone in that field.
Really? Okay, I hadn't seen the results.
I know she's at like 300,000 total for December. I was just looking at 2.24 4-ish million vertical feet
Wow.
so far this
I
year.
guess it's still December, so
It's
if you're
still
doing
technically
that
December,
challenge,
yes.
you
So
have...
you've got, well, at least in Arizona here, you've got about 7 hours and 43 minutes.
Good enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure, Karen, we will do what we can. Who is your friend? Just looking at the live chat here.
Can we give your friend a shout out?
Yeah, we can give your friend a shout out. Yeah, so we've got, there we go. Cut back to the feed there. Thank you.
There we are.
Yeah, so you can see the gentleman with the pink hat is filming. So you may see the camera cut back and forth to him. I forget his name. He was very polite. He introduced himself. I feel kind of bad. But you can see the little last person standing aid tent there. And then we've got about a minute and a half for people to get ready or come in and then head back out. And then as people come through, you can see all the other things are going on. Is that Jason who's doing the announcing over there?
That's Josh.
Josh
Walker. Yep, he's Racetracks Tucson and Mountain to Fountain, and helping out with the last person standing race directing. So,
okay.
And yeah, we have not seen any drops other than 2 DNSs.
Okay.
When I think that we might see our first drop once the sun goes down.
Yeah.
Josh says they have to make it to 5:30, which is when he's off. He says no one can drop on his watch. So
we will see. That is what is sunset? Hold on, let's ask Koros here. Wait, wrong button. Koros says sunset at this exact place is 17:29. So yeah, that he could be correct.
He could be correct. No one can drop on his watch. So maybe we'll see right after he leaves.
Yeah, it will.
5:31.
And it will cool down pretty quick once we get there. I mean, starting to notice it now. You can see the shadows are getting much longer behind the start-finish line there. We've got everybody lining up here. Got 10 seconds to go. And yeah, it's neat seeing some of the similar people from previous years line up. And all right, and there we go. We are off for another loop. Looks like everyone is still
some
heading
walkers
out there.
Along there.
Yeah.
I wonder at this point if people are feeling any tightness or soreness. I mean, they're going out for 20 miles. I think they're at 19 point something miles, so they'll get to about 20 and a half, 21. Yeah, I'm curious if anyone is worried about how they're feeling or not. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and it's hard. Everybody's kind of playing the poker face game when they're at anything, and even the later and later it gets, if you're, maybe we can get a camera in there later on too to see what people are doing, but people's eyes start to tell a story and they're like, how are you doing? I'm doing great. And you can really see who is or isn't, and at that point great's a relative term for the timing, because
I think this race is great for that mental side of a race. I think a lot of times people are focusing on the physical part, how well their training has been, but not only do you have to persevere till who knows when, but also have strategies to mess with your opponents a little bit. Like if you have this stoic face the whole time, people might get a little scared and nervous, especially when it's down to 2 or 3 people. Then that's when I feel like it really comes into effect, because you kind of be like, oh, I feel really strong. Even if you don't, you kind of fake it till you make it to make them worried,
Yeah.
Well, they don't look like they're ready to drop it all, so.
No. Nice work. Yeah, and seeing people as it gets progressively later, all of a sudden someone will, kind of be trucking along, and then someone decides, hey, I'm going to go run an 8-minute mile. And
right.
What? At mile 75, and just to mess with people. So I think we'll probably start to see that, but I wouldn't imagine until sometime after New Year's or into 2025, shall I say.
When we'll see a lot of carnage.
Yeah, people are looking pretty good so far from just the little wandering around I did, and the crews look very well fed and very happy.
Yeah, I think the crews are happy and thriving, so hopefully the runners are as well. Yeah,
wow, and what else have we got
Let's
going
see.
on here?
We have a shout out for Josie Jeromny. She's going to finish her first 100 really soon.
Sometime.
So
And
they're watching
do we
in
know
Missouri.
what Josie is wearing? Yeah, thank you everyone from Missouri watching this. We will do our best for that. We will see the people go by. We are a little bit. If you're looking at the screen right now, we're the red tent directly behind the left pillar of the Across the Years finish line. So we see people a little bit before they come into screen there. So we will be on the lookout for whatever she is wearing.
And if you're wondering where those that are not running last person standing are crewed, there's like a half mile down this stretch in the parking lot. We have lines of crew tents. It's a little reminiscent of Javelina 100 if any of you have ever been out there. We have Tent City, and it's crew tents lining the course, and people just breaking off to get aid when they need. But that's kind of how it is for these guys here. But last person standing, we like to keep them all right there because they gotta be called up to the start real fast.
Yeah,
so
everybody can hear the bell go off or hear the announcing and the 1 minute countdown and whatnot. So do we know who's doing the announcing after Josh disappears at 5:30?
It could either be Jason Gerhardt, which is another Air Viper race director, or Zach Mayfield, one of the staff on our team.
Yeah.
So.
And if you're watching, we've got the view here too. Rachel and Trekken is about to pass through the finish line. Is that a green shirt and black tights? Right there. She has an amazing story. I just found it has won the last 12 ultras that she's been in.
Okay.
Yeah, she's been at the last.
Rachel Entrekin?
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember the name. It's weird of having been at this so much. You see people for 6 straight days. I'm like, I don't know who you are, but hey, Renee, what's happening? And seeing the same people. So I recognized the name, and then I was like, hey. And then holy cow. So very accomplished.
Yes.
Runner
she
out there.
actually just made it onto the Air Viper racing team for
Really?
this year.
Oh, congratulations.
So
okay, we will give her a shout out.
Big, exciting. She had a big year last year, and so we're excited.
Did she
to
win
see
Crazy Mountain? I think.
She won. I know she won Cocodona.
Something big. Okay. Yes, she did win Cocodona. I remember that.
Yeah, that was one of her big wins. So that was really, really cool. To see.
Maybe we'll find out if she's coming back next year, or wait, in 6 months, 5 months, less than that. Wow.
5 months.
Okay, a
feels
black
like
tank and shorts. Okay, we will be on the lookout.
So she said that they're coming past the campers,
Josie.
which means that we'll probably see them in the next 2 minutes.
2 minutes, the campers aren't too far away. RV
far.
park. Maybe we'll at some point get back out on the course and have a loop. It's going to be kind of hard to see stuff coming up in about the next hour as it gets dark. There's not a lot of light, and there's going to be a lot of firecrackers going off, at least the way that the grocery store was jammed when I tried to get snacks today. Holy hallelujah.
I bet. Yeah, and just outside of here, I guess to our left and on the screen as well here on the left in that blue tent, we'll be putting up New Year's decorations, and we'll have sparkling cider for runners and crew to help celebrate the new year.
Okay, so apparently Josie should be coming by us pretty soon right now. We got blue shorts and a red hat.
I love how many people in the comments are here for Josie. I can tell that this is a big accomplishment for her, which is super exciting.
Yeah, okay. No, we have
We're
Sarah.
Our tent right here is open, so I'm like,
that way.
Where do I see a
is that Josie?
Black tank and shorts?
There's a black tank and shorts just went by that might be her.
Oh,
it had Pacer. Oh, okay, yeah. So there are, there's multiple other distances, but we do see that could be Josie right there.
I thought she was wearing a gray. That's a gray
yeah,
shirt.
that looked gray, but I don't know. Color is not my strong suit.
If you're in the comments watching for Josie, let us know if that was her.
Doesn't.
I don't believe so, but
I'm not sure, but hard to tell without knowing. Oh, we got our water refill for the runners going. Oh, that might have been her because I hear the bell going off. So what's cool for this race is there is a bell that you can ring if you're setting a personal record. So
just make sure you're not standing right next to it.
Yes. We a little while ago we're having a chat, not realizing we're directly beside the bell, and it's very loud if it's in your ear. So
yes. So best to stay away.
Best to stay away. Yes. Yeah, it's very pleasant from here, but could be a lot.
Okay, we got a yay Josie, here she comes.
Okay.
I hope that was a.
Presume. Well, there was.
I don't know if these comments are in sync.
Oh, right, because we've got a delay on the feed or something.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll figure this all out. Okay, she did it.
I think that was her.
Thank you, Karen and
now
Sydney
we know there's
and
a little bit
Ed
of a lag.
and Air
Okay.
Viper running. Yeah, thank you for keeping us posted on that. That
Congratulations.
is great to see people do it.
Yeah.
And we got to get you to see a person, so that's awesome. And you can
Yeah.
timestamp whatever this is and go back and watch it and edit it out. I know I did that for Javelina. I watched the only 5 minutes around when I might have gone by a camera
Right.
and saw that.
Did you catch yourself?
I did. And yeah, Chris Warden.
Oh, that's right.
Chris
It
Warden
was
was doing the
Chris.
live stream, so I heard him yell at me when I was going by, and then I went back, and it took a while, but I found it.
Yes.
So that was cool.
Yeah.
Okay, here we are. Now we're back on course. So you'll see a little bit about what we're talking about. There's Aaron Barber, just off to the right under the gnarly sports nutrition
Taking a walk
thing.
in lab.
But yeah, we've got
That's Derek Lytle in the camel hat, I believe.
Okay.
And
those are some flashy shorts or tight. Is that a skirt?
so those are boa shorts.
Those
They're,
are
it's a constellation. I saw him wearing those earlier,
Boa
and I was
shorts are awesome.
yeah. They have all like math symbols. Like it's like a rocket scientist short.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're kinda
Boa has
cool.
some cool stuff. I love my Boa stuff.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, Boa, you should sponsor us. You can
Greggy
connect
is
with us.
always
Yeah.
known to be
Yeah,
found. Honestly,
Sunrise
I've never
Vibes.
seen you wear pants,
I-
but he always wears these sunset palm tree
They're
boa
back in my
shorts.
truck. They're back in my truck. Yes, I
But
was
he's-
gonna wear them, but I was like, I'm gonna be cold, and the other
He has
hood I have
multiple
is-
pairs of them because he only wears that kind.
Yeah, if you've seen me race, it's been in the Sunrise Vibes
Yes.
shorts, and that is it. But yeah, these two are both looking pretty good. Looks like a pretty solid pace coming through Tent City, and
I did see
all
quite a
of
few
that.
people wearing Mount to Coast shoes, which is the sponsor of this event. It's been really cool to have them out. They have a booth just to the right of us, and they are offering demos to people. So I actually got to try a pair. That
what'd
was
you
really
try?
cool.
Was that-
I
that
tried
was
the
not-
R2s. I don't have them on
Oh,
right now.
okay,
I
yeah.
tried them on earlier and then did 2 laps. And I like
What'd
them.
you think?
Yeah, I
What
really
would-
like them.
Do you have anything to compare them to, like for fit or for?
Yeah, I mean, like
cushion or anything?
currently I'm wearing the Ultra Forward Experience,
Yeah.
and those shoes have like a 4mm drop, and these Mount to Coast have an 8mm drop.
Ooh.
I really thought they were responsive. Yeah, I actually
Yeah.
liked the drop
Shooting
on
you
them.
forward every step you take.
Pretty much, which
Yeah.
is kind of something have been looking for. I've been dealing with a lot of like plantar issues, so kind of raising that drop has been really helpful. But yeah, I haven't ran in over a month, and those
Ooh.
2 laps was my first time running
times.
over a mile, and I was wearing the Mount to Coast shoes, and I thought that they felt great, and my
Great,
foot
okay.
felt good. So, I think
Yeah.
that they've got some potential and
hold on
good
one sec.
promise.
Josie,
Oh.
all your people say congratulations. They're watching the live stream. Do you want to come chat?
Yeah.
Come chat.
Yeah, we have a.
Okay, everybody
So
who's
if
watching
you're
in
still
Missouri,
here
we got
watching
Josie coming to join us.
Josie is coming to say hi. We want to hear about your
wanna hear about
100.
your race.
So if you want to, here,
Yeah.
come sit. You just ran 100 miles. You come sit right here in this chair. And you can use this mic. I'll use this one. I'll come around
This
you.
was gonna be an interview.
Oh no, it's good. We got Karen and Cindy and Ed have been in the chat watching you. They were tracking us and telling us what you're doing. So congratulations
Yeah,
on your
and
first
Thank
100.
you.
And I think Ed as well. Do you know an Ed?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
okay. Ed,
Ring.
Karen, and Cindy wanted to tell you guys tell you congratulations.
Aw.
Do you want to give us a little
Well,
summary?
I will just say I'm never doing 100 again.
Fair enough. It's
But
a
you
huge
did it.
accomplishment.
Ah, yes.
What was your longest race before this?
55 miles.
Okay, which one?
The Bugglemania, yeah.
Awesome.
Nice.
Well, that's 100 miles is a huge
Ooh,
accomplishment. I hope
yeah.
you're really proud of yourself. Where,
I am.
where are you from?
Missouri.
Missouri. Okay,
Nice.
awesome. That's a long way to come.
Nice,
So,
yeah, and you got some
thank you.
perfect-
How did you like the course?
Oh, I loved it, but I hated the ramp and the rocky part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we wondered. We were just talking earlier how many people would hate the ramp, and
Oh yes.
yeah, it probably is fine the first couple miles, and then
Oh yeah.
you don't want to ever see that ramp again.
No.
No. And what you just finished, what are you most excited for? Do you want ice cream, a pizza, to go to bed?
Go to bed.
Yeah.
Get off my feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many hours would you say you've been awake? Do you know? Or is that too much math to do right now? 53?
52?
That is a lot. And
Wow.
you've been awake that whole time.
Yeah.
That's a long time. Yeah, you deserve a nap.
Yes.
The biggest
I
nap.
do.
Awesome.
Well,
And
amazing job.
Yeah, we've got Karen
yeah.
and Sydney saying congratulations to both of you. Do you want to have any special message for people back in Missouri you want to pass on? Thank you very much for joining us here.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you. I just can't believe I did it.
I think
You
it'll.
did it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Keep that special feeling with you.
I will. New year, new me,
Yeah.
new PR. Yeah.
We're really proud of you.
Thank
Good
Do
job,
everything.
Josie.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for joining us. And have
Yeah, no problem.
get some rest.
Yeah.
Have a safe trip back home. Enjoy this weather while you can.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna
All
get
right.
a
Congratulations.
Motel, that sounds amazing.
Thank you very much.
motel.
Motel.
Yeah, hot tub, everything you need. All right, thank you. Safe travels.
You're welcome.
Oh,
That
that
was
was
really
great.
special.
Yeah, that
Honestly,
was
like-
fantastic. For anybody who hasn't done 100 or doesn't even really comprehend this, it is a huge accomplishment. So that was really cool. And thank
I
you
get like
to
a little choked up listening
Yeah,
to
no,
people's
that was-
stories. Like it's just,
yeah.
I don't know.
So
it's,
thank you again to Cindy,
tell how
Ed,
much-
and Karen for being on the chat and
Yeah.
that we can see this. This is awesome. We can like live time do stuff.
I know. I love that you
What
guys
to do
are.
at Black Canyon? Go get a camera on that guy. Okay. Hi, Sean.
Yeah, I definitely think that I love hearing everyone's stories.
And
And so coming in right now, that's. Oh no, Derek already I think came
There we
through.
go.
I think
Yeah,
I saw him
I
run
noticed
by.
as we were wrapping up with Josie there were a few people stopping for water and stuff. We got a couple more coming through now. We've got a great view of a little practice field that kids were playing in earlier.
Yeah.
And
yeah, there's
you
a
could-
playground here too. I think it's.
What?
Yeah.
I missed that.
Yeah, just to
Oh,
the
I was-
left of the
I was
timing
trying
tent.
to walk and talk and not fall into stuff. And
Yeah, I'm
go,
just curious how many. If we'll probably start seeing people come in.
yeah,
soon.
we've got we're here 4:34. Yeah, 6 more minutes left for
Yep,
people
I see
to
some
to
people
come and
walking
check
by our
in.
tent.
There's-
So
Yeah, we've definitely got people slowing down for this now.
Mm-hmm.
Or it seems like there's a bigger spread in when people are coming by, and it'll be interesting too. Generally there's a bit of a slowdown once it gets dark. People kind of play around with their sleep strategies, so there may be. We'll see
what
how busy. Yeah, how busy the course stays. I was thinking
mean
like
the
the other
2-minute
people
power
on the
nap?
course that are doing, like the 72s
Oh,
and
yeah,
stuff.
okay,
that-
okay.
It tends to be like, it gets dark and the course kind of quiets down, but
Yeah.
it could be completely different. Like as it's New Year's Eve, so we're
and
6.5 hours
just
away now.
passing us on the tent was Tyler Clements, I believe. He was a
okay.
big contender last year. I think he got third.
Sure.
He got
let's
third, and
find
then I
out.
think Maya got second, and Mike McKnight got first. So we're definitely expecting him to be pushing out there for quite a bit. So
Oh
see
wait,
how these guys go.
live.airviper.com, right?
Yes.
All right, yeah. If anybody wants to be tracking all the stuff, live.airviperrunning.com has this beautiful blue screen, and we are looking for the last person standing. Yeah, looks like we're on lap 14. Everyone is wrapping up right now.
And
19.8
there's Dez's
miles.
friend right there.
There's with the red hair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the purple
Okay,
ribbons. Yeah.
purple ribbons. Okay, yeah, we'll see if at some point we get Des to come and chat with us.
I haven't seen
A little
Aaron
bit.
yet. Did you see him pass by?
No, I didn't see him pass by. I've been looking at a couple other things though, so he could be
I know he could have slipped
there.
by.
There's our aid station and some fantastic volunteers giving up their New Year's Eve
Yeah.
to hang out and feed people with little cups of M&Ms and watermelons and coffee sounds
Yeah.
good.
And at big races like this,
know,
we will do like full on meals. So we'll have like hot dogs and chili and pasta, burritos and pancakes. So we like
Quesadillas,
to
the
feed
best food
our
ever,
runners.
quesadillas.
Oh, yeah, quesadillas. Every race I probably eat like a dozen.
That's like my go-to thing. I don't really want candies up. I just want
the
quesadillas.
Oh, they're so good.
It's awesome. So it looks like most people, what do we got here? 3 more minutes.
Oh, and Jackson, he's actually running the last person standing, and he's wearing the Mount to Coast R1. So far, so good, he says. Yeah, so I believe that there are quite a few.
Okay.
Yeah, he's in the chat.
Thanks
Welcome.
for joining in the chat. Yeah, any runners want us to give them a shout out? Send us a message.
Let's see.
The one around out
I'm
there. Who
gonna
else is?
go.
Yeah, go do your
crew.
thing.
I'll probably pop back in, but I am
see if
also crewing.
See if Des wants to come hang out.
Yeah,
I know there's a really neat story that she told me earlier, and I kind of forget it because a million things have happened. But we'll see if someone else wants to come with me. Otherwise, I'll talk at the screen by myself.
I'll go grab some intel and then maybe pop back in with some details.
Find out people's strategies. All right, thanks for joining us, Heidi. All right, so I'm back and by myself. Thank you very much, Jackson. Like I said, it's 4:38, so we got about 90 seconds here for everyone to get out. So a nice Kansas City Chiefs hat. I think they won on the weekend. It's kind of what I'm doing in the background. If you see me looking beyond the camera, is there is the aid station is right there. So I'm just trying to catch bib numbers or bib colors more to see who's passing back and forth. It is pretty neat to see the number of people that are here, and looks like we've got a couple finishers going that way with their glasses and medals and buckles. It's a pretty neat environment to be at. It's a completely different style of running than something I do, but it's quite the experience to see people in costume and people just out. I think it seems to me a bigger mental challenge to be out here just going against the clock doing repetitive loops, but also a different type of mental challenge. It's a great way to do a timed event and get practice going overnight with sort of a lower risk of, you're not going to run out of food. You've got support for things. You're in a controlled environment, so you're not, running in the middle of nowhere in BC with bears and cougars and whatnot. But here we go. So we got about 25 seconds until we start to go again. We got everyone lining up here. Let us see. Has everyone crossed? Looks like almost everyone has crossed here. Looks like there's one still who hasn't crossed. But we will see what happens here. But I can hear Josh, and they are off again for loop number 15. So I can definitely see it's getting darker a little bit, cooling a little bit, but not awful. It's still a beautiful day. Let's find out what Siri says the temperature actually is right here. Nope, that's Moab. It's 36 degrees in Moab for anybody out in Moab. Peoria, Illinois. Peoria, Arizona. 68 degrees right now, so another beautiful day. I don't know the time. I know the Fiesta Bowl is kicking off probably sometime soon. Tonight there's Boise State. I saw the Boise State bus driving around, and who are they playing? Penn State, I think. So we got a nice shot here on the TV. That's a little bit past, just off to the left on the outside of the screen is where the start-finish line is going to be. There's a nice little playground up there. You can see a lot of concrete, keeping Phoenix warm at night. And what do we have happening here? Yeah, fair number of people picking up the pace right now, it looks like. I guess for anybody who's doing the 6-hour race today is done. The 12-hour has got about just under 4.5 hours left. Is that right? Is my math right? Plus 4 is 8. Yeah, 9 to 9. Looks like there's probably going to be a switch of food in the next little bit, so that will be something people are looking forward to, at least in the main ATY races. It does still look like most of the runners in last person standing are doing their own nutrition. So, it's a big challenge for everyone, and I'm sure a lot of people are doing gut training and just getting used to what their body is going to do. If anyone else is out there watching and has any questions, please fire them away, and we will see what all we can do. See if we can get someone else here to come and chat with us. And take a little look here at what else is happening. So I've got the tracker up, and I'm not sure if we had somebody drop or not. Jenny Champ may have dropped, but I'm not sure. It's not tracking her as being on loop 14 or finishing loop 14, so don't quote me on that, but we'll see what we can do. How do I see who else is out here doing something right now? I guess that would be really hard. I'm just trying to see if I get any indication of who the current leaders of anything is. Oh, I guess I can. So, yeah, at the moment in the 72 hour, we've got Brian Pepe is at 239.5 miles. I don't know if any of these people are done or still going. Hello. James Nally, 222.6. Nancy Clickenbeard, 205.7, as well as Lucas Savorka and Tatsunori Suzuki, 205.7. Thomas Paulin at exactly 200. William Gunn at 195.8. And Deneen Huntley at 176.1. Let's check out the 48 hour. Rachel and Trekken is at 31 hours 40 minutes with 163.4 miles. She is in first by about 9 miles. Rough math in my head. Andrew Redinger is at 155. Jill Hudson's at 138. Heather Velasquez 122.6. Anna Duda 121.1. Chris Belvey 109. JC Conrad 108.5. So we got some people putting up some huge miles that are there, and it looks like right now, yeah, Rachel is got a pretty significant lead that may not be caught, but we'll see. Lots of things can happen. Yeah, let's go back to the live stream here. Hey, want to come and be on TV?
I will eventually.
Okay.
I'll be doing the commentating for
Oh, nice. Okay.
7 to midnight.
Oh, gotcha. Hey, bud. Yeah, so here we go. We're back out on the course now, and you can see definitely getting longer shadows out there. That's in behind. As you can see, we're in between the fields. Like I said, we're at Padre Marinerville. The former course was at Dodgers and White Sox, I think it was. So we got Together We Live, Davis Valdez, can't quite see. Doing a great job out there with the runner cam. And you can see as out on the course, there's a lot of people doing a lot of different things. Hike your own hike, run your own run. So, even walking a couple loops with Nicole earlier, there's people that are, running a 7-minute mile. There's people that are walking. There's people that are just out there doing their thing. So that's really cool to see that there are so many people. And then you'll see right here, there's a little hairpin turn that we go around. And then there is a little stretch of grass off to the right that can't see who that is, but you see a couple of the runners there are on that grass because the concrete will beat you up over time. And then here we have a beautiful parking lot in the background and some bleachers over there. Luckily, there's no baseballs going on, but it's been pretty cool to see they are out there doing the maintenance for these facilities and their grass. There's a lot of money in grass out here. And coming into Tent City right now, big thanks to Mike Santos and everyone else with the Aravaipa team that does all the setup and everything. It is a huge endeavor for not just this race, but every race. So, there's a lot of time and energy goes into getting all these amenities for runners, having a setup so everyone can come out here and test themselves. And S switched SD. Congratulations to Tim Vale. I have not heard the bell ring, but I will keep my eye out and see if a Tim Vale bib goes by, and if we can, do our best to get a chat in here with another finisher. Congratulations, 200 is a huge deal. Hey, there's Mitsy. Hi, Mitsy. Come talk. Say whatever you'd like. Okay, so we got Mitsy Hahn, who works for Aravaipa, coming in here. And you want to join us for a little bit? Want to say hi?
Hi.
Want to sit down and then go away? You can do whatever you want. This is Mitsy. Mitsy is doing the
6 hour.
6 hour. Oh, wait, you got like an hour and a half left.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. How's it going?
It's going great.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day to be out there.
It is a beautiful day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's so awesome to see all these runners and, of course, last person standing.
Yeah. And do you have a goal for the 6 hour?
I was going to try to do 20, but I'm kind of tired.
Hold on. Let's see what you're at. Oh, wait, because you're just under this, the 6 hour. 6 hour.
Well, how fun.
Okay. Ooh, 15 and a half.
right?
That's awesome.
So maybe a couple more
That's
loops.
huge. A
We'll
couple
see.
more loops and you'll be good. Wow.
Yeah.
Holy. Wow.
Yeah,
That's
liking
awesome. Cool. Anyone you'd like to say hi to or Happy New Year or anything like that?
it. Happy New Year to all these amazing trail runners. Love
Awesome.
being here and love
Yeah.
seeing them out here and
Sweet. And thank you for all that you do at registration and behind
I
the scenes
love
for
it.
everything
I
at Javelina.
love it.
You've got the
It's-
Javelina glasses on and
yes,
everything else. And
Yes, it's my favorite thing to do. So I look
Awesome.
forward to every race, getting to see all the runners and
Awesome. Well, we wish you a Happy New Year. Don't let us stand in the way of your
oh my
6-hour
gosh. Well, it was
endeavor.
fun. Thanks for
Yeah.
the little
Yeah.
interruption
Little
there.
interruption. Get out of
So,
things.
all right, go out there and
Okay.
achieve your goals, everybody, out here at
Yeah.
Across the Years.
Here we go. Yeah, we got 7 hours until 2025.
Perfect.
You'll be done. Are you going to hang out for the New Year's toast and everything, or are you
might.
heading
I
out
don't
to other
know.
things? See what happens. See
Yeah,
how you feel
we'll see what
after
happens.
you're done in a few
Go
hours.
with the flow.
Go with the flow. Okay.
All right.
Cool.
Thanks,
Thanks for
Sarah
stopping by.
Vicaland. Thank
All right.
you.
Have fun. All right. So that was Mitsy, the works for Avipa. And with that, we're just taking a look at the 6 hours right now. We've got a few runners there. Tyler's out there. Don't know who's wearing the cool red, white, and blue goo shirt. I didn't make no goo made shirts like that. That's pretty neat. But yeah, the 6 hour at the moment, Jeff Browning is leading that one. He had 43.7 miles in the 6 hour. And looks like number one female right now is Sean Veronice, who walked by a little bit earlier at 32.4 miles. So got some pretty good mileage coming up there in the 6 hour. Let's go back to last person standing. Okay, so Jenny Champ, it did update. So everyone is back out there on the loop. And yeah, so we're as you see on the screen there, we've got all the runners coming back in the outfield. Looks like they're just going past left field right now and then into kind of an open area. It is a little treacherous. There are some significant little divots out there and holes in the ground. A little bit of rocks, so you'll know there are a fair number of people who are wearing gaiters because there is so much sand out on that, and then switching back and forth from the concrete to the sand to the grass. Go, Paul! And there we go. That was Paul. We'll do our best to get him on here. He won. He has the course record. Let's 140 something for that. And it looks like from the aid station tent, there's a meal getting prepared. So all the people out on the course will have some real food, and whatever is on the menu will be showing up pretty soon there. Oh, let's turn off closed captions. That's distracting. Okay. So yeah, the runners have about 10 minutes for their to finish this loop. And I don't think anyone's come through yet. No one has come through for loop or lap number 15. So everyone will be at about 21.2 miles when they finish this one. Still enjoying a beautiful day out here, and we've got a couple. Yeah, there's John doing the six day, I think. Just neat to see. There's a lot of unique personalities and people out here, so it is a pretty neat environment to go to, and lots of people walking by looking this way. So if you are out here spending some time watching the live stream today, thank you for joining us and supporting Mountain Outpost and Aravaipa. Like I said, any questions you got, please put them into the chat box here. Oh, there is our number one person just going by. That might be Stephanie. I presume it is, but this is awesome. Now I can figure out who's who and who is doing what. Yeah, and then you'll see in the background right now, there's all the flags of the different states and countries. What's really neat for Across the Years is the different people. We'll see if we can get an example of this, but you see Tyler's bib right by his green shirt. It's got a name on it, but then there's a state flag if you're live in the United States on your bib, and then if it's a different country, it's the country flag. So it is kind of a neat thing to be able to see immediately, like, oh, hey, that woman's from New Mexico. Hey, that dude's from Texas. So that's a just neat little neat little facet of being here for the race. And looks like we have a black screen. Oop, now we're back. We switched views. So there's a finish line for us, 4:52. You can see it looks like that might have been who just finished the 200. Tyler? That could be Tyler in the background. I don't know who Tyler... Oh, no, wait. Tyler's who I was just talking about in the green shorts. Ha! That's great. Yeah, not sure who is in the background there. We've got some finishers getting some finish line photos there. Lots of people just passing along. It's a pretty busy event. And what's neat for the whole thing, other than the last person standing, is you know you're on the course, and like we said, there's tents and there are RVs and trailers and camper vans, and my truck is out there. So if you're doing whatever race other than last person standing, you can just pop into your vehicle, take a nap for a couple hours. There's showers here, so go for a shower. You can leave your bib, and if you needed to, go get food. It's a pretty cool place. That this new venue at Peoria Sports Complex has proximity to a lot of things. I was at the Trader Joe's about less than 5 minutes away. It's like a 0.9 mile drive. So that was great. There's a Costco there too, so maybe we'll get some Costco pizza earlier, although they probably are closed by now. There's a cool the Javelina rabbit shirt I just saw go by. And yeah, it looks like we've got a fair number. We got a herd coming through here right now. Hard to say who's doing what and what's happening, but it is neat seeing so many people out here. So yeah. And we're about 5 minutes. So far we've got Stephanie and Derek have finished this loop, loop 15. So we are at 21.2 miles. All right, I'm trying to get some people to come and chat with us here, so you're not listening to my voice the entire time as I think of things to talk about. But yeah, there are all right, as you can see now, it's getting close to 5, but the course is almost all in the dark. I'm getting a little chilly here, but I am just sitting here doing stuff. You can see I'm wearing a tank top, but it is Phoenix. This is beautiful. I know there's places getting snow, places getting rain, a lot of other things happening. So that's that. And we've got who finished there. Okay, Gene came in, just finished his loop for that. Who else are we looking for here? Wesley has finished as well. So definitely got our herd thundering through here, as we can see. And yeah, there's a number of strategies. So I think people may start to be shifting their strategy. We're at 20 miles. A good half of it, I would say, is on concrete. There's no way to get off the concrete. So probably people are starting to feel some things in their body right now. And we can see that the paces are still kind of all over the place. We got 5 minutes left in this loop for people to do their thing. We got somebody's going to make a clothing change here. Who was that just went through? Not Aaron. Wow, yeah. Bear with me. I'll get to know these names over time. I'll be here for a couple more hours talking to the TV screen here. Hasn't updated yet, but yeah. Definitely getting colder. I think we'll probably see some layer changes, especially as getting out of cool and sweaty clothing right now. What's really nice is the weather. The weather's 68. There's not much of a breeze. There was a little bit the last time. The last loop I walked was it 5 o'clock now? It was about 2:30. I did a loop with Nicole. Nice work, Aaron. There goes Aaron Barber. He's pretty close right now. You'll see him going through the tunnel here in the all black. Yeah, we got a lot of people. I think there'll be a lot of people waking up, coming back on course. There will be some nice warm food and stuff coming up. Aaron should be going through. Oh, there's Aaron. Yeah, just walking through. Lots of people are looking pretty good as they come through here. Oh, computer, don't do that. Stay on, stay on, stay on. Okay, and there we go. I think that was Stephanie. No, that was not Stephanie. That was Jennifer. Was that Jennifer who just crossed? Come on, thing, update. Update. Oh. Jennifer, no. Morgan. That was Morgan who just crossed. Wait, I'm confused. Oh well. I'll just, and there's Molly looking at the camera and doing things. We got people going by. So yeah, we got about 2 minutes left to go, and I'll do my best. There's Rachel and Trekken is wearing a kind of gray-blue shirt. Again, we talked about her earlier. Incredible race resume. Cocodona 250 winner. We'll see. Looks like she's doing the 48, so she's probably focused on her thing. It'd be awesome to chat with some of these people who've done amazing things. There we go. The 2-minute warning. There's Rachel just leaving the screen. And there is Josh, the Air Viper race director, doing his thing, running the microphone. And we've got another couple of runners passing through here. So we've got about 2 minutes, no, less than 2 minutes, minute and a half left. And it looks like there are one person left on course. Oh, it looks like Jenny is no longer with us. Jenny Champ is no longer in, so we're down one person. And then looks like Nicholas Mullen is the last one to cross the line for this loop. We're just waiting on that, so he should be coming through here pretty quick. There we go. There's the aid station. So you can see we've got the propane heaters because it's starting to chill down. That's Aaron Barber and Heidi, who is here. That's in the front right of the screen. That's the only runner I'm familiar with at the moment. Aaron Barber is a Air Viper race director. So if you did McDowell Mountain Frenzy or we're doing Santan Scramble this weekend, he is the RD for that one. And we've got a baby getting there. And I see, the red hair with the black tank top. She's looking very excited and pumped to go. Yeah, it looks like everyone's in pretty good spirits. You can see no one's really carrying much with them. There's really, unless you might need a little bit of water. It is a 1.4 mile loop, so you don't need to have a vest or anything with you. Bladder's fine, or even just going and doing the loops. So we'll see who's doing what. Definitely seems like everyone has changed their strategy to maximizing the time. Kind of coming in 15-minute miles or so right now, and then about 5 to do things. We've got everybody. Yeah, looks like everybody took off, but Jenny is no longer with us, so we will. Bye, Jenny. Thank you for coming out to play, and still a great accomplishment. Looks like she finished with 19.8 miles, so that's a great accomplishment for this course. Just under 5 hours. So we are at hour 5 now. And is Nick with us? Nick is with us. Okay, Nick is with us. So we're just down one so far. We are down a Jenny. And we have, everybody's at the same price, 21.2 miles. So we'll be at 22.6 by the time that they're finished it. And we'll probably be getting a beautiful Arizona sunset right now. Nice little view of the office building, it looks like, or a storage facility, something super exciting. Definitely getting some more clouds, and it's a little chillier for sure. Let's go and check and see how some of the other races are doing. Oh, hey, there's Margaret and Sean. Hello, I'm talking to myself. It's super exciting. Hey, you're currently the 6-hour leader. You're currently leading the 6 hour. Do you want to come and chat about it? Yeah, come be on TV. Yeah, we have the current female leader.
We probably have stuff to do though.
Oh,
I'll come out first.
yeah, come on TV. Yeah, so we just talked the current 6-hour leader of the female field, Sean Veronese. She's got 32.4 miles, 23 laps in 5:41. Your mic should be on. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thanks for
You're here
having
now.
me. How are
Hey,
you?
I'm great. How are
Happy
you
New
doing?
Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here for the New Year.
Yeah, no, this is great. You're going to be here all night?
I am now working from 5, right now, to 1
Right
a.m.
now. Oh, wow. Hey, I'll be here too. Happy New Year.
Funny that we're here together. So shocking.
Amazing.
Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah. How was your run today? You did the 6 hour.
My
Tell us
run
about
was great, and I have to say, the weather was awesome.
it. Yeah.
I'm used to colder temps, right? So it was nice, a slight breeze. The course, I never got bored. Like, I really enjoyed the course.
Yeah. Can you
was-
give us your perspective on the course? Because it's a new
Right.
thing, and trying to explain to people. We've got a little bit of footage here.
We do. Yeah, this is my 4th year, I think, for working ATY. So everyone has different ideas of a course change anywhere, of course. But I think it's great. I love the ballpark. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's an absolutely amazing complex. We have the bathrooms. We have a varied course with the cement and the dirt and the trail. But it's clean. It's nice. It has turns, and you just figure it out.
Yeah.
And you get to talk to some amazing people,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, and as we look on the screen here, we've got some of the turns coming up here. I think it's really
do.
nice, and something I hadn't mentioned yet, that there's bathrooms that are open kind of throughout the course. It's not just the porta potties.
Correct.
There are flush toilets and hand washing stations.
There's
for
hand
things.
washing stations, and showers are open full time.
Oh, I did not know that.
Well, you're welcome.
Wow,
Yeah.
thank you. This is why Sean is here. Anybody who's coming to do this,
yeah,
you can have a
last
shower.
time for years the shower facilities were offered for the runners between I think 7 a.m. and 12,
Yes.
and now they're open 24/7. So I
Wow.
think that's really a special
really good.
treat to have. Yeah.
Yeah.
See a little dusty out there.
I was going to say, it looks like you showered. Your hair looks freshly
well,
washed
thank you so
and
much.
everything.
I absolutely did. I don't think I would need to work with everybody else unshowered today. That's not cool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm pretty fresh.
Pretty fresh, yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. So
And-
that's new this year, which is great.
Yeah.
What else is new?
You can see,
I don't
yeah, just
know.
having it looks like
got-
it's nice. You know, it is in the 70s right now, so
Oh,
it
it's
does
ideal.
feel like it's perfect weather, and it is nice to have all this extra shade coming through.
Oh my gosh! So
The
that's the other
concourse?
thing. Some of the straightaways,
Mm-hmm.
you were out there, but some of the straightaways are shaded the entire day, which
Oh,
is
wow.
yeah.
That's
like there's
nice.
2 sections that are constantly shaded, so I think that factors in, and yeah, it's just ideal.
Yeah.
Ideal.
No, it's a beautiful weekend. It's a beautiful New Year's Eve. Like
is a
there's
beautiful
lots of
New
great
Year's
things
Eve.
happening. We're only down one person so far in the last person standing.
I know. So,
which is
question
nuts.
you might know is
Yeah.
this the deepest field? Because I think I don't remember seeing this many people at the last person standing.
That is a good question. We have 26 started.
Yeah.
Two didn't. That is a good question. I don't even know how to check
just
that. I guess
seems
check
like
on Ultra Sign
A
Up.
lot, but usually I'm working
Can I
during
figure
when
that
they
out? Yeah.
start.
Yeah.
Who's
and
on the feed right now? Who's that?
me? There we go.
Was that you? Oh.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious about
Let's do this.
who's running. I know some people, but it seems like a
Yeah,
good mix
okay,
of male and
let's
female.
see here.
More
Yeah,
than
yeah,
in the
we've
recent
got,
years.
and lately Stephanie has been the first one to finish the last 6 loops
Yep.
since
Oh,
I've been
she's-
here.
I will give her a high five because I've been training with her, which
Oh,
helped
you
my,
know her. Oh,
helped
that's
my
awesome.
success today. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
she
okay.
keeps me in check. I can't keep up
Oh,
with
here we
her,
go.
but I try. It's been
Okay,
fun.
here we go. So last person standing. Okay, what was I looking at? So we had 20 people in last person standing in, is this last year?
Okay.
2023. Yes, Paul, and that's the course record, 140.39 miles.
Was it 100? Okay, I wasn't sure. I thought it was
Yeah.
148, but that's pretty impressive.
Something else, yeah. And then, okay, we don't have anything for this year. So 2023, was that Paul? No. And then last year was Mike
Michael,
McKnight,
yeah, that's
138, and Maya, who was just here, 136.
Okay.
And that was a field of 19.
Yeah, so it's
2022,
growing.
it's
That's really
growing,
cool.
yeah. 2022, we had 20. And 2019 was the first, roughly 15. That's in a different
Yeah.
format here on the laptop. So it's definitely growing. And it seems like a big chunk of the sport is growing with last person standing type events or backyard ultras. And
Yeah, I think I don't know why, but I would guess maybe one reason is a little bit changing up the sport. People have done multi events and they want to try something and another challenge,
Yeah.
which is cool. And yeah, I can't imagine doing it myself, but I think it's fantastic. Have you
Yeah.
ever done one?
no, it's kind of the same thing. I look at the concrete and I'm
Yeah.
like, my body doesn't like concrete so much. And to
I-
keep doing it,
Yeah, I mean
Yeah,
138
I-
miles worth, or even the 6 dayers.
6 years.
So
yeah.
impressive.
Yeah. It's a huge accomplishment. It's not something I'm personally interested in,
But
but
it's flat.
it's flat. Yeah. That said, like Beyond Limits Ultra Lee's thing, I'm curious about that one because it's
Yeah.
a 2-mile dirt loop, which is more
Oh.
appealing to me than a 2-mile concrete loop or a
Yeah,
1-mile concrete loop.
it's interesting. Fortunately I switched out my shoes,
Yeah.
and I don't typically run in Hoka's, and I cracked a new pair,
Mhm.
and that's absolutely was my game changer today.
Really?
Yeah, I don't feel like I could have stayed in my Ultra with a 0 drop and no support on the
Yeah.
concrete.
On the concrete.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's something else I was learning with some of the Prescott area trail runners, our group up there, but they run in a road type of shoe because of concrete, and I'm just not familiar with running in that. So
Yeah.
So it makes sense. It
Yeah.
served me well today.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fantastic.
So we'll see. And then I've got,
You got- yeah,
if I
got
could wear
back to
slippers
your
tonight
ultras.
at work,
Yeah.
I would, but I can't.
Oh,
So.
dang.
Same, exactly. So, anything else?
No, just wanted.
All right.
I saw you go by, and we were
Thanks.
looking at, or I was looking at stuff earlier, and I was like,
Yeah,
oh, let's
I'm
just go through the leaderboard.
excited.
So Sean's the leader.
We'll see.
So,
we have
yeah.
2 more days.
2 more days,
2 more
but
days to see
hey,
how
yeah.
the ladies do, but
Yeah.
I'll take it for now.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
congratulations.
Thank
Hey, you're
you.
on top right now.
Yep.
That's
Happy
great.
New Year.
Happy New Year.
All
I'll
right.
see you around.
I
I'll
will
be here
see
talking
you
to myself
to
for a
work.
while.
I'll be in the Gator if you need
In
me.
the Gator. Oh yeah, doing all the fun stuff in the Gator.
I know. Better drive
Hey.
than run.
Hey, that's okay. You get to look at all the firecrackers going off and
Yeah.
do all that. It's free entertainment. Oh yeah, that too. Yeah. Don't get shot. Thank you, Sean. All right, that was Sean, Veronice, Sarah Vipa. Hey, somebody I'm supposed to recognize and you don't, but that's okay. All right. Hey, you want to come chat? Yeah, come chat. Cool. So we got Dez is going to join us now. This is awesome. It's so much more fun to talk to somebody than talk to myself at a blank screen.
All by yourself.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so.
Heidi sent me over. Am I good?
Oh yeah, you're perfect. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna refresh. So I got the standings up on this one. Your mic should be good. Yeah. So tell us about yourself.
So I'm Des Clark. I've done a lot of Air Vipa races. I've never done an Air Vipa fixed time event, but I'm also a coach. So I have an athlete doing the last person standing event right now.
Okay, who is your athlete?
it
I was
is
trying to remember.
the-
You told me all this information. I was like, and it went in one ear and out the other ear.
It's okay. So Danella Ridinger.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, there she is.
With the red hair.
Yeah, Danella with
Okay.
the red hair. That is
Okay.
that is the Danella.
That is-
So this is her first last person standing that she's done. She's done a lot of fixed time,
Mm-hmm.
and actually I think her first across the years too.
Okay.
And
Hey. Go, Chris.
she's actually doing it for a charity this year. So
Okay.
it's called Jenna Strong. So it was one of the athletes that she coached, and it's actually if you go to jennastrong.com,
Yep.
one of the athletes that she coached in college. She had epilepsy and she collapsed like 10 feet from the finish line of a cross country race. And Danella was there to do CPR on her. Danella's an RN. And then Jenna passed away a few days later in the hospital. And so Jenna's mom now has started the foundation to help support other athletes with epilepsy.
Okay.
So Danella, when she knew she wanted to do this, she wanted kind of a purpose to push her a little bit further. And so that's what she's doing it for.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
yeah,
then I have another athlete, Tori,
Tori.
is out. So she is not running. Sorry. She
okay, I
ran-
was like, they're
Tori
competing
ran
against
a-
each other.
No,
Who are you rooting for?
Tori ran a Fat Ox, and
Yep.
Danella crewed her, and so now
Oh,
Tori
okay.
is crewing Danella with
Oh,
me
that's
here.
wonderful.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Thank
So
you.
one of the cool things as a coach is kind of connecting all of your athletes together.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, that's a great way to increase the community and everything. And
Yeah.
for everybody out there, I just put the link for Jenna Strong in the chat if you wanted to check it out
Perfect.
there. And that is
Thank
the
you.
hoodie that you wear. Oh, you got a
Yeah,
Coach
she
Des
made,
hoodie
She made a hoodie. I have my
And a-
name on it.
and
I
a
know,
QR code. Holy cow!
Yeah,
It's
I
like
know,
royal
we're all set
purple,
up.
crown chakra colored. And
Yeah.
Nice. So, are you able to tell us anything about strategy? Is it top secret?
No,
It's
I don't
okay.
Think, I
Is there a
mean,
strategy? Is it just
I think,
See how
yeah.
you
So
feel?
I think, right, there's different strategies that different people take. I think some people try and go faster, right, and
Yeah.
bank time so that they can rest. And I think it's a little different this last person standing than others because since it's a lap every 20 minutes, you can't bank a lot of time, right? But Danella's she's been coming in around like the 16, 17 minute mark for the lap. And
Okay,
then,
yeah.
so it gives you a few minutes to refresh. We have a good crew. So there's like 5 of us switching in and out on the crew.
Oh, nice.
So we have a good crew that can help make sure we have everything ready for her when she comes through, and then she can just focus on the running. And then, of course, if you need a bio break, then your lap's going to be a little bit faster.
Yeah.
So you have time to take care of that. But yeah, that's the strategy so far. And then also just watching. She has a blood sugar monitor, so watching that and making sure we're
Okay,
keeping
yeah.
her within a nice range for that. Yeah.
Yeah, and are you all using your own? So we were chatting earlier because it looks like most people are using their own nutrition. There is an aid
Yeah.
station set up. We do have the
Yeah.
main aid station, but most people are going to their thing and doing their thing.
Yeah, and Danella is
At least
like
now.
she has the stuff that she knows that works for her, but I have been over to the aid station to grab 1 or 2 things because it's nice to like mix things up. Especially, we were saying this year everybody's going the same direction all the time, so you don't have the
Yeah.
direction change
Yeah.
for like the excitement. So like switching out the food you're eating can add a little bit
Can
of
add it-
a little
yeah.
pizzazz.
Yeah, it can get kind of monotonous doing the same thing. So
Yeah.
I hadn't considered that part of
Yeah.
what to do without changing. Any issues you've seen or like are watching for with making without having to turn around? So same pressures going on the same legs.
Right. So what
the
I
whole
heard
time?
is that the reason they didn't do the turnaround this year, they aren't changing directions because the course isn't just like a circle, right? It's kind of like
Yeah,
you
it's
weave
got
in and
the-
out.
yeah.
So there's as much left turning as right turning on this course. So I don't think it has affected it.
Okay.
I think it's interesting. This course has more cement this year
Mm-hmm.
than last year's. So I think that will affect people with, the pounding on the legs and stuff.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how that works.
Yeah, it was-
but I
it-
mean, right now we're just trying to keep her calm and steady and see how long we can do that, and then just dealing with issues as they arise.
Okay, good plan.
Yeah.
And no other issues so far.
No, we changed her shoes once.
Okay.
She got a little grit in
Yeah,
her
'cause
shoes,
we're at-
right? Because there's
Yes,
dirt
yes,
out
the
there,
little dirt.
so-
Yeah, because we're at 20 miles, so 22 and a half-ish miles. Hi, Mitsy. 22 and a half miles by the time they finish, so that's
Mm-hmm.
pretty consistent. And is there a goal that she's got, or is this go until you can't go,
I think it's
go
go
until
you
no one's there?
can't. She would love to win. I think everybody would love to win, right? One of the cool things about the last person standing format is like it opens it up to a lot more people to be able to win, right? Because it's
Yes.
not just about who's fastest.
Yes.
So yeah, I think her goal, but
Yeah.
I know she said like she's shooting for like, she said I don't think I can go more than 36 hours. So we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see how accurate that
yeah.
estimate is for her.
Yeah, you definitely start to have some things happen with your body the
Yeah.
longer you go,
Yeah.
and
I think it'll be interesting as time goes on, right? How we figure out the rest situation. Too,
Yeah.
Right.
yeah. Have she been doing anything for like shutting eyes, even if you're just sitting to take the eye fatigue off?
She hasn't. She's just been
Yeah.
resting. She is also maybe her superpower is that she was an ER nurse for
Oh,
many
wow.
years.
Oh, okay. So
So,
this is
staying up
second
late,
nature.
working weird hours
Yeah.
isn't anything that she's not used to. Yeah.
Okay, that'll be good. Wow, and I was totally just lost the question that I had, but okay. Yeah, do you have any interest in ever doing one of these?
No.
Me either.
So it's funny. I think we talked about this earlier. Like I'm definitely like a trail. Like I like to be out on a trail. So I love coming
Yeah.
to these events. I love supporting them. It's so cool because you see so many people that you know, and I feel like it's the same people over and over and over again that you see, and you get this really cool community. But I like being there as a crew member. Hi, Danella.
Go, Danella! Now I'm getting the names of who's in all of this. It's
Yeah.
only taken 2
Right.
hours.
So she should be coming across the start.
Yes, she
finishing
should be
just
welcome to
shortly.
It's
She's
getting a
in
little
the
bit
purple.
dark. We'll have to get the giant snow globe set up and get some light out there. What
Yeah,
was
there we go. So that's Danella coming across right now.
Okay.
She's usually easy to spot in her pink Brooks shoes as well. Is the other easy way to
Okay.
spot Danella.
Yes, and let's
Um,
just see here. We've got, so Stephanie at a 11-minute loop, Jean 12 minutes, Derek just under 13. So yeah, look at 15, 16, and we're at 16 right now. So
Yeah.
yeah, pretty consistent. We've got, there's a younger lady running through there. It's neat to see the range of ages of people who are here. I'm like,
Isn't that so cool?
kid's like 8 doing it.
Yeah.
It's amazing to see.
Like the single digits all the way up till the 80s and 90s, I think. I don't
Wow.
know. Do you know who the oldest participant is?
I don't. Is there? I don't.
I
don't know Dawn's last name. I know there was the 9-year-old was here last year, but I
Okay.
don't know.
I
I'm
don't
trying
know
to
if
think
he's-
in my head, like,
yeah.
is there an easy way I can figure it out? But I know Ultra Sign Up, like, it's all off of that right now because it's on the
Right,
live,
right.
and I don't feel like clicking through 200 names one by one.
I mean, that would be great. I think that would be great airtime if we just sit here
Yeah.
in silence while you click through
yeah,
the names.
no,
It would
no,
be a great way to fill
no,
time.
No. Wow.
So you
All
said
right.
you also have no interest in doing a last person
Not
standing.
really. There's one of the other Airvipe employees is involved with Beyond Limits ultra running out in
Okay.
California, and it intrigues me. It's a 2-mile dirt course
Okay,
at a
yeah.
summer camp with hot tubs on course, and like you can use paddle boards and canoes on it. So thanks for telling me, Lee. I am very curious about that. That would be one that I would do because there's other stuff and it's on
Right.
dirt. It's more the concrete.
Yeah.
It's enough to do a couple miles on concrete. I don't need to exacerbate anything for that. Otherwise, I think the mental challenge is a huge aspect of it, and I'm curious
Yeah.
about that part, but not at the expense of I like my body how my body is.
And I heard that feedback. So Tori, who's actually here crewing
Yeah.
with Danella, when she did Fat Ox, like she does a lot of road running. She did like Keys 100.
Oh, wow, yeah.
But she said that on the sidewalk cement surface at Fat Ox, that it definitely hit her a lot harder than
Yeah.
other surfaces. So yeah,
Yeah.
I'll be interested to hear at the end of this, like what people's feedback is on the new venue. I mean, I think
Yeah.
it's great, right? The facilities are great. And I guess it might vary runner to runner too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking of like people that I've seen going by. Like we were looking earlier, Rachel in Trekin is way ahead in
Yeah.
the 48, and she's still running fast and looks fantastic
Right.
for 30 some odd miles. And you can see the leans in several other people who are out there. So just all, what are you used to, and what can
Yeah.
you push yourself to, and who knows what's
Right.
going on in somebody's
Yeah.
head. But
And it's also that
That's
balance in
awesome.
training, right? Of like pushing yourself so that you're ready for this kind of like beating that your body's going to take, but not doing it to an extent where you end up injuring
Yeah.
or overtraining, right?
yeah, I have heard several people get injured or significantly beat up by this course, or more. And this is the first year. Let me say, the Camelback, the previous course, it seems like more people I know have been injured or had something develop on that course than like all other courses I've heard of combined.
Yeah.
But to each their own.
Yeah.
That is good. Oh, yeah. Do we need to let you go, Nicole? Yeah, Nicole. Not paying attention. Cool. Okay, we're gonna try and get someone else here to. And there they go. They're off again. I'll get some more people to come by and chat. Yeah, how's your coaching going?
It's going great. Yeah, I'm at between 15 and 20 runners right now.
Okay.
If anybody's interested in coaching, I am
Oh.
taking on clients. So if you go to teamrunrun.com and then you can search for Coach Des, that will then bring you to me.
DES.
DES. Yeah.
It's in the chat right now.
Perfect. Yeah, so I'm always looking for clients, and there's a way on there you can message me and
Okay.
get more information about coaching. But
Okay.
yeah, definitely. And I feel like it's a good time to be training in Arizona, and maybe in the next couple months it'll be a good time to train in the rest of the country. So I do
Yeah.
it online, so I can take people anywhere.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, coming back here from BC where it was drizzly and 40 or 5 Celsius for the past month. This is fantastic weather. Not
No,
there's anything
it's
hard. It's
great.
great mental training, but I know there's also
Right.
places under 6 feet of snow, and the ice and all of that can be challenging. So
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I'm going to highly encourage everyone to check out an Air Viper race. There's some awesome races coming up in January, February, March. It is generally warmer than where you are and sunnier than where you are, with mild exceptions.
Yes.
But there's some great events. It's a great little break to fly to Phoenix. Pretty cheap from most, or pretty direct from most major airports. And
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and some really great races too, and you get out into some of the pretty parks and everything,
Mm-hmm.
and even April, right? The Whiskey Basin
Whiskey
up
Basin,
in
yeah.
Prescott is a really nice one. So yeah, there's all kinds of things to see, and also Phoenix. Then you can bring the family. They can enjoy the weather. They can go see things around Phoenix, and then you
Yeah.
can do the race. It's a whole, or they can run an event because all of the events have anywhere from a 5K-ish distance
Yeah.
up through.
Yeah, I know Santan Scramble's coming up on the weekend, and I know online registration is closed, but if you are interested in that one, hi Heidi. Hi Aaron. Yeah, Santan Scramble. What is the Saturday the 3rd? Oh, registration closed yesterday. That's okay.
But
There is
you
race
can
day
register at
the race.
at the
Yeah, so we
race.
got, if you are curious, Santan Scramble in Queen Creek, Arizona at Santan Regional Park, I think.
It is,
Yeah, 6533. Yeah, check it out. Ultra sign up. That one is coming up on Saturday the 4th. Coldwater Rumble is coming up January the
18th.
18th.
Yes? Do I
Yeah,
have my
over at
dates right? Yeah.
Estrella
I think
Mountain
I might
Park.
jump in for a shorter distance out there.
Yeah.
We'll see. It's always nice to get out and see people too. We have a really good community.
Yeah, the run community in Phoenix is fantastic.
Yeah.
There's like 200 people at the Aravaipa holiday party and
Yeah.
everything. Worth checking out. And yeah, like Des said, there's Santan's coming to win 5K, 9K, 17, 26, 50K, and a kids run. And then Coldwater's the 18th. Elephant Mountain is February 1st. Black Canyon, I'm 90% certain. So there maybe is some spots in the 50K, but I think with the announcement that it's now in the World Trail Major something series, that's probably
Right.
sold out.
It sells out pretty quickly.
Yeah, that one's out. But Copper Quarter out in Superior.
Which is that's a relatively new one, but honestly,
Yeah.
that's one of my favorites. And it's a place in Arizona where you can run, and there's water, so there's little streams and stuff along the
Oh.
course. So it's a pretty cool one. And then it's this, it's in Superior, so this little mining town, right? And there's all
Yeah.
kinds of cute shops and restaurants and things. So that's another really. I think I'm gonna end up at Copper Quarter too. I'm just debating distance at this point.
Yeah, some great little and especially to get out and give back to some of the smaller communities. That's coming up.
Absolutely. That town looks forward to when we show up for the race.
Yeah.
Right? They know why you're there, and it's exciting.
Yeah, and if anyone out there too is a uphill specialist, the Crown King Scramble, or is it Crown King
Yes.
Scramble?
Crown King
Let's find
Scramble
out.
is coming up. That's in March.
That is in
believe,
March,
yeah?
March the 22nd, I think. Let's see if there's still spots for it. It is pretty much entirely uphill. So if you like to climb, it's a great one for you.
Yeah, and it's what is that? So 33rd year. Right, for the
33rd
race.
year.
It's an old but good one.
Here we go. Yeah. So, if you do it today, it's 224.66 on Ultra Sign Up. If you do it tomorrow, it's 242.12. So, 147 spots are available. Maybe we can sell them out tonight. And yeah, on that note as well, for anyone out there watching who's going to be at your computer in about 6 hours and 36 minutes, Hovland 100 registration will open.
Oh, and that one goes
I
super
would-
fast now.
I would bet that sells out tomorrow.
Yeah.
I remember walking the Midnight Loop last year and doing the sign up on my phone and being like number 600 to sign up at about 11 or something like that. It was insane. And I think that was 2 or 3 days it was sold out. But yeah, it is going to be very popular. Some great races, great community. Live streams for everything. If you don't get in, you can watch the live stream. And
Yeah, absolutely. Or volunteer.
Yeah, you can
right?
volunteer.
That's another
Volunteer.
great thing. Yeah, you volunteer for Aravaipa and you get credits to run other races. Yeah, and I think Javelina is another one. I mean, I think they're getting better at all of the races, but again, it provides an atmosphere where people who aren't running the race can still hang out and have a good time.
yeah.
And especially at Javelina, there's a lot of entertainment that goes on.
Yeah. The costume party, the Hoka tent. There's movies
Yeah.
on the big screen.
Yeah. Dance parties.
Dance party. Yeah, it's giant outdoor rave basically.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great environment for everything. And yeah, if you're curious about it, if you don't live in Arizona, come and check it out. It's Arizona is not your idea of sandy desert.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's
super diverse. You can get everything, some of the flag events, Big Pine, Mogollon Monster.
Right.
That is what
Yeah.
I'm looking at with my credit. Is
Mogollon Monster, yes. I need to
potentially
see
doing that.
if I get into other 100-milers, but I've completed Mogollon 3 times.
Whoa, wow,
So
congratulations.
thank you. I'm gonna keep hopefully racking up the finishes there because I just
Yeah.
love the race. But yeah, that's a great race, and yeah, one that when people go there, they're like, oh, this is not what I expected for Arizona.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's desert and sandy, and there's
Yeah.
cactuses and cow skulls, and you're like, oh, this is steep and really technical
Yeah.
and really sharp
Yeah.
and really hurts when you fall.
Yeah.
And
I
doesn't give up.
And I got stuck in a hailstorm. So.
Oh wow! Oh yeah. Hey, there's
Yeah.
Hannah.
Hannah, our aid station manager, is waving to
waving
us.
at us. Yeah, we got lots of people going. It must be shift change time. What are we at? 5:30. Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
lot of coming and going. And we're back out on the course now, so going through the tent city. As you can
Actually,
see,
I
there's
helped
somebody's
set up
birthday.
some of those tents.
Oh, you did?
on
Yeah,
Friday.
I wasn't here for that this
I've
year.
Been out here multiple times.
Yeah, thank you for being out here and volunteering. Like we said, it's a great gig volunteering. Meet some new friends. There's tons of people out here, and there's I'm surprised there was a lot of the spots were filled up for
Yeah.
like the aid station, especially because this aid station runs 24 hours a day for 6 days. Plus, there's 2 to 3 days of setup beforehand, 2 to 3 days, or 2 days takedown, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be
oh.
helping with breakdown again on
Nice.
Friday.
Yeah,
So
I'm
getting the full
may-
experience, the range of
full circle.
and hopefully by then I'll be caught back up on my sleep, that I'll be okay
Yeah.
to work.
Yeah. But yeah, I just want to say thank you again to Mountain to Coast for being the sponsor for this. If you are, and I don't know enough of how this works, maybe I can go ask that guy, but I know you can demo the Mountain to Coast shoes, and you can
Yeah.
also buy them while you're here.
Correct.
I presume that the public can come and do that. I don't
Yeah,
want
I
to
think
say anything
so.
they can't, but
I don't know
come
that they
and cheer
turn you down
people
if you
on.
want to purchase it, but yeah, they have we have the guest bib, so you could come and get a guest bib and
Yeah.
get a demo pair of shoes and try those out on the course. And I know I've been hearing some really good feedback from people on the shoes, so that's always cool to hear. And I like that they're kind of like a smaller up and coming company, right?
Yeah.
It's always good to get new competition in those areas.
Yeah, I know there's some great stuff happening there, and yeah, the feedback I've got so far from 2 people is they're very nice and very comfortable and
Yeah.
pretty aggressive 10 mil drop. There is Stephanie trucking along with Dutch braids or French braids. I once learned this
I
to
am
braid
not
my
a-
little cousin's hair, and
You have more braiding knowledge than I do, then, Greggy, because I
Yeah.
cannot braid
I,
hair.
I will give
so-
you some unsolicited life advice. Do not let a 9-year-old braid your hair. My hair was that long. I was like, sure, you can braid it. Bad idea. She just tied it in knots and ran away. Little brat. But that's okay. Yeah, and man, Stephanie is trucking along here.
Yeah, she's been
This is
really
doing pretty
consistent
good.
as I'm watching from as I'm
Yeah.
watching from the crew tent. She's consistently coming in at that top spot for the women, right?
Yeah.
And looks really smooth.
Yeah, and she's been the first finisher for the last couple loops.
Right.
And yes, I see the question in the chat. We're not sure if Aaron is out or not. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, it does. It does look like that. So it looks like we have one drop of Aaron Barber.
Yeah. And I think there was one woman that dropped too.
Okay. Yes, we
I
did.
think
We did.
Jenny?
Okay. Yeah.
Is that who it is?
Yeah.
'Cause we had 2 no starts. And
Yeah.
Then,
Yeah. So it looks like we're down, and there's still 11 minutes for people. So it looks like Stephanie is coming up here. You can see the RV area in the background there. So you can bring your RV, sleep in that, set up your tent. Your friends can shoot you with water guns. This is a really sweet camper van with a cool paint job on the outside.
Nice.
There was a giant Toronto Maple Leafs flag out there for a while, and yeah, the other people from Canada were not impressed. I can pass that along. Oh yeah, there we go. A little Tacoma there with all that. You see, it really is a community feel for everything. So there are, like I said, multiple things happening, multiple distances going on, but people are pretty collegial and. Bye. Happy New Year. Yeah, so it looks like
Yeah.
we'll be down at least
That's-
one
I mean,
after
I
this
do
loop, and
That's one of the cool things about the ultra running community too, is it's not just the runners that become a community, but like the crews, and you help each other
Yeah.
out. I know when I did Cocodona, my crew chief got a flat tire going up Mingus Mountain, and another crew stopped and helped her change the tire, right? And then when she got to the top, their runner came in and had blisters on his feet, and they were like, "We don't know how to deal with this," and so she
Yeah.
hopped in and
Oh, that's great to hear.
And yeah, they called it, exchanging a flat for a flat.
yeah. Yeah, wow. Stephanie is trucking. She's
Yeah.
directly across from us about right
There you
now.
go.
Wow, that is a good pace.
Yeah.
What is that going to be? Like 11:25, 11:30 for a 1.4 mile loop? That is
Yeah.
at mile 20. What's she going to be at? 24?
Yeah.
Oops. Come on, computer. You can do it. Oh, still not that updated yet. But yeah, that's pretty consistent. 11:30 for the last one. So definitely trucking along. We need to see
Yeah.
you win. So you got the propane heaters in there too, so y'all can
I
stay
know,
warm.
We
and
strategically set up our crew spot
Yeah.
very close to
yeah,
one.
that is a key thing. Like in
Yeah.
something like this, where are you going to be? That little bit of heat can pay a difference.
Yeah. And I think the other thing maybe people don't think of is like, you're taking care of your runner, but the crew also has to take care of the crew, right? So
Yeah.
we're checking in on each other. We're making sure, we're taking runs for food and coffee and stuff like that. We're taking turns of switching out just to make sure that, because we need to be at our best so that we can help our runner be at their best, right? Because if we're
Yeah.
starting to be tired and grumpy and underfueled, then it's going to impact
It
the
makes
runner
it that
too.
much better when you're crewing
Yeah.
people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everything. Yeah, no, then that's an important part of like where are you set up, or where is if you were doing the 6 hour, like where is your tent set up, where are you gonna sleep? Like
Right.
there is a lot of thought that goes into it, a little more than just hopping on a track and running around for a while. So
Yeah.
great information to be gleaned.
And I think the other thing too with, any race, but especially these last person standing ones, is you want to make sure you stay on top of issues. So you're dealing with things before they become an issue, because once they become an issue, now you're playing catch up, right?
Yeah, there's a lot I would expect pretty soon. I mean, we're getting into dark, so headlamp. And I haven't seen the course to see if it's fully lit like the old Camelback course was. Like every 20 feet or so, there was a light that you didn't need a headlamp. It made it a lot easier to see, but you didn't, quote, need a headlamp.
Right. And that's what I've heard about this course. I haven't actually been out on it, but like, being out here doing setup and asking questions and things, they said that it's lit pretty well.
Yeah.
And you should be okay without a headlamp. So yeah, I'll be interested to see once the lights go out how it actually looks, right?
Yeah, and I didn't even, now that I asked that question, I think I've probably walked 6 miles of the course. I did not even look for that. I was focused on talking to my friend.
Yeah,
And,
right?
I did look around. I was like, oh, wow, the grass is great. And batting practice is going on. But it looks like, oh, no, there's the aid stations. You can see the great variety of food. Air Vipid does a fantastic job of having foods available for pretty much any dietary thing that could be out there.
Yeah, I'm vegan and I'm gluten-free and I have some other allergies, and they have always been great about making sure that there's stuff for me.
Stuff. Yeah, and if anybody is thinking of a race, if you do have stuff, it may not always be like immediately visible, but if you ask the volunteers who are there, or there's a staff member, frequently, it's not out because not everybody needs to have. There are people that need it and people that want it. So,
Right.
A lot of the stuff, there are some considerations. So just ask for sure. And I know that they're very receptive to sending an email beforehand. These are the things,
Yeah, absolutely.
that does go there. And yeah, it looks like, ooh, I see warming trays out there. Nice warm food.
there
for
must be
something.
there must be something
is
hot
getting ready for
coming.
dinner. Yeah, I wish we can't quite. We're directly across from the cooking area. We can't quite see in, other than I can see people are moving in the kitchen.
Yeah, and I do know too, like they kind of have the people that are regulars here. There's kind of a rhythm to the food, so like they get to know, that like on Monday at this time we're going to be having this food, right? And it gives them something to look forward to as they're running endless loops.
And as we said that, I just realized the big signboard is out. So it says now serving quesadillas, and I can't quite quesadillas and vegan quesadillas.
Okay.
Is what that, at least on that side. I can't quite see the other side, but that's all right. So we're at 15 minutes past here. Aaron Barber has confirmed to be out. We just watched him walk away. So Happy New Year to Aaron. Happy New Year. And I know he's got big stuff coming up in 2025 that are goals. And also big congratulations to Aaron for setting the FKT on the National Trail here at South Mountain in Phoenix. It was under 2 hours earlier this week. I saw that on Instagram. So congratulations, Aaron. And we hope that Santan Scramble goes well. Are you going to be at Santan Scramble?
I don't think I'm going to be at Santan Scramble. I think I'm going to be hanging out with my children on that day.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I'm like between coaching and working and running and parenting, and now I play rugby as well. It's a balance of all the things that I can do in a week.
In a week, yes. There is only so much time. So let's take a look. We talked about volunteering a little bit earlier. looks like if you'd like to do parking, there is a parking spot available for 6 to 10:30 a.m. Saturday morning. One volunteer needed, and and if you want to sweep the course, 1 to 4 p.m. It's a 8-mile loop. You can get some race credit to go and sweep the course. So,
and I know that was one thing I did when I was training for Cocodona and also trying to earn credits to pay for Cocodona. Sweeping is a great opportunity because you get some time out on the trails, but you also get your volunteer credits for it.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna, for anyone who's out there watching, I'm just posting the volunteering link in the chat there, so you can go and check that out. There are many races are available. Oops, that's not the right tab. That's the right tab. There's lots of races available. It looks like we go all the way to April for the various races. I know Black Canyon's probably going to need volunteers. There's kind of, the main slots the prime spots, 8 to 4, 10 to 5, whatever, get taken pretty fast. Oftentimes, if you're flexible or if you're looking for something as training, I've done volunteering overnight shifts as training, just being up for that long to see what it's like. And I know Black Canyon, not Black Canyon, Coldwater, I picked up a couple overnight ones. I was like, I don't have anything better to do, might as well.
Yeah.
And you do get a chance to see, it's great that we're seeing this right now, of all the support that goes into runners. And for people doing the longer distances, it can make a really big difference having volunteers there when you come through an aid station 10 miles from the finish at 2 a.m. Just having someone there to have food or to help you take a jacket on or off, to have the gloves. So it is a great way to give back, and it may not be your journey, but you're part of someone else's journey to a lot of huge accomplishments.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes even just once you've been out in the desert by yourself for hours, it's nice to come in and see another human that smiles more than you are.
Here's a beacon of warmth and light and food and sugary goodness. So it's great. We want to give a huge thank you and shout out to all the volunteers that are here right now, and for all of the events that are going on. Lots of people are coming out to support these goals. It sort of takes a village to get to any of this, because I know I'm not about to do 100 miles in McDowell Park on my own.
Right. And I think that's the other cool thing is you come out and you volunteer and you race and you stuff, right? That's where you're building the community and you see the same people over and over again. And it's a great way to not only to give back, but to learn. So if you haven't run an Air Viper race yet, but you think you might want to, a really great race to see how they work is to come and volunteer.
Yeah. And if as well, I'll add to that, if you are looking at some of the bigger, our camera's going sideways, are looking at some of the bigger events and maybe don't have the experience, or, you're someone who's signed up for a race with a pacer and you haven't had that before, haven't been up, it is a great way. There are oddball shifts where, you could potentially be up overnight and practice that. Or even if you're doing it everybody, come and see what the aid stations have, so you'll know, hey, I don't need to carry 3 extra pounds of food. This will be what's going to be here. There's a lot you can gain from being out volunteering, from new friends to new partners to whatever it might be. So
and even seeing what goes wrong for people and learning from
their
mistakes. Or seeing what goes right. I don't
that's a huge one.
Yeah. The negative, but absolutely. It's good to learn from what other people do and to watch that. And I think too, when you were saying about the pacing, also there's volunteering opportunities. You can run the races, but too at some of the bigger races, especially like the 50 and 100 milers, there's opportunities for pacers. Yeah. And that's a great way to get out, see the course, practice running. See what your runner is doing as they're out there, and support someone else. It's kind of like dipping your toe into the ultra world
for sure
before you dive.
Yeah, and you don't even have to have a friend doing it. I mean, if it's in some of the races, you can just sign up. Like Javelina, there's always a dearth of pacers at Javelina. There are way more people looking for a pacer than pacers available. If you wanted to try going overnight, doing a 20-mile loop, just being out there,
And they have a sign-up sheet, so you can put down if people put down if they need a pacer, you put down if you can pace, and then they help you connect.
Yeah, it's a totally great system, and there's tons of great things that Airvipe is doing. And now with anyone out there watching from wherever you are too, there's opportunities to do races in Colorado, in California now. California just got added. New Hampshire, Vermont, East Coast races. Not my most familiar area, but I know. And there's a new I know that the Sonoran Desert Cup is happening here for like the mid-distance 30K kind of
Yeah.
races in Arizona, but is it the White Mountain? There's some new cup. Why don't I just look it up? I have a computer.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's
because as you're
there's
looking
lots
that
of
up,
options.
I moved to Phoenix like 8 years ago, and it was kind of, I had just started hearing about Aerovipa, and it's been really cool to see that journey of them growing from like a smallish company, which I know they were even smaller before, but growing from that smallish company to what they are today.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, so airviperrunning.com is the website, and there's a full event calendar, but Colorado events, fixed time events, White Mountain Endurance out in the White Mountains on the East Coast, the Desert Runner Trail Series, Sonoran Cup, the WME Cup, and then the Night Race Series here in Phoenix. If you wanted to get some training overnight, and maybe you live in Washington or Montana, you can hop a flight to Phoenix. You can do one of the night races in the summer, and it's pretty freaking cool to just wear a pair of shorts and a headlamp and do a race at night in the summer. Plus, there's the virtual races and things going on right now. So yeah, most places in America, it looks like Aerovipa is moving into the premier sub-ultra trail races in the White Mountains of New Hampshire is the White Mountain Endurance Pass. So yeah, I'll see what all you can get into.
And I think the other cool thing about Aerovipa is that all of the people that work for Aerovipa have been involved in the trail and ultra world in some respect. And so I feel like even though it's starting to grow into a bigger company, it still feels really grassroots, right? So it's,
yeah, you get to know people. It's nice to see this similar people showing up, or maybe you don't, from being around, even for me showing up from somewhere nowhere near here,
right.
volunteering for a bunch. Like, I know people now,
absolutely.
and if you don't, it's not people I know by name. It's like, oh hey, I don't know that, but I've seen him before.
Yeah,
I've seen her
absolutely.
before.
And it was a great way for me to kind of integrate when I moved to Phoenix, right? It was a great way for me to kind of integrate and find people to do stuff with.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and for anyone else there too, it's a new year. There could be lots of changes in people's lives for, moving places or things like that. Or hey, this is the year you're gonna start running. Who was it? Josie's people that just watched the finish that we got to see. Maybe you're gonna get into it. Finding a local, it's a great way to get out in the community and meet people and
it totally
get started.
Just watch out, right? You run that
it
first
seems
race
to be
and you
addictive.
don't know what's gonna happen.
It seems, and it's really cool to be at stuff like this or at any event where people will come up to you after the race and be like, "Hey, I just finished my first 5K," and you can see the pride in their eyes. Or, I was at a different race in November and happened to see a young man finish, early 20s, and his parents were there, and just the look of pride in their eyes that he had done a 50-miler. Like, that's a huge accomplishment. For someone who's never had 5K, like I remember the first time I ran 5K, I was like, holy cow, I just did that. That was far, let alone what is this?
What are these people doing?
Do that 30 times and you can get a buckle for it.
Yeah,
it's really good to see. So
I mean, that's one of the cool things as a coach is to like meet people where they're at and then help them achieve whatever it is, right? Because I have a whole range of distances, surfaces, abilities, speeds, and it's just cool to like, it doesn't matter who you are, we're gonna take you from there and you're gonna achieve some stuff you didn't think you would be able to.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Is there anything that you specialize in?
I mean, I tend to do more, I tend to have more trail and ultra runners.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like your energy attracts like energy.
Yeah.
But really I do have some road runners as well. But yeah, I think trail and ultra is where not only my passion, but it's also where I have the most experience.
Yeah.
Right. So that's where I kind of feel most comfortable.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And I think the cool, like with coaching too, I mean, it is writing the plans, but sometimes writing the plans is the easy part. And the hard part is like making those connections with people and understanding them as like not just runners, but as human beings and complex in a whole, like there's thoughts and emotions mixed in with that physical achievement and helping them to work through those to get to where they need to be.
Yeah, you really get the whole thing. And, for anyone out here doing the race, doing the last person standing, anything whatsoever, like there's a lot of stuff going on and everybody, like, what do we got? 6 people in the frame? There are 8 people, 6 completely different situations going on with personal work and everything. So, running is just one aspect, but it brings a lot of joy to people. So how do you know, it's a big thing. And there's your runner.
That's Danella. And one of the things
Danella
that I
looking
want to
pretty
point
good.
out is like
Yeah.
every few laps, Danella comes in with a new friend. So it looks like she
Okay,
has
I
a
was
new
like,
friend
that's-
this lap.
I don't know who that is. It's
Um,
the birthday girl.
It is the birthday girl. And so, I mean, that's the other cool thing. You're out there and you're running with these people and you're sharing your stories. And I think
Yeah.
it's a good, like, trail running and ultra running and really any running is like, it's a microcosm of the world of we have a lot more in common than we do different. So, like, you meet these people and you're all doing the same thing. And then you learn, like, you come from completely different lives, but you all have this one connection.
Yeah. Yeah, like the age thing too. You'll see people that like, wow, that's a 30-year-old with a 70-year-old, and then these two are talking.
Absolutely.
It's really neat to see. This is, it happens at other races, but it seems like this brings up more, probably because you see people so many times.
Right.
Either of us doing, say, a 50K. Maybe we'll see someone once or twice. There's maybe
Right.
people you hopscotch with that you may or may not talk to. 100 milers, I got talked to so long at
Yeah.
Javelina. But, for this, it's nice because, at 2 a.m, you do want to
Yeah.
talk to somebody.
Yeah, that actually happened at Mogian. I ended up meeting up with Joe that also that works for Aravaipa.
Oh, yeah,
And we
yeah.
ended up spending like 75 miles together. And
Oh, wow.
yeah, it was a lot of fun. So
Yeah.
making new friends all the time.
Yeah, people seem to be very open to chatting. Other than, well, I would say the exception might be the elite field at the top with all the it's like focused, not being distracted, go. But hey, you want to chat? Great, let's chat. I'll make a new friend and see. Oh, there goes Sean on the gator. Oh, there's Sean. Thanks, Sean. Yeah, so you can see it's getting darker. We may not get the best view of the Arizona sunset, but I still think of all the places I've been or traveled to, Arizona has the best sunsets.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And the sunrises aren't too bad
Sunrises,
too.
yeah,
so.
they're pretty beautiful. Yeah, so you can see this is the Warner or the beyond the outfield fence for one of the practice fields here.
And it does look like there's some lighting back there. So
Yeah, so
hopefully,
this is great to
they'll
see.
be good
So
for the evening.
a headlamp definitely could help out, but it looks like at least in this little stretch, it's not necessary to have one. I know if I were out there, I'd be doing my best to not carry it, but
Yeah, I'm definitely one of those runners where I like to carry as little as I possibly can.
yeah, we've got and then it's funny in the back. Yeah, we've got all the runners in tank tops and t-shirts and shorts out there running, and then in the background, what we can see is puffy coats and people out of the shower
Yeah.
and everything else. We're coming up on 81 hours for the 6-day race, so we should be seeing. I would bet it's Stephanie coming through at the front again with the base she took off at, probably the next 2 minutes or so. Wow, that area in there where the runners are right now could become treacherous later on. There we go. Just a minute ago there was a big depression. There are a few random holes in that area that have been filled in.
And I know Danella told us right before I came in, she had fallen on one of the laps, and it was one of the vehicles had driven through, and some of the rocks were like spilled out, and it's so nice and flat, and you're kind of not paying attention, so
Yeah.
it's easy to like catch your toe on that one rock that that makes its way into the middle, especially as you start to tire. And
Yeah.
I did joke with her. She was saying, I feel like I'm going on this loop and I'm seeing the same thing over and over again. And I said, well, give it some time and eventually you'll start to hallucinate and you'll be seeing all new things. So
Yeah. Yeah, no, she's doing fantastic. Should be coming okay. So there, from where the camera is right now, it's roughly half a mile to where we're sitting here at the start-finish line. Again, we've got Tent City coming up over there. I'm a little surprised at where people set up their tents. It's a decent trek into there is, I guess, what surprises me a little. At the old course, Tent City was right along the course, very close to the vehicles. You'll see there's no parking out there. So I was impressed that people dragged all their stuff that far, and there's some very significant setups over there that took a good chunk of a day to do. As you'll see, everyone's got a lot of people have their own nutrition here, doing their own thing. Got the sides on the tents because it will cool down. It is the open desert. The thermometer at my phone this morning said it was 39. I don't believe it was 39 when I went outside, but my phone did say it was 39. There goes Stephanie in the background here, so she will be wrapping that up pretty
Another
fast.
consistent lap for her.
Yeah, pretty 11:15 to 11:30 laps for
Yeah.
a while. So that's a good pace. What would
That
that be? Trying to do the quick math in my head, like 8-minute miles ish, something like that. And it looks like we're starting to get lineups for food. So dinner. Oh, it's almost 6. I bet dinner comes out at 6
It probably
or 6 o'clock
does.
here. So we're getting closer and closer to New Year's for everyone. Thank you for joining us on this evening. Let's check out the chat here. No new comments in the chat. That's okay. Thank
Yeah,
you,
but
Mountain
you
and
were-
Coast. Thank you, City of Peoria Sports Complex, for renting it out here.
Yeah, and I know you were saying about it being cold, and that's again with crewing too. So when I crewed at Fat Ox, which was just last month, overnight, it got pretty chilly, and we were lucky that we had a closed off tent and a propane heater to kind of help keep the heat in. Because when you're sitting still and you're kind of in the open desert, the 40 degrees can feel a lot colder than you would think.
It's a big swing. And you really notice it. And then when the sun comes up, it's like, whoa, hey, hello, heat. So, yeah, it's nice, but it is a significant, it's a factor for things for sure. And, I know there was a couple people I saw yesterday running in a beanie or a toque for anyone listening from Canada. And they're like, oh, that's weird. But, it's a big swing from summertime to wintertime and day to night. So.
And even during the day, you can tell the difference between, the direct sun and the shade as well. Which again is, as you're thinking of, am I overheating? Am I a little too cool? You can definitely, where you run on the course can make a difference in that.
Yeah, like you said, the shade and the sun are not factors anymore, but it's neat just seeing where people are going on the course too. Who's taking the tangents and limiting it, who's just kind of trucking along and doesn't. Because you could make, I know Maya and Jeff were talking about it earlier, it's if you're doing all the tangents or going on the far outside of everything, you can add pretty decent mileage to your loop depending on where you're going through everything,
and depending on how many loops you're doing over what amount of time. It can definitely add up.
I know my watch had 1.42 from my friends Nicole and Tony's tent to Nicole's car, but that's my Coros watch.
Right.
Take it for what you will. Hello. And there we go. So we got a couple more runners coming in here. I'll have to figure out who has the backward hat on. That's a kind of cool hat.
That is Jason.
That's Jason. Let's look up Jason.
Bahamundi, I believe.
Jason.
So Jason used to live here in the Phoenix area, and he has since moved, but they're back for across the years.
Yes, there we go. Bib 13. Oh, the birthday girl ran by. Okay, and where's Danelle? We haven't seen. Oh, there's our
She
camera.
hasn't come through.
Wish I remember the camera guy's name. Thank you for having the camera. Stephanie had it 11:43 that last loop, and then Jean came in 13:35.
Okay.
So people still doing pretty solid times. Still, it's funny. A lot of people smiling and waving at us as they go by. Got 5 minutes till dinner, so that's good. We got 5:55. Hey, Dawn. And so there we go. So now we got the lights set on in the tent. I wonder if there's the heater set on there or not. Probably getting pretty close.
Are they going to have a heater in here for you, or are you just...
I have a hoodie. I did bring my toque too. I was like, I'm starting to
good.
get cold, but also it's in the shade. There's no air movement, and it's just, I noticed walking over earlier, it's a lot cooler, which is great being in the shade. But it's standing around at an aid station, you get cold.
Yeah,
fast.
No, it's definitely true. I packed multiple layers to make sure that I'm well prepared for whatever the night brings.
Yes, if I needed, there's blankets in my truck and all that. So we'll see
we have
how long I'm here
and
and how entertaining I can be. There we go. That's a propane table in there. So we'll see. Someone's got pizza. I'm actually getting kind of hungry now looking at this
We're
food.
getting to that time of day too, because I think that's the other thing as you're doing these races is you need to make sure you have some time. If you want to go long, you need to be able to make sure you have time to get the proper amount of calories in, right? So you want to start thinking about that early on in the race.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we got some interesting going on in the background there. I can't. It looks okay. I see Jenny on a bib wearing something. So Jenny, it looks like she's about to do some patellar tendon taping for. I can't tell. I don't know birthday girl's name. I wish I knew. Oh well. Maybe
I mean, I guess her name is Birthday Girl
birthday
now.
girl. Yeah. Well, happy birthday. I know there's a giant, or out on one of the. There's a tent that. When I walked the loop earlier, had probably a half dozen of the birthday balloons and stuff set up on that. So. Presume it's the same person. Yeah, we got some sock changes going on here. You can see people are doing their nutrition, and I see a laptop. That looks dangerous.
Right.
Look here, there's Danelle. Sneaking by in the background there. But yeah, I've got, look at all the food that everybody has in the background.
Yeah.
It's just an explosion of everything. That's a pretty cool mustache that Anthony has. Shout out to Anthony. Oh, there's firecrackers. Firecrackers
he
in the
goes
background.
by Tony.
Tony. Oh,
Yes.
Tony. Okay.
Anthony goes by
Yeah,
Tony.
that's
We
the hard
talked
part of these
earlier.
bibs is it's what's your name and yeah, I will say
your government name versus the name
government
that
name.
everybody
Exactly,
calls you.
exactly. Yeah, thank you Jubilee and Hoveline 100 for letting you pick the name on your bib. That was
Right.
awesome. Okay, so Tony, how's Tony? And looks like
Although I would be interested to know
everybody-
how many hours that adds to Jubilee's life every year.
Oh
to,
my gosh,
do those
yeah.
bibs.
Well, I
She's
wonder,
dedicated to
can-
her craft.
Yeah, I was like, can it auto pull it out when you fill it out as an entry? Like just put it as a
I don't
spreadsheet
know,
column?
maybe.
Somebody must have. I do not like spreadsheets, but I hope somebody has figured that out because that would be a very long thing. So thank you, Jubilee, for doing all that. And I can't remember if your Black Canyon bib has.
It's been
there's a field
it's been
for
a while
that.
since I've done Black Canyon. I cannot remember
Yeah.
either. I'll find out this year. I have a runner that's
Oh,
coming
you're
in to
done?
do Black Canyon.
Oh,
so-
nice. And will you be out
yeah.
there pacing?
I
or-
will be out there pacing. So
Nice.
I mean, and she's so her name's Tasha, but I think she's known as Thor in the
Yes,
running
yes.
community.
Haven't met her, but know.
Yes. So she
of
has
her.
done some EMT work for a lot of Candace Burt's races.
Yes.
And so I happened to meet her at Tahoe, and we became friends. And then I started coaching her, and so she's coming
Oh,
in for
great.
Black Canyon
Nice.
to do
That'd be
that.
Awesome. And are you
On her
gonna-
way to doing, she's actually running Tahoe this year.
Okay,
so.
yeah, so is Heidi.
yeah.
Okay, cool. And are you going to be pacing? I'm trying to do the math in my head, like 20
it's like
basically a
20-some
marathon-ish
miles.
from what used to be Black Canyon City, or I guess Deep Canyon Ranch now to the
Yeah.
finish line.
Yes, that is
Okay.
the current plan. Is that I will be
Yeah.
pacing that entire section.
Entire thing.
So
Oh, okay. I will look
Yeah.
for you out there.
yeah, it's always a good time. That's a great race, and I've paced
Yeah.
people there before as well.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
It was good. I think I haven't decided. I saw there's Doe Springs spots are open and Table Mesa spots are for
Yeah.
volunteering. So I was
Yeah.
like, well, in Table Mesa, I could always pace somebody when I'm
Right.
done. So that's the leading contender right now. Or driving that 4x4 road in the dark is not. 4x4 road's fine. Driving it in the dark, if I don't have
Yeah.
to.
Right, that is a tough
but
one. And
we'll
I actually
see
do
that.
have, so not to leave anybody out, I have a second runner, Renee, who's going to be doing her first 100K at
Oh,
Black
that's
Canyon
awesome.
this year. And I was able to, again, because it's nice that you have connections and stuff, I offered her some people to pace, but she found some local runners that are going to pace her, and then I'm going to help instruct them on the arts of pacing before
Oh,
they
great.
do that,
Yeah.
since they're new to pacing.
Great. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
great how they can all come together. And there we go. We just
Headed
got
out again.
everybody set up the 6 o'clock loop. So we're now at 7 hours. Looks like we're just down 2. Everybody is still going. So they will we will officially be in ultra territory at the end of this loop. Barely, but we will officially be in there. So everyone can celebrate that. Celebrate with a black screen. That's perfect. And
It is nighttime, so
it is nighttime, yeah. It's hard to tell because I've got the black screen in front of me. All I can see is the tent with the lights on, but it's in the shade. So it's funny seeing people go around and like, oh, it's sunny on the backside of the course, but
Yeah.
I'm in the dark.
Yeah.
Cool. 63.9. That's pretty nice.
It's interesting too. I'm wondering how, as a Phoenician, 63 and dark seems chilly to me. But I'm wondering, people that came from out of town, maybe this is where they're like, oh, the weather's finally getting
so
nice.
nice. Yeah. Yeah, I'm appreciating it. I know if I was moving around, I'd be more comfortable. I am
Yeah.
getting chilly now, but that's,
That is
sitting
true.
sitting in the dark, not moving. Oh, there is pizza arriving. Wow. That looks delicious.
Like it's like aid station pizza, or it's
No,
just
it's like boxes of
people
pizza. If
have
you,
brought pizza
I can
in.
see it from this vantage point. I can't see people
know.
coming that way, but I can see into the aid station. It is pizza in boxes, so I don't know where it's from, but it looks. Oh yeah, there goes race director John, and big shout out to John Bullock. There's Patty, the race director. Race directing is a huge job, so. Like we talked about, volunteers have a big role, staff have a big role, but it is a lot of details and a lot of knowing stuff in your head, planning, layouts of the aid station, layouts of the course, getting the course. I guess it's approved by somebody, because isn't this like
it
a
is a
USATF or
yes.
Centurion or things I don't know enough about, but I know that they're important and there are criteria to.
Yeah,
to be-
absolutely. They had to measure the course and everything.
Oh,
and yeah, it was
wow.
interesting until I, volunteered, and then actually I worked for Aerovipa for a while, and you never realize what actually goes into a race. Like, you know that a lot goes into a race, but you never have the concept of exactly how much that is until you're the one that's working on all that setup and everything.
gosh,
It's
yeah.
a lot of work, and especially in those last few days before the event, people put in a lot of hard work.
Yeah. Yeah, like being at Javelina doing that setup, like it's the race is on a Saturday and the first people are there starting setup on Sunday.
Yeah.
Before, and then there's last minute stuff, and people show up on Friday for packet pickup, and you're like, you haven't seen anything that's here, and there's still 1,000 details to figure out.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
for all the people who have a background in operations or logistics or tourism or things, it's all the stuff people don't, until you see it or a part of it or have worked it. It is a little mind-boggling to kind of like, oh, I'm going to show up and do this race and it's great. And you're like, but it took months to years of planning and execution, and
Yeah.
there's a lot going on in the background right now. We will never know about this.
Yeah, no, it's totally, and I think that's the thing that like Aerovipa has, they're experienced enough in it that like even when things are going on in the background, it seems up front that everything is smooth, right? Like
Yes.
it's the Disney effect, right?
Yes, exactly. It's yeah, keep it calm, keep it good. So like, go
Yeah.
Mitsy. Mitsy's almost done. I think
Is she doing the
she was
12
six-
hour today or the?
I thought she said 6, but I
Okay.
don't know. It's 6:02. I forget. I guess I could look it up. I do have a computer. Oh, we got a big shout out for Thor Trail Medic. So we could say
Yes.
thank you, Natasha. I haven't met her in person.
Yeah, she goes by Tasha.
Tasha.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Tasha. What was I looking up? This. Right, 6 hours. 6 hours. So 6 hour. Jeff Browning is still our leader, 43.7. Sean is still there, 332. Mitsy. Okay, 5:07:56. Oh, so this is a question, and I don't know the answer. Because it used to be you started at 9 o'clock. All the races started at 9 every day. So I'm just curious if that's still the case. Let's take a look here.
that's
Yeah,
interesting.
11:50. Oh, I bet. Oh, is that be like the last time they crossed as a full lap? Because that's what we're counting. Because it's got 11:57, 11:50. I don't know.
Maybe.
I will find someone who knows the answer to that and stop
Yeah, I
rambling
thought it
about
was-
weird things.
I thought it was that the races all started at the same time every day, with the exception of the last person standing that started at noon today, right? But
Yeah.
all the other ones, they started at I thought they started at 9 a.m.
Yeah. Okay.
on whatever day you start.
So yeah, so we should be in about 5 minutes or so. We should see the first people start to come through. We're still down only 2 after 6 hours. I thought it was hour 7. I thought it was an 11 o'clock start, and I have no idea why I thought that.
Oh, okay.
But that's all right. Yeah. Oh, it looks like we have. It's a food change. There's pizza now. So if you're out there joining us on New Year's Eve, happy Pizza Eve. Is anybody watching got any big plans tonight? Let us know in the chat post here. What is happening for you? It's surprisingly hard to think of things to talk about for a long time.
I know. It's probably the same way that as the runners are going around in circles,
Yeah.
they're trying to think of
Yeah.
things to think about.
Stop thinking about that thing you thought about for the past 6 hours. It's not going to get any better.
I
There's
guess so. Greggy, if you were not here tonight,
Yeah.
what would you be doing with your New Year's instead of being
What
here?
would I be doing? That is a really good question. It's been a challenging 2024, so
Same.
But
But
it seems like
2025 is gonna be better,
2025 is
I'm
going to be
convinced.
awesome. Yeah, I was going to say I had tickets in the $1 billion lottery, but I don't live in California, so I didn't win.
Okay.
And if I hadn't been here, I probably would. There's actually, I don't want to disclose where, but there are some hot springs in the vicinity of Phoenix. I was
Okay.
actually thinking of that. My thinking being, who's going to drive and go do a night hike to hot springs on New Year's Eve? Probably nobody. I could be completely incorrect with that, but that was my thinking because they are in the vicinity of another major city known for its nightlife. I'm purposely being kind of vague with this.
Yeah.
So I thought, hey, if you're going there, like Phoenix is gonna have a ton of stuff. We'll probably start. Firecrackers will begin imminently. I would imagine.
Right. It's getting done.
There
I
we
just
go.
heard
See,
one.
see,
There.
like ask and it shall happen. That's the universe giving us stuff. Yeah, I probably would have gone for a hike somewhere and camped. I just was really
Okay.
craving like some quiet time in the desert, my bare feet
Yeah.
on the ground, grounding,
Yeah.
and nature cure and stuff. Or out towards Moab. I'm really
Okay.
drawn to that area.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not into I don't think I've never in my life gone out for New Year's. I just don't do that. I don't care.
Yeah.
The Fiesta Bowl's in it. Would have been kind of neat to win tickets to the Fiesta Bowl and go, but I'm like, I probably would have gone to bed.
Yeah.
Gone out, camped somewhere in the desert, watched the stars for a while, written in my journal a little bit, written some stuff to let go of, crumpled it into a ball, lit it on fire to burn it away,
that's a
which I
good
could still do.
You
My notebook's
could.
in my
You
truck.
are
I
in the
can still do
desert.
that. There is a safe burning area surrounded by concrete. I have water. I can do Smokey the Bear official
Yes.
fires for that. That's probably what I would have done. And then do my absolute best to let go of all that stuff and start 2025 with a fresh mind. I can't tell you the very first thing I'm going to do, because I don't even think I'll stay up till midnight, is write out a list of things I'm grateful for. So the first thing I do in 2025 when I wake up will be handwrite with a mangled hand. I will handwrite out stuff, things I am grateful for.
I mean, you can be grateful that you can write with a mangled hand.
I know
would be something
that
to
is
be
one thing.
grateful
That is
for.
the hardest thing is writing with a pen or like using a computer. So, we'll see. Find out on the 2nd what is happening. So fingers crossed
Okay,
for that.
so that's good.
But we'll see, yeah. And then probably volunteer. I know I did see a thing on is the Jester still running? I did see him earlier feed the cat. I cannot confirm or deny if he is still running. I think Ed is his name. Ed the Jester. Eddinghausen. Yeah, let's find out. I haven't seen him in the past little bit, but
But I know when I first got here at noon, I didn't see him out, and then I saw him for a while. So it could just be that
yeah,
he's taking some
yeah.
breaks, right?
He
It's-
I don't even know what he's doing. 6 day maybe. Nope. 200 miles. Shoot, I know he was here. Jen interviewed him when I was here, and I forget what he was doing. 72 hour. What would you be doing if you weren't here crewing your athlete? Ed
that's a
Eddinghausen.
great-
72 hour. He started Tuesday at 9 a.m. What's today? Oh, we started today. It looks like he's still on the course.
Yeah.
9 hours. He started at 9. 9 and 9 is 18. Yeah, so we just Ed is still on the course. He would have just come through the start finish about 8 minutes ago. It looks like for a lap.
Yeah.
Good question. Feed the cat.
And he's definitely one that he's been doing this long enough that he knows when he needs breaks and food and all that good stuff to keep you going for those distances, right?
Yes, yeah, and Happy New Year to Jem in Sydney, Australia, where we still got 5 hours. Lots of stuff can still happen. In theory, I think there's some type of lottery jackpot tonight. I guess it's theoretically possible to still go buy a ticket and become a millionaire. But yeah, and do you have any
Oh no! So you were asking what I
Yes,
would be
what
doing.
you-
So it's
if you-
interesting.
if
I'm
you weren't
usually,
here talking to me.
So if I'm not out at a race, either running or crewing, I'm usually an early bedtime person. Although this will be the first year I'm not celebrating with my kids. They're now old enough that I'm not cool enough to hang out with. So we would usually set off fireworks. So this year, I think similar to you, like 2024 was a rough year. And I think I would have done something to let go of 2024 and like set my intentions for 2025, which I can still do while I'm here at the race. And I think that was one of the cool things as I was thinking of, like, you know, the last 2 weeks has been like the universe, like giving that last push of 2024. Of like,
it really
here
has
you go.
been. I agree.
And so as I was thinking through that, you know, and processing on my own, I'm like, wow, what a better place though than to be here with like a community that I love, like getting ready to move into the new year. Because again, I'm not a big partier. I'm probably not going to be out at a bar ringing in the new year. But it's just somehow connecting to something that's going to be important to me for next year. So this is a great place to be for that. And then making sure that I start off tomorrow, at some point tomorrow, getting out for even a little run. Even if I'm crewing, get out for a little run and get that first run of the year in.
Oh, so here's the question for you: would you run this course?
I might pick up a guest bib and do a lap or two just to like, right? It doesn't have to be long to to count, but just get that first run of the new year in. That would
be good. Really good. Wow. And there goes Stephanie. So she's slowing down a little bit, but that's still 12:30. She's just coming into the screen right now, past the ratchet strap, and now coming past the left side of the upright. 12:30. That's still a fantastic pace. 6 hours in.
And again, still looking good. And that's the name of the game here, is like, you know, balancing that, running fast enough and resting enough that you can actually just
dancing all the way to some food.
Yeah.
See in the background there. Now she's sitting down.
It can't be a bad day. So.
No, we can definitely. I heard the music now, and I guess that's just the music from the start-finish line that's been playing the whole time. I just have kind of tuned out. I just happen to become aware of it right now because there's no firecrackers going off. But yeah, we've still got a fair number of people. There was a pretty significant lineup for pizza directly across from us. So that sounds really good right now. Wow, yeah. Do you have any goals for 2025 race or adventure wise or mileage or anything run related, not run related?
That's great. So so I think I mentioned this earlier, not run related. So I joined a women's rugby team in the Phoenix area. After never having played ball sports or anything, I started in September, and so our season starts in January. So I think it's just like I want to go in and I want to learn and kind of show up for my team and improve in that aspect. It's kind of fun to be doing something that I'm not really good at and don't know anything about, and like learning and growing. My running calendar, honestly, I have to wait. So I got pulled in the Hard Rock Lottery, but I'm 20
congratulations
on the wait list.
Oh.
And I'm 28th on the women's never wait list. So I figure my chances of getting into that are probably pretty low. You never know.
I've been really curious. Like after seeing how much the Javelina wait list moved, I had no experience with a summer lottery.
I think Hard Rock's a much smaller, right? But so we'll see.
True.
But I put in for the High Lonesome 100. And that won't get pulled till January 10th. So I think I won't really know what my race calendar exactly looks like until then. But I'm kicking around a couple Aero Viper races. And then also, so last year I went and did Hemmons Mountain 50 mile.
Yeah, in New Mexico. My buddy did that one years ago. Shout out to Los Alamos.
And got stuck in an electrical hailstorm.
Yeah.
2024 was my year of like weather during races and adventures. So got pulled at mile 34. They didn't let anybody else go further. So there was a few runners that had made it past that aid station.
Yeah.
They were fine, but if you hadn't made it past that aid station, you were done, because you were then going up a ridge, which was at that point dangerous for us and the volunteers. So I'm thinking I might go back to that one too, just to kind of get my finish there.
Yeah, and when is
That's
that? Let's check that one out.
And I think
let's
this
research
year
stuff
I
for
have
people
been
out
to
there.
the Grand Canyon, done some kind of run in the Grand Canyon 4 or 5 times, so maybe even
Dude, that's awesome.
continuing to improve on that number.
Wow. Okay, so Saturday, May 10th, 2025 is the Jemez Mountain Trail Runs. And where do you start that? In Los Alamos?
It is Los Alamos. Beautiful course, very difficult climb in the middle of it.
Of course, very
Although
difficult
joke
climb.
was on
Yes.
me, I heard about how beautiful the course was, and then because of the weather, there was fog the entire day when I was running it, so there were no views. So I'll go back for the views and the finish.
That
and
is hard.
It'll all be great.
It is a beautiful area. I have several friends from that area and got invited on some really cool adventures, and just to see the mesas and the valleys and don't drive your car that way, the tunnels from the National Lab. It's gorgeous.
Absolutely.
That's awesome. I might actually.
And there goes Danella again.
There goes
past
Danella.
us, so
All
she should be
right.
coming in through the finish pretty soon.
Yeah. Okay. What is this entry registration? That is a very $150 for a
50 mile. It's
50
very
miler. That is very
grassroots
affordable.
and small.
Yeah.
And kind of community driven. Like afterwards, they all make chili and you hang out.
Oh,
in
that's
the,
awesome.
At the posse grounds. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. That's the ones I'm more drawn. Like the Aravaipa stuff is awesome, and Javelina was a fantastic experience. And the next thing I would do is something smaller, more local, and it's actually the one I'm looking at is in New Mexico around my birthday, so that would be good. First year running 13K loop. There's a 13:26 and a 52K. I met the guy volunteering in a different race, and it's like, dude, you're super cool. I will pay to. Yeah, and it's like you get a hoodie, and then I think the winner's going to get a 6-pack of beer or something like that. It's like, I will appreciate that.
Absolutely. I know I'm also interested in at some point maybe doing Plain 100, which I think it's Plain Washington, and I think it's a 100 miler. I think it costs like when I checked it was like $125. But there is no aid stations, no course marking. There's just a course map and like directions, and then the finisher award from that is you get a rock from the course.
Oh wow!
And you get one drop bag. It's like at like the 100K point.
Okay,
so that's definitely
somehow I just came across that race, and I don't even know how it was that it and but I did just recently hear about it.
It's funny how when you it's like when you get into running and you're like, oh wow, people run like 5Ks and half marathons and stuff, and then you realize that there's more beyond that. I think even within ultra, there's even in ultra, there's all different kinds of interesting things that are going on.
Yeah.
From the fixed time to the trail to like these little small...
and all the variety that you can get just within trails, Like we were talking a little bit earlier about Arizona. This is arguably the least diverse course in Arizona for any race that's out there. Concrete dirt and some outfield. But, whether you're looking for like the technical stuff in Washington for... blanking on any names of trails out in Washington and BC, like Gary Robbins' stuff, Squamish 50, like where I lived, or like some of the Canada stuff in the mountains, like the Canadian Death Race and stuff. But then Crazy Mountain in Montana is completely different, and I'm completely unfamiliar with the East Coast, but I know like Eastern States has got some challenging stuff. There's some very technical things out there, and
Eastern States was my first 100 that I did.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
I used to live in Pennsylvania. Yeah. And I met the race director, Dave, and he convinced me that I should start running ultras. So.
Yeah. And there you are. Congratulations,
and
Mitsy.
here I am.
I did it!
You did it. Awesome.
Come back.
Come back.
Here.
Yeah, come back. Come chat with us again. You did good, yeah. Do you want to tell us how it was?
You guys it was amazing.
Awesome.
Is everything... So we're talking to Mitsy, who works for Aravaipa,
Yes.
and she said her
she's
race
on
was
the other side of
amazing, but Mitsy is like, everything's always amazing for Mitsy.
You guys are so kind.
Yeah.
So, no, it was fun. Got over 20. Just
Awesome.
what I wanted. So, now it's time to party.
That's fantastic. Yeah, what are you doing for...
I don't know yet. I told you, go with the flow.
Go with the flow? Awesome.
Yeah, we'll see
Cool.
what the vibe is.
Cool. Well, congratulations. Happy New Year. Happy 2024. All the best to you in 2025. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
See
Take
ya.
care. Thank you. Yeah, wow. We got Ed the Jester. He's going for 300 milers in 5 days. Wow. That's impressive. I think if I remember the Instagram thing right, it was his 52nd, like basically one a week. I'm trying to remember the Instagram reel now.
For this.
Earlier this week.
Okay.
But that was, there they go. Everyone is off
right.
again. Let's pay attention to this. Did we
Time.
lose anybody?
It's like Groundhog Day, right?
Yeah.
Same
it just
thing
keeps
again.
going. Yeah. It's funny. The first time I came here, I had no conception of what this was other than I didn't have any plans, needed volunteers. Cool. Win.
Yeah.
And coming here and then seeing, on the old course, it was a 1 mile loop. So having people come here 15 minutes, it got to a point where you're like, I don't know what to do because I keep seeing you and waving, but this is just getting kind of weird because every 10 minutes I'm waving and smiling.
Yeah.
Am I supposed to do that? Am I supposed to high five? We had the whiteboard up with the free high five sign yesterday and got some engagement.
Nice. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I know I had crewed Danella one of the races that we have out at Nardini Manor, which is a 500-meter loop. So you see them even more often.
Oh, God.
And she kind of had some struggles early in the race, and she was like hitting her groove towards the end of the race. And so every time she came around, I would say, "Good job, Danella," and she would say, "Thank you." And then a few minutes later, I would see her and I'd say, "Good job, Danella," and she would say, "Thank you."
Wow, yeah, that. Hi, Patty. Happy New Year. We're all waving Happy New Year to Patty Curry, a huge fixture here at the Air Viper races. Patty does a great job with the aid stations and always cooking for people.
Yeah.
Sending a text to my mom that she can watch me live on TV. Anyone you need to text that needs a link so you can watch. It's kind of neat that I'm watching myself on my laptop and I can also see myself there, but they're slightly out of sync. Oh, we're about 20 seconds behind. Oh, that's good to know.
That is good to know.
Wow. Jackpot Ultra is the site of the USATF 100 Road Championships. Where are the 100 trial champions now that Brazos has given up their USATF event? I have absolutely no idea. Don't know. The one thing I did hear, my buddy was, buddy Ryan. Big shout out to Ryan. Thank you for hosting me the last few days. He was on the deaf Olympic team and was just telling me that he did the Masters Cross Country Championships in Tacoma like early in December. But all that I know about that, Feed the Cat, is that the USATF website is not user-friendly. And that is the extent of my awareness of any of these
And I do know that
events.
Fat Ox was a USATF event this year as well, but
Okay.
I'm not sure. I don't want to be quoted as saying that it was the championship.
Yeah, and I was...
But it was a USATF event, and those in the USATF race, one of the things that they noted was that you could not use headphones in that race, which definitely changes the vibe for, right, for if you're doing 100 miles or you're doing a 24-hour race, right? It can seem all that much longer if you don't have any music and it's just the thoughts in your head.
Yeah.
Which can sometimes be entertaining.
It can go either way depending on what's happening.
Yeah.
I know there are days where I want to just go and do an hour and a half with nothing, and there are days where I want to podcast and other stuff. So it is a thing. Huh. Chris Warden. Thanks, Chris Warden, for chiming in. Fat Ox is the 24-hour.
Okay. Oh, so
Cool.
I was right.
Good to know. You were correct. Yeah, I was
Thank
about to
you
say
for
I was
confirming.
at a race in Utah, and it was the Utah USATF 50K championship or something. I just got confused by it, and it's But thank you everyone for chiming in. So yeah, we're at 23. So I got everyone's been on the course for 3 minutes now. They've been on this loop. You can see we got Hannah dancing in the background there, or is that Jen? That's Hannah.
That is Jen.
That is Jen. That was Jen. Okay.
Javelina shirt. I
and
know
the Javelina shirt. Yeah, those are very beautiful shirts that Jubilee
they
got for
are.
the staff this year.
I was lucky enough to be staff adjacent and get one.
Oh, nice. That is
So it is
fantastic.
hanging in my closet for special occasions.
Yeah. No, there was some nice stuff at Javelina this year. The different shirts and
absolutely.
things and.
And actually,
that,
fun
so-
fact: the drawings on those shirts were designed by Jubilee's sister, who does graphic design.
Oh wow, that's really cool. Do you think we'll see Jubilee here
I have no
this
clue.
year? I have no idea. I know she's got I'll see her at Black Canyon.
She
Then
is-
for anyone who doesn't know, we're talking about Jubilee Page, the race director for Javelina 100, Black Canyon,
and Whiskey Basin.
Whiskey
as
Basin.
Well.
Yeah, she has a fantastic job putting stuff on. I've also seen her out doing photography for some of the races. So yeah, she has an amazing job. Big thank you for being out there. Thanks, Chris. That was Chris Warden. If anybody just saw, he was commenting on the live chat. He just walked into the aid station. Does a lot for Air Vipa. He's the live stream guy pretty much. I know he is signed up for tomorrow. I think at 11 or noon he starts doing that. So he'll be here doing his commentary thing. Did a great job at Javelina. He was there a lot. Saw him a lot. And he's doing Western States this year. So congratulations, Chris, for your Western States entry. I hope you have a fantastic experience out there.
And also his son, who is in high school, finished his first 100 miler
Oh, he
today.
finished. Oh,
He
that's
got
great.
He
Okay.
got his 100-mile buckle.
That is fantastic.
I told him that he should wear it to school because I am sure that no one else will have that.
Yes. Yes.
Big flex.
Big flex. Yeah. Wow, that is great. Oh, there we go. Oh, lights just turned on. Wow, that's great. Oh, Chris. Sure. Thank you. Ah. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, Dave, thank you for being at Javelina. I watched the part where you cheer for me, so you can see I'm not paying attention, but hey, thanks, dude. All right, and Chris just brought pizza, so thank you, Chris. Now I can have some food. Yeah, we got.
Everybody watches out for each other.
Yeah, like we said, it's a community thing, so
Absolutely.
thanks for doing that. We got definitely looks like the course is not as busy as it was earlier.
And I think sometimes,
I know.
like, right, if you're doing a multi-day thing, like, again, there's probably ebbs and flows to when you're going to be out on the course and when you're going to take those breaks to make sure you can keep going. And I think, like, right about now, right, is a good time to take a break, eat some food, get a shower, and then probably those early morning hours, right, like that 2 a.m.-ish time frame is a time when it's really hard to keep moving out there and a great time to get a little bit of rest.
Yeah, and it definitely, like, from being in the camper in the RV area the last couple of years while I've been here doing the thing, it definitely quiets down, and it's nice. I mean, granted, tonight will be a little different because there will be firecrackers going off all night, but otherwise, like, you might think, hey, I'm coming to Phoenix and trying to sleep at some of this. That could be hard, but you're tired, and it really isn't as noisy as one might think for a city of 6 million, 8 million, a lot of people. It surprised me how it's noisier other places I've been that are smaller.
Right, absolutely. And I think we're a little set back into a neighborhood here, so it's a really nice, it's a nice spot to be at.
Good pizza, by the way. Okay, so we're at 7 minutes on this lap. We've only lost to 2 people, so there's still 24 going strong. We're in ultra marathon territory now.
It'll be interesting to see as the night goes on and things get later and people get tired how that'll kind of affect. Because the interesting thing about the last person standing thing, right, is it's like if you're doing 100 or you're doing a fixed time event, you can have time for something to go wrong and you can take a little break and you can kind of do a reset. Whereas when you're doing the last person standing, you don't. Oh, and for those asking, we are seeing Ed is just going past in front of us, so you should see him through the start finish area very shortly. But yeah, you don't really have a lot of room for mistakes. So one small mistake that might not derail you in a normal race can very easily derail you in a last person standing race.
Yeah.
Which is kind of the challenge of the format.
Yeah, it's like something as simple as treating a blister could be the difference between do you make it back out before or not.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so there goes
quite
Ed
the
in
challenge.
the Santa hat instead of the jester hat today.
Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, Santa Claus is back in town.
Seasonally appropriate.
Yeah. I was going to say, I saw a bunch of... it was earlier on the course, and I was walking with Nicole. There was somebody picking up... I guess there were decorations somewhere, and they're like Christmas trees leaving wherever they were decorated to go find a new home, possibly in the dump. But it is neat for me not being an Arizona person to be like, whoa, the people like put Santa hats on their cactuses and stuff like that. It's kind of cool. And, all the inflatable, inflatable everythings you can get now, but they all stay up because it's going to be 50 to 70 degrees and sunny. They're not deflated at night because it could snow on them and crush them.
Yeah, absolutely. And you don't need to worry about taking down your Christmas decorations in the cold and the snow. You can take them down whenever, and the weather will be nice, right? Yeah.
Yeah, frozen everything. I guess we're it's still only 6, so what, 2 hours? So it's 8:30 on the East Coast?
Yeah.
Right now-ish, yeah.
It is.
Still.
We are too.
Still not. We did get it.
We haven't even made East Coast New Year's Eve yet.
Yeah, only Australia New Year's Eve, which was nice. I was like, is anybody else in the chat commented on what's happening? Got another question. Why did ATY leave Camelback? That is a great question. I do not know the answer to that.
I actually do know the answer to that. So it was just that Camelback took on a Lights Festival event that lasts through the entire month of December. So it was something, taking on that event was more lucrative for them, and they couldn't then give us the week that we needed for across the years. And then I think, as Air looked around, like, this was actually too a really great event event facility as far as like there's a kitchen there's pavement, there's like actual bathrooms, which is really nice for the runners, right? The store is inside. There's a place inside for the runners to sit and warm up. So it has a lot of nice amenities that I think Aravaipa will probably want to stay here, but it was just a matter of they couldn't accommodate both events.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And I will agree. I like this facility better. Just have the access to being able to wash your hands or wash your face somewhere, whether you're running, crewing, volunteering. Porta potties are great, but they get old.
They do.
We shall say
And full.
They get full. There is a lot of maintenance that goes on for all of the porta potties. I know just from sitting at my friend's tent where they're set up in the RV area. I've probably been here 4 hours, and 5 times I've seen Aravaipa staff out checking the trash, checking for toilet paper. Like, it's something you may not think about, but it is critically important and something that is always considered. Even those little, what do you call them? Like Glade air freshener deals that get put in there. It's just the little touches because, there's a lot of people using toilets, or there's just a lot of fluids going into them. So to have the option to flush and to access the showers. Oh, wow.
Just had
12-minute mile. Or, I mean, not mile.
lap
12-minute
again.
loop.
Yeah, so she is still
doing pretty good.
cranking along.
Hello, Chuck from Maryland. Thank you very much. And thanks for being out here, spending some of your time on New Year's Eve. Wishing you a happy 2025. And yeah, with that coming through there, we've got this is the 20th loop that people have completed, and we've got our leaders at 28.2 miles so far. So definitely trucking along and everything here.
And there's potential for it to go much longer, right? Because I believe the women's course record for the last person standing is a little over 136 miles. Maya has that record.
Yeah,
and then I think the men's was a little over 140. So, if we have a record-setting year, we could definitely be here for another full 24 hours at least.
Oh my gosh, yeah. What did I say? We're at 26, and that's, what are we at, 6.5 hours?
Yeah.
So it will be a while if they keep going.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where are we here? So how do
Hopefully they'll all be done by Friday morning, as that's when breakdown starts to happen. Yeah. But
well,
I suppose we could work around them.
Race is done.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good question. What would happen in that case if they're still going? Do you continue going? And
I mean, at that point, so if they started at noon and today is Tuesday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thursday. So that would be
Friday?
We would be at what, like 60 hours, I think, something like that.
Something like that?
Yeah.
6 hours, 180 miles. It's not.
It's
within the realm of possibility with what we've seen other people.
I don't know what would happen. I think that isn't. There was a year that Big's Backyard ended because one of the guys that was competing had a flight that he needed to make and realized that if he continued, he would miss his flight home. So he bowed out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So for course records, we have 140.39 miles by Paul Nielsen at age 61. Way to go, Paul.
Absolutely.
Paul crushed it. And for women, Maya Detmer, who was here earlier doing live stream, 136.639.
Yeah.
And wow, just 2 women have crossed the 100-mile mark in any of the races. We got looks like a handful, 8 or so men. So yeah, it does take a toll on your body, and we're on concrete for this. It's not the 24-hour championships on a track or anything.
Yeah. And one of the other interesting things, right, about the last person standing is that you can only go one more loop after the second to the last person has stopped. So you kind of want whoever it is that's running with you. You want them to keep going as long as possible if you're looking to set a mileage record, and then drop out one more lap before you have to, right?
Yes.
Like is the ideal world, but it's kind of that balance of like you want them to keep going, and you also would love them to stop so that you can stop.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I remember there was a couple people, I think it was the first year, 2 years ago, when I was at it, and the people had made their decision they're going to stop, but everyone would go to there were people that would go to the start line, look like they were going to start, and then let everyone else go and then walk away.
Yeah.
So I'm curious if we'll see that here. We got 4 minutes before the next loop is going to begin. And yeah, thanks again to Mountain to Coast shoes. It's right there on the screen. Yeah, Peoria Sports Complex, across the years, Aravaipa. Who are the other sponsors? Gnarly Hydration, which is great. I just got my stuff. I should go get some. I'll get some more after. I got a lot of people just chatting away in here, which is fantastic to see. Different people doing different paces and everything there. We got some more people in the live stream going to do their first ATY. Thank you for coming out here. Get some good weather, most likely. That's a good question, Feed the Cat. I know there was dedicated RV parking. There's a dedicated RV parking area, and there was dedicated traffic attendants and staff for setup day. That's great.
What was the question?
Bringing an RV to the race next year, is there a crush to get a good spot along the main runner's alley? I do not know the answer to that, but I know that there is parking on both sides of the course.
Yeah, it did not seem like it was like. I guess it depends on what you consider a crush. Like compared to Javelina, it was very
compared to Javelina, it was very, very calm.
But you would probably want to get here earlier in the registration day rather than later. But it's not like there's lines outside of the parking lot.
And to some degree too, this race is a little different because there's registration every day.
Right.
You're not everybody is starting at the same time, so there would be some dependence. Like I know, being here yesterday, there were some trailers here that were here yesterday that are not here today because maybe your 72 hours is done, your 24, whatever you're doing. So there has been some ebb and flow, and there would be room to park new vehicles in there now. And that was the case at the old course too, of people pulling up and heading out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Doing things, and especially being over New Year's and New Year's in the middle of the week, there's a lot of flux in things. It's been just different. My mind is all over the place with what day it is and everything. So like, okay, it's Sunday. No, it's not Sunday. But driving here today from where I was, there are people that are working today because it's a Tuesday, but it's also kind of a Sunday, and I don't know what's happening. And there's a bowl game in town, and the freeway is trapped.
Yeah. Earlier, somebody was coming. One of our crew members went out to like pick up some stuff from in the shopping area, and they came back and they're like, "Wow, it's busy." I'm like, "Yeah, it usually is busy on a." And then I was like, wait, what day is this?
Yeah.
Maybe it's not usually busy on this day.
Yeah, it was weird. After a couple days of having very limited traffic and flowing everywhere, I was like, what is this stop dead on the freeway right now?
Yeah.
This is not the 27 minutes it told me, Siri.
Right.
But got over it. And thank you. Happy New Year.
You too.
Yeah, so we definitely getting more people. I see some headlamps coming out now and waist lights coming on. I mean, this is a great chance to any gear that you haven't used to practice with. Especially it seems, at least looking at it at the moment. We've got our, we got 30 seconds ish till we go for the next loop. But there's
them all starting to filter out.
We've got people down to bare skin, and we've got people fully clothed for winter trekking right now. So it is pretty cool. I mean, this is a great place to be able to try out some of your stuff, try layering, going overnight. And they are off.
And I love the lining up at the front of the corral too. I think, with the last person standing, it's a lot of mind games, and that even when you're in that spot where you're hurting, which not that anyone's at that spot now, but when you get to that point where you're hurting, the best thing you can do for yourself is to pretend that you're not and hope that the other person thinks that they think that they're hurting worse.
Yes.
I remember one year at Biggs, Courtney DeWalter came into the corral very late into the race and dropped down into like a low squat to stretch. And that she did that just to like be like, oh, I'm totally fine and flexible at this point. I'm not sore.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So there's, our friend Mitsy. There's a white Air Viper staff jacket. That's Mitsy sitting there. She joined us earlier, so congratulations to Mitsy. There's the race director, John, walking to the start-finish line with some pizza.
Yes.
Wish it was easier
Race
to...
directors need to eat too.
Yeah, apparently they do. Yeah, he did, and he did great. Congratulations to John for his Javelina 100 finish. I spent a good chunk of my day walking or jogging along with John. That was super fun. And we did in Western States as well. So good vibes to you out there. Hope Western goes fantastic, John. He won the volunteer lottery for that one. So just so people know, like when the lotteries happen, like you can win the things. I did Javelina this year. I went to the holiday party and won the holiday party entry. So, please, if you get a chance to support the local community, the races, your friends, like go out to these things because there are great prizes. And I know Scott Traer and Callie Vincent are two local Phoenix area run coaches. They have a mug club.
Yes, it just happened.
Then it was the 1 year anniversary. I missed that. I was like, oh, we have plans. I do a Christmas Eve-ish loop every year with my buddy, and it was that day. I was like, no, I want to go and do this free coffee. If I drive to McDowell, coffee, and like that's. I mean, there are incentives to things, and they gave away a bunch of stuff. I saw there were ultimate direction packs and things. So it is great to see people out here. I know Callie set a FKT last year.
Yes,
Maricopa
I actually
Trail.
faced Callie during
during
FKT.
that. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, on Thanksgiving night.
Okay.
So Thursday into Friday, I went out and paced her for a part of that, and then went and worked Black Friday at my job. So
oh wow,
it was great ultra training.
Yeah. Wow, I haven't seen too many. Do you think we'll see Jamil today?
I don't know.
He was around. Okay, I feel like he would have been here earlier today.
Oh, that's right. I did see him earlier. He was marking the corral for the last person standing, but he did have on a mask, so I assumed that he was maybe not at his peak.
Okay. Well, Happy New Year, Jamil, and we hope you get well soon, and maybe we'll see you all tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. It is that time of year where everybody's sharing all the germs at the parties and.
Yeah, and busiest airport days and stuff, and seeing some of those things like, oh, I'm so glad I'm not flying or doing anything revolving around an airport right now. No, thank you. I
actually swear by my, I have fire cider that I drink for.
Oh, yeah, that stuff is awesome.
Yeah, and I make it at home, and I have not gotten, knock on wood, I have not gotten ill since I started using it, so.
That is great.
And people are like, does it work or you just think it works? And I said, well, if I think it works and it works, then it's the same difference.
Yes. All right. And it.
Fire cider? So it is my recipe that I use. I think there's different recipes. It is half an onion, 2 cloves of garlic, a chunk of ginger, and a hot pepper. You chop it all up. You put it in a mason jar, and then you fill it half with apple cider vinegar and half with water. You let it sit for like 5 days, and then you take 1 tablespoon a day. 4 to 5 days. Yeah. And then you take like 1 tablespoon a day. And as it like goes down, you can just add more liquid to it and keep using it. And I use it throughout the winter, and then make a new batch for the next winter when that comes around. It does not taste good. It tastes like apple cider vinegar with hot peppers in it. But I like to use habanero, but it depends. Then it's not pleasant when you're taking it. But if you can handle 1 tablespoon of unpleasantness, then you avoid getting sick. So I feel like the trade-off is worth it.
Yeah.
Oil of oregano.
That's good. Doing it as a shot. I don't know if I will do it like as a shot, but I don't know if I'd want to put it in apple cider vinegar. If I can just go boom, go. Because I've actually drank.
But if it's only a tablespoon, you can do it like a shot.
No, I've drank it. I've used it as
Yeah.
Yeah, it's intense. I used to make.
For those that couldn't hear, we had the suggestion to add a drop of oil of oregano to each of those fire cider shots.
Yes. It doesn't taste great. I like fire cider. I had a friend in naturopath school gave me some. I started making it. Like I would use it as salad dressing and stuff. Okay. But I guess it's what's your relative spice tolerance or is it astringent? It's not. It's like a kind of bitter, kind of acidic. It will definitely open your sinuses.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
But it is great for you. So I have used.
When my
used that a
children were
lot.
younger, one of them the one time coughed, and I heard the other one go, "Oh my gosh, don't cough, Mom will make you drink that stuff."
Wow. Okay, so it must work then. If kids hate it, like there's what is it? It's a brand of cough candy back in Canada, and their whole tagline is like Buckley's tastes awful, but it works.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
It's
pretty
good
true.
for ya.
Yeah. And yes, cheers to feeling better soon, Jamil. Checking out the live stream here. Questions about belt buckles. Is Jubilee still involved in ATY? I do not know the answer to that question.
I don't, I think that Jubilee, I think maybe
I think
peripherally,
no,
but
yeah.
like because Javelina and Black Canyon
Javelina's
especially
huge.
have grown to such big events, I think, most of her time is focused on that. It was interesting when I was at Mogollon, there was somebody that had come in from out of state and was asking, well, like, does Jamil no longer own Aravaipa? And I said, no, he still does. And they said, well, he didn't, like, he wasn't at the start of the race. And I think it's grown to such a large number of races that I think, I think like Jubilee and Jamil were kind of like they were here at the start, right? Or close to the start. And I think people know them, but they just can't be involved in all of the events anymore.
Yes, there are so many things going on. Live stream is such a huge thing for these races, let alone the other races happening.
Absolutely.
Plus all of the setup, plus all that you cannot know everything that's going on.
It's
Unless maybe Mike knows everything. Happy New Year, Mike. Cool. And I know people are asking, it is New Year's. This is the link for the Javelina 100 sign up. That
perfect.
link I just posted there, Greg Verrigan, it will send you directly to the Javelina 100 entry page or registration page in 5 hours and 12 minutes. So anybody who's on the fence about that, you got 5 hours and 12 minutes to decide. And man, is there a way we can like set up some kind of raffle or bet on when it will sell out? Yeah, like we did this for hockey games and stuff. Sort of in Canada, and hockey's a thing, but you make this little like big tic-tac-toe board, and then you do the scores, like you do the time. So say 12, 1 to 10, 10 to 20, and you pick a square, and it's X amount of money per square. But if you get the winning square,
then
you
get
win
the money.
a bunch of money.
Yeah,
I guess as
I do believe, I could be misquoting this, but I think last year the 100 miler I think sold out in like 24 hours.
It was
very
I'm pretty
fast.
sure less than a day.
And the other races, because there's the 100K and then there's the Jackass where you just do one loop. I think those took a little longer, but the 100 miles sells out really quickly, especially now that it's a golden ticket race, so people want to be able to do that. Yeah. So that is something to point out. Is like people are asking, is Jubilee involved in this? But like, so she does Javelina and she does Black Canyon, both of which are golden ticket races for Aravaipa.
Yeah.
Right? So she's definitely involved in some of the races that take a little bit more planning and expertise.
Yeah. And here we go. Yeah. Thank you for commenting, Jamil, and answering the questions that I don't know the answer to. This is wonderful that we can look at all the things we're multitasking at right now. And we're getting up, so we're at 9:18 for this loop, so we should be seeing Stephanie come through, or I would imagine Stephanie, since he's been at the front for quite a while. Again, we'll be hitting 28.2, so 29.6 miles after this loop. People are still looking pretty good. Like I said, we've only dropped 2 people since the start. Oh, possibly 3? I'm not sure. The tracker, there may be an issue with the tracker on Brandon Wheeler
so it
there.
looks like he's still at 19.
Yeah,
I don't know though. I think
it's
it
hard
might
to say.
not drop him out until everybody else completes the next loop. I'm
yeah,
not sure how that works with the DNF, because
question.
just like with Aaron, we knew that he had dropped.
Yes.
But he didn't show up as a drop immediately. So
Yeah, I guess that is a unique perspective we have of all the stuff happening in the background here, getting a little bit of extra commentary. Javelina 100 will sell out. Yes. Chris, I would bet that Javelina sells out tomorrow.
yes.
Because, I want to say it was
think
like
that is
600 or so people by the time I walked the 1 mile loop at Camelback last year. It was
just becomes
mind-boggling.
And I think, too, it's one of those races where there are definitely a good contingent of people that want to do it every year, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
and get that
It's-
experience.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great race. You've got an aid station roughly every 5 miles, averaging out 5.5. A little shorter, a little longer. Great course. I mean, it's Aerovite puts it on. It's fantastic. The aid stations are great, and it's very easy to have a crew at.
Yeah.
It's all central. It's loops, so
Yeah, absolutely.
it goes on.
I have-
Highly recommend if you
I have
haven't
never
done it.
raced Javelina, but I have crewed and paced there multiple times, and it is it's a lot of fun to go as a crew.
Yeah. Would you run it this year?
As
You
a
have 5
race?
hours to think about it.
No,
No.
no.
I'm not going to
It's
sell
just
you on it.
it's I again, like we were saying, like there's so many different types of races in ultra running. So I am more on like the Mogollon hard rock,
Yeah.
right? That end of things. Javelina just I don't really want to run fast loops.
Fair.
Which is,
Yeah.
and I know that I can only run so many races every year based on my time and my legs abilities. So
Yeah.
I choose wisely which ones I really want to be at. So,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, never say never, but I would
Yeah.
be surprised to see me at the start line.
Okay. Yeah, and the timing makes it an interesting one too, being in October and
Right.
sort of, is it the last one? I don't know for sure, but the last Western States qualifier
Actually,
of
it's
the year
first
for when they
first
finish
one.
it? Is that it? First or last? I don't know enough of Western States.
Oh, maybe not. I'm sorry. It's the first golden ticket race because then the
Golden
other
ticket,
golden
oh.
ticket races are in the beginning of the year.
Right.
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 I don't know about
but
the
for
qualifier,
getting the
maybe.
entry, I feel like if it's not the last one, it's somewhere near the last
Yeah,
ones
no,
of like
I think you're
2024
correct.
being there's not much else in December
Yeah.
that's a 100-miler to get that. So yeah, if you're thinking about it, this is your sign to do it at 6:52:43. You should go and sign up for Javelina and see if I can
Yeah.
win the bet that I made with myself that it will sell out tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now that we've said it here on this live stream with
like
all of
it's
these people
going
watching
the
us,
way
it's
everything else is
definitely
happening.
going
Like
to-
if we say firecrackers, it's supposed to be a firecracker go off, but it's apparently not working right now. But that's okay. And yeah, we're getting close here. People are going to come back in. Definitely getting colder. That's what I looked at a second ago. I was just see what the temperature is. Okay, the TV says 37% humidity, 7-mile-an-hour winds. That's enough to be noticeable.
Yeah, we are kind of like in this area where we're at. We're kind of like sheltered from all
I'm
the
sheltered.
wind.
Yeah,
so it's
I'm cold and
hard to
shivering,
tell.
but I am sheltered
Yeah.
from the wind. Okay,
And 60.9.
that's okay. That Siri agrees. Siri says Peoria 60 degrees. So, thank you for being somewhat accurate, Siri. And yeah, we've got a few more runners coming in through. Haven't seen anyone yet in last person standing, but this is about the time they've been coming through. Oh, I somehow closed. Okay, there's number one. I haven't figured out who's having the
The
birthday yet
birthday
today.
girl whose tiara is now lit up, so we should see
Wow.
her come across very soon.
That must have cost extra. Okay.
So does that mean that we did not see Stephanie then?
Not yet. Oh, wait. What happened to my tabs? Oh, I'm trying a computer with a thumb that's still not working. Let's use the thumb that works. There we go.
So the
Stephanie
birthday girl
Stephanie
is
came
in-
through and I missed it.
Okay.
So who is
So
birthday?
the birthday girl must be
Jennifer?
Jennifer then? Is that right?
Come on, refresh. I'm just going to keep hitting refresh so we can figure out and officially wish our birthday person happy birthday. You can do it. You can do it. I'm paying Visible $25 a month. You can totally do it. Maybe. All right, yeah, nobody. We're still not sure about Brandon. What's happening with him? Ooh, we got Barracuda playing in the background.
We do.
It's a pretty neat deal. It's been quite some time since we heard any firecrackers. And we got Julian's out there measuring stuff. Thanks, Julian, for
Making
measuring
sure.
something. There goes Chris. Thanks, Chris. Chris Warden again. Don't mind me doing my best not to holler into the microphone. Okay, well, for whatever reason, I am not able to get that update, but we'll be able to know fairly soon. Emily is our birthday.
Emily.
So we can now officially say happy birthday, Emily.
Yes.
And Okay,
Nice
there's
to-
Chris Warden just walking through the start-finish line. Big shout out to Chris. I know he puts on he organizes the group Wednesday night group runs.
I believe so. And I
anyone
think he
in
oversees
Phoenix?
kind of all of them.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, if anyone's in Phoenix, or especially like if you're watching this, you're coming out for work or anything, and lucky enough to be, leaving where you are and coming to Phoenix over the winter, there is a group run on Monday nights in South Mountain, a little bit south of the airport in Phoenix, and then on Wednesday nights, generally Papago, don't quote me on that, a little bit north of the airport. So, there are options to connect with the community and run. There's a great, vibrant Facebook community for Aravaipa, Arizona, as well as I know there's a Colorado one. I think
Colorado,
Kirsten runs that one now. So Happy New Year, Kirsten, if you're out there. That one's out of Colorado Springs. And I think someone said Jason is the Colorado race director, was at the start finish somewhere over there. I saw him walk by a little while ago.
So
Okay.
he was definitely around.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got. Okay, there
And
we go.
there
There's a
comes
runner.
Danella coming
She's
in
looking
again.
good.
Yeah.
She looks
consistent
warm.
at
Very
those
consistent. Yeah, 16 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's like 10-minute mile roughly.
Yeah.
Very quick math.
Ish.
Yeah, I mean,
It's-
yeah.
It's runner math. It's close
Yeah,
enough.
yeah, good enough. Yeah, at some point you stop there, like, it's how far? Who cares? It's 3 miles to the next aid station. Just walk.
Right.
Yeah, there we go. So yeah, it looks nice and cozy. I can't tell if that propane heater's on, but I mean, no one looks cold except the crew.
The one in the background is, so.
In the background. Oh yeah,
Getting
there
to
we
be
go.
That time.
Yeah, well, that's not the one by your tent though,
it's
so
not.
you might have to.
I know. Well, I
You
was
go
gonna
move
say,
people's
Greg,
stuff. Is there
it
an
might be a-
etiquette about crew space? Can you like encroach on people's things, or
I mean, I think it's ultra running, so I think we're all willing to share.
everybody's
and
everybody else's?
move around
and-
each other. Maybe as people get sweatier and stinkier, we'll want to
Yeah,
be farther away from
reassess
them.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, I think I might need to bow out from the live stream for a
Oh.
little while and go.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go
check
take
in on my
go
coaching
take care
and
of your
crewing
runner. Yeah.
duties. Maybe get some
Yeah.
caffeine to make sure.
Oh
I
yeah.
make
Good
it through the
plan.
night.
Good plan. Get some water. Stay
Um,
hydrated. That is important.
Absolutely.
We
I
are
brought
in the
my
desert.
water bottle with me, so I'll take that as I go.
Oh, you
Thank
got your
you.
new Phoenix rugby sticker.
Oh,
on
I
there,
do.
Too. Oh, and you've been to Beaver, Utah. I did
I have
not
been
stop
to
there
Beaver,
on the drop
Utah.
down.
Yes, and squirrel's nut butter.
Hey, yeah, thanks for
little-
Chris. I don't
little
know if they're a
plug
sponsor,
out
but I know
there.
they're a big Aravaipa sponsor.
They
So,
are.
Chris, if you're out there watching this, thanks for
Absolutely.
all that you do. We'll see you at
And I mean,
Bumblebee.
I'm sure have saved many runners during this 6-day event. So.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thanks for joining us,
Yeah,
Des. Thanks for coming to hang out with me. So
Yeah.
I'm not talking to
Thank you.
the TV all by
I'll see if I can
myself.
find you more friends.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Jason Gerhardt is out there. Thank you, Jamil. And thanks, Chris. Yeah, Wednesday nights between Papago, Somo, and Phoenix Mountain Preserve. And thanks, Run Windsor, for joining us. If we get a chance to pass on to Nick, you don't like the strategy, we'll do our best. No promises that anything will change, but that information can be relayed along. So we got about a minute and a half with everybody coming in here. I want to say thank you again to Mount to Coast. I don't know why I want to say other stuff for being a sponsor. Squirrel's Nut Butter, Gnarly. Got a lot of people trotting through right now. Looks like there's still some pizza over in the aid station, and we've got about a minute until the next loop goes out. And what else have we got going on here right now? Yeah, it's getting a little chillier. Still a nice, beautiful New Year's Eve. Still 60 degrees, so lots of people are switching. Looks like most of our last person runners are still sticking with the clothes that they've got. I haven't seen too many changes yet. There's Jason out there. So yeah, Aravaipa, Colorado. Check out the Aravaipa events in Colorado. There's some great mountain runs, some cool stuff down in Colorado Springs. I know Ram Party will be coming up in April. Yeah, a lot of cool stuff I'm interested in. So maybe you'll see me out there at one of those ones. That would be pretty awesome. But okay, looks like we're all getting start here. So let's take a look. 2, 1. All right, they are off. And just looking at the tracker, I'm going to put the link to the race tracker in the chat right now. It's hard to tell if we... Oh, okay, it's already there. Cool. Yeah, it's hard to tell if we've lost a couple runners or haven't lost a couple runners right now. We'll try a refreshing. Nick. Okay, Nick did come in with 1 minute and 13 seconds to spare. Tom came in with a little bit. Looks like Brandon, his tracker at least hasn't popped up for the last little bit. So there we are.
I'm laughing because I
Hello.
run
Oh, you run Windsor? Oh, you're texting me from right over there?
from in there.
Oh, you want to come and sit? Come say hi. Tell us about Run Windsor. All I know is it's a screen. We got Chuck talking to me. Jamil's here.
Hello.
Yeah, what's your name?
Mandy.
Mandy, pleasure. Greggy. Nice
Greggy,
to meet
good to meet you.
What is Run, like Windsor, Ontario?
Windsor, Colorado.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Front Range, nice.
Yeah, just
Okay.
near Fort Collins.
Okay, yeah.
I was just laughing because we're in there, and
You're in there, yeah?
earlier my marketing team back home was commenting, and then I just got onto
Oh,
YouTube and
okay,
commented.
yeah.
And I'm trying to tell Nick his strategy of coming
Strategy
in
sucks.
with 1 minute to spare. It's fantastic
Yeah.
for him, but it's stressing me out
Oh,
because
okay.
I'm like, hey, 1 minute.
Yeah,
But
come
I
on,
think
dude.
I think
Let's
it's
go.
working for him though.
Yeah, I mean, he's
Yeah.
doing pretty good.
Yeah,
Looks
he
like
is.
we're only down, well, it's hard to tell what's happening here. I don't know who Brandon is to know if he's still in or not, but we're only down 2.
I think Brandon is out.
Brandon's out, okay.
There are 3 outs on the board
There's
out
3
there.
outs. Okay, so
I
that
haven't
would
paid
be we're
attention
down
to
to
names.
23. It's hard and it's getting dark, so
Yeah.
figuring out who's who and doing what out there.
Yeah, I'm also in there playing Uno with my kids. The kids that you guys were
right.
talking about earlier. I don't know if you were on.
Were you here 2 days ago? Your mom and your son, I think, was doing it. Jen interviewed you.
Yeah, she interviewed
Yes.
me.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
I caught part of that.
Yeah, we've been here since Friday night, so we are
Wow.
here for the long haul. We've all
Yeah.
run a race, but the kids ran the 20 or the 6-hour race. One did 20
Yeah.
miles, the other one did 17.
That's fantastic.
And earlier on the show, you guys were asking how far they've ever run, and it was
Yes.
10Ks the furthest ever.
10 cases, so they both did roughly double, if
yeah.
not more. Mm-hmm. That's fantastic.
It was really cool. I think it was that, so obviously we're race directors, they're
Yeah.
around the environment all the time, but being immersed in the community for days on end, I think that was the kicker. It was like, sure, I can run 20 miles if we watch people run day and night, day and night, day and night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. And
Yeah.
are you set up here with an RV, or are you going
Yep.
back and forth to a hotel
No,
or
we've got an
something?
RV out in the parking lot, super cozy, and this was supposed to be our vacation from finishing up 12 races a year that we direct, but it's clearly
Wow.
not a vacation. I'm really tired. I'm 20
Yeah.
miles away, I think 20ish from finishing my 100.
Oh,
So I've
that's-
got work to do
Yeah.
tonight too.
Hold on, let's find
Well,
out.
let's verify because I
Let's
actually don't know.
verify
My
that.
Garmin died.
Okay, which are you doing, the 100-miler?
The 100.
Okay, and is it Mandy that you're signed
Yes.
up as?
Mandy Mullen.
Mandy
There we are.
Mullen,
We're-
74.7.
Okay.
So
26.
I am not going to attempt to do the 1.4 math.
26.
20.3, 25.3 miles till you're done. Hold on. That's why I have a calculator on my phone. 25.3 over 1.4. 18 loops.
18 loops.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can do it.
Yeah, so I'll try to crew Nick and get him fed and watered, and then also run
Yeah.
18 loops.
Yeah, you can do it.
Stay tuned.
You can do it. This
Yeah.
is awesome.
Yeah.
And what made you pick? This is your first time out here?
It is. Yeah, we had some friends coming out. He wanted to pick a big race for the end of the year and had some friends that were
Yeah.
coming to do it. So we just thought we would join along, and
Oh, fantastic.
yeah, we really love it. We put on a couple of ultra events and cross state relay races.
Okay.
And so we love coming to other events, but we also
Yeah.
love to get ideas about
Yeah,
what
good
works
idea.
and-
Aid stations, how's everything
Yeah.
working and things. Wow.
Yeah, and to support obviously
Yeah.
other race directors. Like,
Yeah.
it's a grueling occupation that
Yeah, it doesn't
is a
always
labor,
have
is a labor of
very
love.
labor intensive, and you don't always get the kudos and things.
No.
I'm sure that can be a challenge for events and angry patrons and
Yeah.
whatnot. So.
Yeah, but the running community is cool. I mean, especially here, it's just everyone's great, and
Yeah.
it's a
Yeah. And what made you
No
pick ATY in particular?
it probably was because it fit in with our schedule of
Yeah.
directing races and
Uh-huh.
and all of the races that we were running this year. It was just a good culmination. It was a family vacation.
Okay.
Our kids are used to vacationing to either race direct or to run. So it was like, if we can go to Arizona and drive
Mm-hmm. Oh,
far. But I think the appeal was that we could camp and stay here on site, and
Yeah.
knew that there'd be other families here, and just a cool way to end the year. And that we followed Arabica for years and have never been able to participate in any races.
Oh,
So
yeah. And this timing is perfect.
yeah,
And-
we just needed to get out to the community. And
Yeah.
I met Corinne at the U.S. Trail Running Conference and got to know
Oh,
her.
cool.
And just
Yeah.
hear her, the passion she hears, and just watching everything you guys do.
Yeah.
So
Wow, that's fantastic. Well,
Yeah.
thanks for coming.
we're excited
And
to be here.
how long are you here? Like, are you staying for the whole race? Are you doing like, there is a trail race coming up on Saturday?
Yeah,
you could
no,
hop
we
into
gotta,
that.
No, we gotta go. Like, that's enough. We've
but
signed
also,
up for
Colorado's
4
a decent
events.
drive, so.
Yeah, Colorado's a decent drive. Nick's in the Colorado Air National Guard, and he's probably
Oh,
he
okay.
needs to get back to work, and the
Yeah.
kids probably got to get back to school, and
Probably.
Yeah,
but-
yeah,
and
we
this
do.
is arguably school.
yeah, for sure. So
Wow.
Yeah.
That is fantastic.
we're gonna head out for the long
Yeah.
drive back home after we've
Yeah.
all got really tired legs.
It's. But where are you going to go? 17 to 40, and
we
then
went to
across that way?
Albuquerque.
Albuquerque,
so,
yeah.
just because we're pulling a camper.
Yes.
Seemed like the safest route with Colorado.
Safest way. The wind's at your back going that
Yeah.
way when you drive
Yeah,
home.
the wind was not at our back.
Oh,
coming
it
out
sucks
there.
coming that way.
It was
Yeah.
horrible.
Yeah.
So, no, we're excited, and we love traveling to run and just meeting other people like you.
Yeah.
And having conversations.
Cool,
And
yeah. Thank you.
we're probably going to be back because this is going to hold a special place in the kids' hearts.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So if anyone has any like icy hot out there and wants to send us, they're very sore today. But
Icy hot. Do I have? No, I don't have that. I have some like play on spray stuff.
yeah.
Yeah,
we
that's
would
in my
do
truck.
that.
My truck's just a little bit over
Yeah.
there.
They've been Theragunning all
referencing-
day long.
Oh, yeah,
So
nice.
We're having a blast though.
And
So
they're-
loving this format
Yeah.
is super fun. It's been really cool just to watch all walks of life and ages and stories and reasons
Mm-hmm.
why. Obviously that means a lot to me. It's kind of
Yeah.
why I do what I do, and so it's been magical. A lot of tears have been shed.
Oh yeah,
Like,
there's a lot going on for
there's a
people.
lot.
It's very raw once you're out there and you see the mix of people. You know, you'll be watching people around, and then those two are together, and then and if you're around long enough to, like, oh, now those two are walking
Yeah.
together, and then everybody, oh, you know that guy, and you know that guy.
Yeah.
It's really neat to see the community come together that way that you don't necessarily get at,
Mm-hmm.
say, a 100-miler or a 50K or something, where you might leapfrog with someone for like 2 aid
Yes.
stations and then they're gone forever.
Yeah. Yeah. I
This is
think
fun.
there's a lot of value in the races that encourage people to walk, run, and just connect with one another. Like, we don't slow down enough in life to truly have a conversation. You know,
Yeah.
with ultras, it's really just go and beat cutoffs. This is so great. There's no cutoffs to
Yeah.
beat. You know,
Yeah.
you can stop at
People.
a stranger's campfire. We have
Yeah.
a campfire out at our site, and
great, yeah.
we probably adopted 7 runners that are here that came without crew and family that now we have paced and crewed and have slept in our campers on our campsite
Oh,
for the
perfect.
past 3 days, and now I feel like they're family, and we're gonna
Yeah.
travel together. And helped a couple people finish their first 200-mile races, and one of our good friends finished her first 100-mile race here.
Oh, awesome.
A few others finished their first 100s that we've like been hanging out with the last 3 days, and you don't get to do that on a trail race.
No.
Like, that doesn't happen. You're, out and back,
Yeah,
or
out and back, you finish, and you're like, and cool, someone's dragging me away now. I'm
Yes.
done my race,
Yeah.
and go. Yeah.
so we're grateful for this format. It's been a lot of fun. And
Awesome.
we've learned a lot that we'll take back home to our community too. So,
Yeah. Oh, that'd be, so Run
Yeah.
Windsor is your.
yeah, it's my race company.
Okay.
So actually Nick is my timer.
Nick is your timer.
So
oh, okay.
he is
What is Nick
Air Force
doing?
full time. Great dad, great runner, and then also I make him time all of our races.
Oh, wow.
But we put on 12 races a year in northern Colorado, mostly northern Colorado.
Okay.
And then the only 2 point-to-point cross-state relay races in Colorado.
Oh.
So a 200-mile race that goes from Fort Collins to Steamboat Springs.
Oh, that would be
And
gorgeous. I went to school in
then-
Laramie, so I'm
Oh,
visualizing this.
Okay. So do you
as
know
that,
Woods
like, rabbit
Landing?
ears? Yeah, yeah.
So it
Yes, I
actually
know
dips
Woods
up
Landing.
to Woods Landing for
Okay.
a midnight spaghetti dinner.
Okay.
And there might be like
Wow.
a little bit of beer, spaghetti
Yeah.
dinner served to all the runners, and then we go down to Walden and over
oh,
up
wow.
Rabbit Ears
Oh, the
Pass.
bustling metropolis of Walden. Wow.
Yes, Walden
Okay.
is it's a gem. Yeah, so it's actually been going on for 23 years,
Yeah. Holy cow.
and I just acquired it 3 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, and then another one that's Idaho Springs to Buena Vista, so it goes
Yeah.
through Leadville.
Yes,
Yep.
I've written. When my buddy graduated, we took road bikes and we biked. They're from northern New Mexico, so we road biked and stayed at hotels from Laramie to Los Alamos.
Oh,
So I
wow.
biked that.
Wow. Okay, so you're familiar with like all
Yeah,
of that
the
area.
passes and everything. Yeah,
That's cool.
it's beautiful up
Yeah.
there. Wow. I'd
Yeah,
love to
so
do
those
that
are
one.
those are probably my 2 favorites. They're hard, they're long, they're point to point, but
Yeah.
they're the only 2 point to points in Colorado, so they're
That's
pretty
okay.
special.
That's something.
Yeah, Wild West Relay and Flaming Foliage, and then some local kind of ultra running festival type events, and then community 5K to
Yeah.
marathon distance events
Yeah,
throughout the
that's
year.
right. You incorporate everybody, kind of like this. There's something for everybody
Yeah.
at all the things.
Yeah,
Wow.
absolutely.
That's
So
great.
we love
Cool.
it.
Thank
Just
you.
a good running community. Well, thanks for letting me chat.
No, thank you.
And
Yeah,
clear up
for
who
sure.
I was and Run Windsor.
For sure.
I
Okay,
did,
yeah, no,
I did try
I'm
to
just
tell him to
reading
change
the
his
thing over
strategy
here.
to stop being so stressful,
Yeah.
but it might
Oh,
play
hey.
out. He's feeling confident.
Yeah.
We're
Okay, well
excited
that's
to keep
Jamil
watching.
commenting. So yeah, he says welcome. So
Hey,
yeah,
Jamil,
thank you,
thanks
Jamil,
for having
watching
us.
this. And
Yeah.
yeah,
We're gonna get back to the
Okay.
party.
Got the party. Yeah, have fun. I mean, it's what a little under 5 hours.
We're just
till
getting
party
started.
time. You heard the firecrackers already.
Yeah.
You could walk to the grocery store and buy some if your kids need some.
Yeah, we might have to go with some sparklers. I feel bad. I don't think they know it's New Year's Eve. One time we took
yeah.
them to a 50-mile race on Halloween when they were
Yeah.
really, really little, and they didn't find out until after we got home that we missed trick-or-treating.
Oh.
So maybe we should go get some
Probably
sparklers.
Better they found that out after than before.
I agree.
Yeah.
Follow me for more parenting and ultra running tips.
Yes, yeah, I can tell you the Fry's like 2 miles south on the 101. They had half the parking lot is the fireworks
Okay,
stand. I was
okay.
just getting ice for Nicole, and I did detour
Yeah,
that. So
yeah.
lots of places.
We probably shouldn't get crazy fireworks because we don't want to mess up any permits or start a fire.
Oh,
on,
yeah, good plan.
So we'll keep it. Don't worry, Jamil. We'll keep the fireworks
plan.
to a minimum.
Awesome.
Well, thanks for having me.
Hey,
I know you
thanks for
got
coming by.
recording
Yeah,
to
we got
do,
more
so
people to. Yeah,
I
well,
appreciate
thank you for
it.
stopping by, and congratulations. And we'll probably see you out there for what did I say?
Thank you.
25 and a little bit more. 18 laps.
Yeah,
18 laps.
I got
tomorrow.
18
Or
laps. Now that I came
between
on
now
here,
and the
I
third.
feel like I've got to get it done.
Anytime, yeah.
We'll get it done. All right.
All
Thank
right,
you.
We'll
All right.
holler at Nick when we see him too.
Yeah,
Slow down. No, speed up. Speed up. He has to speed up. Yes. Bye. All right. So that was Mandy, and that was Run Windsor. So yeah, it's great to have people here chatting and everything. So since I was distracted, here we go. Stephanie is just coming by 12 and a little bit for that loop. So that's going to be 12 something. So like here, we are down a Brandon. So 3 names have been crossed up. That leaves us with 23 at the moment. And everyone's still looking strong. I see Stephanie's got her toque or beanie, as y'all would call it, on. Definitely getting chillier here. I am doing my best to not put on any more clothing until I finish this. But yeah, we had some Black Sabbath going on in the background. People engaging. Good. Okay, yeah, whenever you want to go. I'll go to the end of this loop. There's like 8 minutes or something if you want to get snacks and stuff and go. All right, so let's go back to the live stream here. Yeah. Another few minutes. We got a few herds of people starting to see some New Year's decorations on the runners here. Yeah, I see some, what would you even call that? Like a Hawaiian lei made of gold coming through. Yeah, we are coming up. We're about 30 miles. I just saw that here. Yeah, so Stephanie is officially at 31 miles. That was a 12:22 last loop that she did. She's been really consistent between 11 and 12 and a half minute loops. That's a 1.4 mile loop, and that's been since the last 4 hours. So, 22 loops, 31 miles on the dot, or 31.0. I guess it's not necessarily on the dot. Still looking really strong. And you'll notice too, there's not as many people. Looks like people may be taking a break or, changing clothing, maybe having a shower to warm up. Like I said, temperature is dropping here in the desert. We got a lot more people in jackets and vests and things happening. And that pizza is still looking really, really good. So thanks again, Chris, for bringing me some of that. Oh, let's take a look at some of the other results right now. 200 miler. At the moment, we've got Tim Vale is the lead male, 142 loops, 55:44. And Melissa Rague Schofield, 76:47. So that's the top 1 and 2 in the 200 miler. Top 100 miler, Matt Collins, 14:48, and Sarah Zentek, 19:46. Mount to Coast 100K, Sierra DeGroff was the overall winner, 9:06:19. Adam Brose, first male, 11:43:12. 72 hour, Brian Pape, 239.5 miles is currently number one, and Nancy Klinkenbeard, 205.7 miles. For the 48-hour, Rachel Entrekin is trucking along 173.3 miles at 34 hours. And top male right now is Andrew Redinger with 166.2 miles in that same 34 hours. 24-hour, we got Nathaniel Curry, 119.7 miles. And Julie Sherwood and Andrina Chimmel at 101.4 miles. So yeah, some people doing some fantastic mileages here. Heard the bell ring a lot. So what's neat for across the years is for the anything that's out there, there's a bell to ring when you hit a personal record, and I've heard that going off a lot. So it's really cool to hear that, whether it's your one loop, 100 mile, 100K, 6 hour, anything that's happening. And there goes Danelle. That was Dez's runner. She's just passing by in my background, so you should see her just showing up into the screen now. There's Margaret putting on a jacket. Margaret is a great trail runner at a lot of the AirVrep events. Lives up in Payson. Very involved with that Payson community as well. So big thank you to Margaret for being out there. And what else have we got going on? Yeah, we got whole herd coming through now. Looks like this is a fair number of the last person runners coming in all together. So that's great to see. Still got about 3 minutes for them to come in off the course for this loop. And yeah, puffy jackets are out. A lot of guest bibs coming out now. I see some kids in the background here. So this is really neat to see the family feel that Mandy was talking about for this race in particular. And there in the background, yeah, that's Sean and Margaret. So on the right, wearing the beanie, as y'all would call it, that's Sean Vernies, our current female leader for the 6 hour race. And I think we're still at 23 people for last person standing. Yeah, Brandon is out, so 23 are coming through here. Can't quite tell from this angle what people are doing in the aid tent, those who've already finished, but it looked nice and cozy in there. I'd imagine the second propane heater is on because Des got back in there, and it was by their area. And hoping to get nice and warm there. It is still a beautiful night. It's New Year's Eve. Happy New Year's Eve to everyone. May the end of year 2024 go as well and be as magical for you as possible, and all the best wishes and tidings for 2025. May it be a fantastic year. You got the 2025 glasses here that somebody will wear at some point when it's officially 2025. And then we got firecrackers again, so I'm not sure if y'all can even hear this, but there's a lot of artillery going off in the background, which will probably continue pretty consistently now for the next little while. So that is all sounding and looking pretty good. Got a little bit less than 90 seconds. If you can see on the left-hand side there, holding the mic, that is Jason Gerhardt. I think that's how you say it. Almost tipping over there. Aravaipa Colorado race director, puts on some great events in Colorado. So if you are looking for an event to go to, check out some of those. A lot of cool ones will be coming up this year. Some new races to Aravaipa added as well. So check those out. And yeah, come volunteer. It's great. You get race credits. You can use those for races in New Hampshire, in California now, Colorado, Arizona. Lots of amazing events. If you want to go after a golden ticket, you can volunteer and do that. If you want to just get a finish and a Western States entry, you can do that too. So big thank you to Aravaipa for putting this on, and to the city of Peoria for the facility here. It is gorgeous. And if you are in Phoenix and need something to do tomorrow, it's New Year's Day, come and check it out. Come and cheer for some runners. Fairly certain that this last person standing will still be going on, probably at this time tomorrow. So, come and check it out. Cheer people on. Heck, you could even be on the live stream. Got 10 seconds to go here. And let's take a look and see who all takes off. All right, they're off. So this is lap 23. And looks like we may have also lost a Tom. from this one. We may be down to 22. The trackers got Brandon at 19 and Tom at 21 laps. And everyone else is on finished 22 and is starting 23. So, yeah, good luck to everyone out there. And I'm going to sign off for a little while. You might see me back again in a while. More firecrackers. Hooray. Thank you so much. Do I want the 100? Yeah, sure, Chris. Bring him down in here. We're about to switch off, but it'd be super cool to have a 17-year-old 100-mile finisher come on in. I'll be sitting here for a little while. Probably not going to put the glasses on. But, yeah, there's Jason. I think that's Waddell running something that Jen told me about. So kudos to her for being out here doing her race. There's a lot going on right now. Sounds like the music went up a little bit, possibly to counteract the firecrackers, which are in the background. And probably the sky is starting to look like this new Bass Pro hat. So thanks, Tony, for the Bass Pro hat. I didn't know they made tie-dye Bass Pro stuff, but it's pretty awesome. So Merry Christmas and Happy New Year and everything else. I will give a big kudos out to Hannah. That's Hannah walking up on the left side of your screen. The Aravaipa aid station manager does a great job of managing the aid stations, getting the food ready, getting the food organized, cooking the food, prepping the food. Like we said, there is a lot of logistics that go into events like this. This race in particular, but also any other event that you might be showing up to. So, as you're going through, it always I know it makes a difference for me for people to say thank you when they're out there volunteering, but, there's a lot of work that goes into having this race and this event go on. So, big thank you to everyone who's here. And yeah, I think with that, I'm gonna go put some clothes on and get a little bit warmer. But you'll probably see me back here in a while. So, all right, party on. Cool. Anytime.
Hello, everybody. I am Shad Burkholtz, and I will be helping commentate throughout the. You want to come on too? Come on in. We got room. Okay. I will be bringing you guys through at least the end of the night of the commentation, and it is very exciting here. I've been here for about an hour and a half now, and I can tell you that the excitement outside, the music playing, the just the people, the crews, the families, everybody. This is my first time here for Across the Years, and it is thoroughly like just an experience that I wish I had been here earlier for, because so many friends and people out here that I've been able to see that, and it's just one big family. It is just astounding, all the work and everything that everybody puts in out here, and just a 6-day event like this is a lot of fun. Oh, I don't have my comments up yet. Let me get the chat up. Best way to close out 2024? Yeah, I don't know if that's me, the the best way to close out 2024, but I will try and give it as much hype as I can. I don't know if anybody has asked this here lately, but where's everybody viewing from? Where's everybody out there? I was unable to watch most of the day today because I had to drive in, but let me know in the chat where everybody is viewing from today. This should be exciting, getting exciting here as we get later on into the night. During this last person standing event, we should have people will start getting more tired. The loops will get a little bit longer, and hopefully everybody can keep going, but it's going to start wearing on people, and definitely don't want anybody to drop out, but you never know what'll happen. I see the comment from Chris, who's currently out there on the course somewhere, about his son coming in. I'd love to be able to talk to him in here. Completed his first 100-miler today. I did see him a little bit ago, and he was quite proud of the achievement. It'd be fun to hear from his perspective on how it went out there for him, and being 17 years old and being able to accomplish something like that. Bel Air, Maryland. Wow. Montana, I know I just left Montana, so I know it's quite cold. It's colder up there than it is down here, and I can tell you right now, I got my jacket on, and for a Montana boy that just recently came down here, even right now, it's starting to get a little chilly for me, so and you know the runners are going to be bundling up out there here pretty soon. I got my puffy jacket just in case I need it, and my my stocking cap, and I'm ready to go at least for the next 4 to 5 hours, and then hopefully I won't get too cold. Spent actually quite a bit of time in Bel Air, Maryland. I was living in DC for a couple years, and one of my good friends lived over there, and so I used to go visit him quite a bit. I specifically remember going for runs and with him, and we would always get chased by this little tiny dog that was on our route. Every single day we would go whenever we ran out there. So that is my memory of Bel Air in Maryland, is being chased by this tiny little dog. Our runners have about 6 minutes to complete this loop. Nice place to live and not too far from the JFK 50. That is right, yeah. The C&O Canal there was one of my favorite places to run all the time. When I was training for at that time was my first ultra ever, and it was a 50 miler, and I spent a lot of time on that. The C&O trail there. Yeah, I know that section pretty well. Here comes a few more of our runners coming in on this lap. Your first ultra was the JFK 50. Wow, that's quite a good race to make as your first ultra. is last. Nope. The last person standing isn't the last race going on right now. There is a 6-day race. We got 100 milers out there, 24-hour racers. I mean, there's multiple different races that are happening at the same time right now. Stephanie is rocking it out there. I was just bringing up the results, and gosh dang, to keep an eye on see if anybody else has dropped out or not. And we are down to, it looks like only two people have dropped out. We're down to 23 people still out there for the last person standing. Stephanie is maintaining her fastest lap out of everybody still. Chris Warden is still out there. I just saw him a little bit ago as he went by. As it starts to get colder out here, I might have to pop into that tent. They got some good heaters going, it looks like. RD, he's just told them they have a minute to get ready and get in the chute. So we'll soon see them start wandering back out there again. Flat course like that, you notice them starting to try and stretch out their hip flexors a little bit. That'll start wearing at you after a while. Let me know in the chat. Who are you here to watch, support? Doesn't have to be for the last person standing. Could be for any of the races that are going on right now. And we'll see if we can keep an eye out for them as they're coming by on the course. How many people in the chat are already in the year 2025? I was just joking with our producer back here that this will be the first time I've been up till midnight on New Year's in probably 10 or 15 years, because I usually go to bed well before that. Just want to catch the bug. Nice. Yeah, after being here for as long as, just the few hours that I've been here today and watching over the last few days myself, this is definitely something I'm going to have to probably pencil into my calendar for next year, whether it's doing the last person standing or just doing a 6 hour or any of that kind of stuff. But definitely that's the hard part about whenever you come and like either volunteering at any of these races or helping out in any capacity, supporting a person, crewing, whatever it happens to be. Next thing you know, you get that, you're like, man, I really want to run this race. No, we don't need it. No. Be interesting to see if Stephanie can come through this lap first again. Looks like she's still averaging right between 12 and 13 minute laps, which is just crazy to be this many laps in and still cruising like that. No, you're correct, Chuck. She doesn't appear to be showing any signs of slowing down. She needs to. I mean, it's kind of one of those, when you think about it, it's the faster you go, the longer break you go, but you have to walk that fine line of not going too fast to be able to not burn yourself out. No, it's right here. Oops, wrong one. 11.
Hi guys.
Hey!
What's up, Tony? How's it going?
I'm right here.
If anybody is in the local area, I'm pretty sure they're looking for volunteers for the next few days here too. And so if you want to be involved, you can still be involved this year.
I don't have it on right now. Can we turn it on? It's not on.
You guys in the chat will definitely have to help me out too to spot some of our runners as they start changing clothes, putting more clothes on and changing what they were wearing from earlier, that some of them I won't be able to pick out as easy.
Hey Mike, can you find out what race Chanel Storm is in?
No, you're good. I'll enjoy the. Okay. Exactly. Yes. More compressed time management problem than doing the David Goggins challenge. I've done that a couple times, and for me, it never seemed as hard as something like this would be. Because I mean, if you run, your 4 miles fast enough, and you have a huge break. Where here, you don't get much of a break. You said you're ready. Okay. See if we can get it. Oh, he's looking that up. Okay.
And I can give you. That's twice that. So she did. Yeah, you could also. 66.2 miles. Yeah. You want anything?
You can turn his mic on now too. Okay, I am being joined here. I won't be by my lonesome. This is quite a treat. Welcome, Adam.
Hey Shad, nice to see you again.
Yeah.
It's been a bit. So I've, if you guys are in the chat, would love to hear where you're from. I am from Phoenix. I do work for Aravaipa. I set a bunch of these races up. I break them down. I've been across the country at other races doing some live stream. Second time doing commentary. My first one was with AJW at Fat Ox. So I do know some of the runners that are in this race tonight. So it's good to see some famous names and some of their stats on where they're at. So
Yeah.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
You're talking about famous runners, and it just made me think of earlier when I was just wandering around out here and in all the races, some of these Phoenix local legends that even I recognize, and I've only been hit or miss down here in the Arizona community running now for the last 3 or 4 years, and even I recognize a lot of these legends that are out here running.
My first race volunteering before I started working for Aravaipa was Desert Solstice in, I believe, 2016, and then I did across the years. So I've done it for 8 years now, and the faces that are out here is unbelievable. Like the community that you see year after year. Some of them are at lots of races. We just had Tree Shoal just walk by, and Karin, and they are Mount 2 Coast reps. They just walked by the studio, gave us a peace sign and a thumbs up. So good to see them. Glad that they are a sponsor this year for us. New company for us this year, so it's just a fabulous community that we have.
Yeah, just it's amazing. Just even it seems like no matter what race I go to, it doesn't even matter where it's at in the U.S. It's like you always run into somebody that you recognize or you knew, or it's always just a fun time to come to any of these races, really.
It is, even though it's cold here in Arizona. It's like 55 degrees right now. I'm wearing a puffy jacket because
I got my puffy jacket ready to put on if I need it.
I've gotten used to it, and then the Midwest was super cold, and now it's like a little colder to me.
Yeah, just for me, even a little over a week ago, I left Montana to come down here. Usually I come down here a lot earlier for training because I always sign up for a spring race, and when it's so icy and snowy and cold up in Montana, I can't train, so I come down here. And a lot later this year, and I'm not gonna lie, I was starting to get used to that 20-degree weather there for a second, but now looking at the forecast, I'm glad I got out of there, because they were talking in about a little over a week getting down into the minus 30s all of a sudden. So I'm glad I got out of there when I did. But even after being out here, in this warmer weather for me, I'm already starting to get chilly. So I'm
it happens to the best of us. It certainly does. So I was just pulling up the last man standing results. Stephanie and Derek just keep knocking it out. Emily's right there with them, Wesley as well, Tyler. So we got everybody at 32.5 miles. Currently we are looking at 23 people. It looks like that are still on the circuit. So gonna be a fun night. Happy New Year's to everyone, especially you guys on the East Coast. You're getting ready to hit in another hour, or I guess 2, because you guys daylight savings time. So we're gonna push this through the night and see how it happens.
Yeah, we're getting to that point where that it's gonna get colder out. These guys have been out there for quite a few laps now. They're gonna be sitting underneath them heaters in that tent. They're not gonna want to get out for that extra lap again.
That is true. I'm happy to be under here where it's a little warmer, but yes, especially on that back side, it's a little bit darker. This year's course, obviously it changed compared to last year's, with being at a new venue. We do have a lot more concrete because I did run last year and the year before, but people are saying that it's a really good course. There's a lot of turns. They're not pounding on the knees on always hanging a right like you would on a track.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like it's been really good. The venue itself, I think there's a lot more options to it this year, with restrooms and showers being closer. So those kind of things, I think they help out. The runners seem happier. It's just, we'll see how it goes with that pounding on the concrete, but not much different than Fat Ox. I mean, it's a 1 mile circuit or so with all concrete. And I actually just talked to Janelle Stark, who was the women's race winner at Fat Ox in the USATF 24 hours. She did 137 miles. She's still feeling it a little bit, she told me. I saw them working on her, getting her legs kind of set up and rolling her out a little bit. And she said she's feeling good, but just not the same. So we'll see how she ends up for today. So good to see her in a different capacity than what she was before, because she was just hammering it. So
yeah.
I see Ed that he hit his 100 miles in the 24 hour. I did see on Ultra Sign Up that he had the most races and the most mileage as an ultra sign-up participant.
Oh, I can
And
believe it, because he's always out here at these races.
Ed Eddinghausen, or if you know him better, you know him as the Jester. He has his outfit on. He's got his really cool like Christmas tuxedo that's like dressed out in Christmas trees, and his hat on. So he's moving through there. So if you guys see him on camera, like, give him a shout out. Like, that guy is here all the time at most of our long distance, especially hour races, that he loves to show up and just puts in the mileage. Great heart, good guy, fun to talk to, and supports us. So it's good to see him again.
Yeah. 2 minutes for them to start their next lap, and there's a few of our runners that are just getting in. So it's really going to start getting interesting here. When you can't, even just sit down for 30 seconds, if you just have to roll right in and get ready to take off again, it's hard to fuel yourself. And it just starts adding up. I mean, my biggest problem at any race for me is fueling, and I get behind on it, and it just goes all downhill from there. So if you can't even have a chance to do it because you're just getting in when you have to take off again, it's going to start adding up.
Shad, have you ever done one of these last man?
I have not done a last man. I did my first 24-hour race a couple months ago, and wasn't expecting to do the full 24, and ended up getting, it was a disaster from the beginning, and I went into it hoping to get a 50K. That's what my goal was. I'm just gonna, run for 6 hours or so, get a 50K, just a good training run.
Right.
And again, got behind on my fueling because I was trying to stick with the leaders, and wasn't paying attention to how much I was eating and drinking, and went downhill pretty bad, and it took me to 50K just to recover, and then I started feeling good, so I was like, I'll just go to 50 miles, and was going to call it. And then this was Jeff Garmire's race, and he looks at me and goes, you're in third place now, right? And I was like, how the heck am I in third place? Like, this has just been awful, and it's because, like, a last person standing is like attrition, gets the best of it.
Right.
And so I felt compelled to complete the entire 24 hours. But I didn't really push myself too bad, but I mean, it was rough. And as I see our runners taking off for this next loop. Have you done the last person standing?
I have never done one on that platform, no.
Yeah.
I've done a couple 24 hours. I did across the years last year. We were at Camelback, and the year before. And kind of cool story, my son did it with me last year, who's 14, 14 now. And we usually start on the 2nd because we end on the 3rd, which is my birthday. So we usually end up the last day. At the age of 13 at that point, he did 42 miles and he slept all night long. He went to bed about 11 o'clock and woke him up to do one final loop with me, but he's looking to do the race again this year, and we're going to start on the 2nd, and he wants to hit 100K.
Oh, wow.
So that's kind of the goal.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can push him to get that far.
Well, that'll be exciting. I mean, I can only imagine. I don't have any kids of my own, but to be able to run a race with your kids like that, it's just got to be a lot of fun.
It's cool. His first race he did on trail was the Mesquite 8K, and then the following year he did the Mesquite 30K, and then this year or last year he did the 24-hour, and looking to do 24 hours again this year. So yeah, it's
Pretty
a fun
soon
time.
He's going to be signing up for his first 100-miler, and
I think he might.
Getting his Hard Rock qualifiers and Western State qualifiers taken care of this early, so maybe by the time he's 40, he can actually get into them. But
get enough tickets and check them off, right?
Yep.
Yeah, no, that'd be great. I would love to see that. And It's a really good bonding experience.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to have that kind of thing as well. Not just him progressing, but then also being able to enjoy it with him.
Yeah, I almost signed up for the 24-hour for this year. I was like on the fence so bad since I knew I was going to be in the area, and I just couldn't pull the trigger. I am training for jackpot.
There is still
so-
time.
No.
We still got 3 days left.
No, I'm not doing a morning of registration. But yeah, I training for jackpot.
So you are running jackpot?
I am gonna.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and redeem myself. I keep joking that I'm gonna try and pull my best Raj Paul. But I would not be going for a course record or anything. I would just be going to come back after a DNF and try and finish it. But yeah, that's what I'm focusing on right now, and so I don't want to wreck my legs too bad after that last 24-hour I did. I pushed myself further than I should have with certain little pains and niggles I was feeling, and it took me a good 3 weeks to even be able to run again for the most part after that. So I held back. I was watching the first part of the week, and just it was while I was working, had it up and just watching people do their laps, and I was getting serious FOMO, just wanting to sign up and get out here. But I don't know, maybe I'll sign up for a 6-hour. We'll see.
There you go. Hey, if nothing else, you can come out and help pace me.
Yeah.
The biggest thing for me was like the 10 years after that, like when 80 I never really realized how much everything grew. I came back
We're
here.
just about hitting the 4-minute mark with the last man standing that just took off, so got a few more minutes until they start rolling in. And like you said, we had some video footage earlier with those racers coming into the warming tent trying to get their nutrition, and I can't even fathom how they need to be able to like just recover for a few minutes and then start again. That just blows my mind. Like I hold them in such high regard because you can't stop and wait. You have that time crunch limit.
A hard part for something like this for me would be the mental side of it, because I have a tendency to just zone out when I'm running a race. You wouldn't be able to do that on something like this.
I would agree. It's like I get in that mindset and I just want to go. And you have to stop and you have to wait and then restart again over and over and over. That's got to be, like you said, mentally draining.
Yeah.
But I guess that's one of the things that is like the fun part of that style of racing. You really have to learn yourself, learn the way you run, learn how much time that you need to take in order to recover, and then have that mental capacity to be able to jump back in.
Oh, there goes Chris Warden.
Restart it. There is Chris Warden just past our camera. He's not sitting here behind the desk because he's out there on the course.
Yep.
And
somebody asked
and
earlier
his
if
son-
he was out there, and
His
you
son,
just saw him.
his son Braden. I believe I heard that I think he just hit 100 miles earlier today.
he got his 100 mile.
Got
I
his
actually
buckle.
talked to him. I saw him, and
nice. That is awesome.
Yeah,
so
that's-
congratulations to Braden.
Yeah.
You are
Definitely,
phenomenal.
you need to take that buckle to school and show it off, because
Yes.
nobody in your class
Yeah.
has
What-
ran that far. I can
Right.
guarantee it.
What did you do over Christmas break? I ran 100 miles in less than a couple of days.
Yep.
And yeah, he's probably the one and only in that whole school.
Yeah.
So that's phenomenal. Way to go, Braden.
When I was 17, even running 2 miles seemed like a daunting task for me. And I was a track and field guy, in high school, but
Yeah.
I was a sprinter. I wasn't a long distance guy.
But you've made the transition.
I did. I was one of those guys that just all of a sudden was like, I wonder if I could run a half marathon.
Yep.
And I did. It was awful. And I thought to myself, I wonder if I could do a marathon. And I did, and it was even worse. And after that, it was, I want to do better than that at this whole distance thing. And so I started working at it and eventually caught the ultra bug about 5 years afterwards, and it's been game on since then. Definitely one of those older people that got into long distance running when I
Right.
did. So for any of you out there watching, if, you know, you can always, you don't have to, it's not a young person's game necessarily, even though we were just talking about Braden doing it at 17. You can start later on in life too.
And there weren't as many races.
Totally agree. And it honestly, I think it, yes, those young guys, those young women, young kids are just pushing the sport. But if you look at results, it's the consistency of the older people like me, you know, late 40s, early 50s, that are just nailing it every time.
Oh yeah.
So it's definitely an older person's sport for the most part, where you can still get in, do it. I like the fact that I can walk. When I used to do 5Ks, 10Ks, and road racing, and then getting into marathons and half marathons, and like I had to run. Now I love the fact that I can walk and still be okay.
Yeah.
I can take those breaks and just do what I need to do.
I've discovered here in the last year that, because I went through a period where I started to lose the joy of it a little bit because I was just training so hard for all these races. And now I find myself just, I'll be out on a 10-mile run up in the mountains, and then you look at my time afterwards and it's like, what were you doing out there that whole time? I was stopping, walking, looking at the beauty out there, the scenery, and I mean, as clumsy as I am, if I try and do that while I'm running, I'm going to be face planting, but it's really helped me just get back that joy again, and you know, it's like, it doesn't matter if I'm in a race or you know, any of that kind of stuff. It's just
right.
I remember 2 years ago when I was racing Black Canyon, and we got to about mile, it was right after the second aid station, so it would have been probably around mile 14, 15-ish.
Yep, sounds about right.
And I was just stood there and looked at, you know, this is early morning, you got that early morning light, that canyon is just gorgeous. And all these people are running by me going, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, I'm just taking in how beautiful this is. Like, so for me, I don't even care if I'm in a race. I'm going to take that time and just enjoy the moment, you know, when you have to do that.
That's good. That's the fun part about the ultra running. And I have ran Black Canyon before, and I wish I would have taken more of the beauty in rather than the pain or trying to get faster and a better time. And yeah, it took me a little while, but that part of the canyon, and once you hit Bumblebee and you go up through Sunrise, is just, it's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like the scenery, like it's green, it's lush, especially that time of year for Arizona anyway. So it's a great course.
Yeah.
We've had a few years where we've had a little bit too much rain, and we've had to alter the course.
A little
or
snow.
Even snow last year. Yeah, exactly. Yes. So we get a lot of different seasons, even though everybody thinks, hey, it's Arizona, it's hot. You see guys walking through, women walking through wearing puffy jackets and pants, because everybody says it's a dry heat, but it's also a dry cold is what I call it, because it feels different.
Yeah, and it's that lack of humidity, especially this time of year, even up in Montana, you can tell just because there's like zero humidity, and the same thing like you said, it's like dry cold, and I lived in DC for a couple years, and it was a wet cold over there all the time. It was so humid all the time, and there's a big difference. It is a huge difference, and some people do better with the wet cold, some people do better with the dry cold, but I do better with no cold.
I would agree with that. I'm originally Midwest guy born and raised in Ohio, and until I moved out here, and it definitely feels different.
Yeah, as I was
So
driving
it
down,
looks like we just had.
He said that something like he's won more ultras than anybody. There's a lot of little ultras.
I think that was Stephanie that just came through.
Stephanie, and then is that Derek Lytle?
Yeah, that's
That
Derek.
just came. Yeah, he just came through. So they just finished their other lap, so they have a little less than 3 minutes to go.
Looks like Stephanie has got a
Until-
massage gun or something that she's doing over there. Hey, good.
Add all that stuff and keep it.
Oh yeah, she's got some sort of massage roller, it looks like, that she's working on herself with, so she's definitely taking advantage of her break time to do what she needs to do to keep going.
Yes.
More interesting than that, I was in a race in Wasatch, and there's no finishers. There's 7 that was in 1988.
Yeah, talking about going back to the weather, and as I was driving down here from Montana, and I was coming across the Kaibat Plateau and up by Jacob Lake, and there was no snow. And when I came through there a month ago, there was a lot of snow, so I had to take advantage, and I stopped there for a couple days to run the Arizona Trail up there for a little bit, and just because I knew that it doesn't happen very often.
Now there's times when there's, I think it was 2018 or 2019, we had a huge snow season, and there was snow up there, at least at Snowball, on Humphreys up until beginning or mid-April, because I took my kids skiing up there, and it was just like, it's like, well, where can you be in the valley at 90 degrees during the day and then go up and ski and then come back down to 90 degrees? And we went swimming in the pool that night, kind of thing. It's like,
I remember
just a crazy weather change.
Yeah, I don't remember. I know exactly what year you were talking about, because after Cocodona, I took my dog up there because it was going to be her first time above 12,000 feet.
Yeah.
And it was hard going once we got above 11,000 feet because there was still quite a bit of snow up there.
Yes. That is one of the cool things with Arizona, on how there's so many variations to the state and weather-wise. Yeah, I think my kids and I went up there like our first year here in 2015, and we took a hike up Humphreys. We didn't get all the way to the top, but we took lunch and took some snacks, and we hit that 11,500 foot, and we had lunch next to a snowpack that was off trail and right in the trees and hadn't melted yet, and it was June. Like, just crazy, fun, enjoyable.
As of the Indians, everything is Indian. Oh yeah.
So Shad, you were telling me you have USATF coming up?
Yeah, I am going to be racing at the USATF Cross Country National Championships this year.
That's fantastic.
Get my name back on the rolls again, but now that I'm eligible, I can run on the Masters instead of the Open, because I am not quite as fast as I used to be,
or as young,
and so it'll be a nice little change. I've been putting it off for a few years now. I keep in my brain keep saying that I can still run with the Open guys, and after my last performance, I can attest that I cannot still run with those Open guys at all.
I love speed work, and I think I'm fast, but yeah, my 5Ks, 10Ks, track running has gone way down compared to 20-something years ago.
Purposefully sign up for a lot of those shorter races just to do speed work. That is my speed work, because I am horrible about doing speed work.
Yeah.
Horrible about it. So this race will be my speed work for jackpot at my one time in this training block. which isn't exactly true because my dog has been making me do a lot more speed work than I want to do. Mostly because she sees somebody half a mile up the trail and decides that has to go say hi to him. So in order for me to keep up with her, because she's not on a leash, I'm doing a 5-minute mile up a hill.
Oh my gosh. How old is she now?
She's just turned a year.
Okay. Yeah, so still a pup.
Still a pup,
Now
yeah.
they said that if it didn't happen on, what's that thing you pay on?
Be awesome if we could get
Yeah, it didn't happen.
Mike, our director over there, if we could throw up a photo. I know we've done that in the past with getting into dogs and showing the dogs on the course and everything. This venue, being at where we are, not allowed having pets. So we've had dog cams before in the past at some of the races, and I know people love them and seeing them out there. And so maybe we can get somebody in the parking lot tomorrow or something, because I've seen a lot of dogs. People bring their dogs and they're camping in their RVs. Just can't bring them onto course or in the vicinity.
And
So,
my dog, I told her that as I was walking away, and
I bet she was heartbroken.
I don't think she believed me. I ran into that the other day when I had to go to Lowe's, and out comes this dog, because it's a dog-friendly store, and a dog comes out with his parents out the thing, and she looked at me like, "You said there's no dogs allowed in there. We've been here
funny.
3 times today, and you haven't taken me in 1 time."
I stopped in Fry's to grab a couple things on my way up here today, and in the shopping cart is this giant, I'll say giant, but it was a rather large English bulldog, and they had a towel down pushing around the cart. It was so cute, sweet dog.
Got less than a minute before they have to start their next lap.
About ready to go.
See extra layers being put on by some of the runners now.
Well, this venue sure is bigger and
And they're getting there and towing the line pretty quick.
figure out which way to go. Some people say they like the dirt, but we got a lot of trail racers too.
It is getting chilly
I think
for Arizona weather anyway.
because you're gonna expand, more growth will happen.
So once we get this started, we'll refresh the standings. Here we go.
They're off again. Hopefully we didn't lose anybody. There was I saw a few of the runners that came in less than a minute left on that last lap, so it's going to start getting more difficult for a few of these runners out there.
So it looks like we might have dropped down to 21.
21, yeah, that's what my tracker says. So
Okay.
lost
a couple on that one. Not sure if they didn't make it in on time or they just pulled.
I think one of them just pulled because I'm pretty sure I remembered seeing Brian. He was one of those that came in with less than a minute left.
Gotcha.
So.
I kind of get to that point. I'm done. I'm not going to make another lap. I don't have enough time to recover or get my nutrition. So it is an interesting concept on how to run as far as you can. And a lot of pressure, like we were talking about earlier, like just kind of like that mentality that you have to be able to hold that. And it's like when you do run an ultra and you sit down in a chair to change your shoes, like I don't want to get back up. This feels comfortable.
Well, if I sit down most of the time, I can't even bend over to change shoes or tie shoes or anything because
I cramp up.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I have to keep my legs stretched out and somebody tie my shoes for me.
Well, it just always makes me, speaking of sitting down in a chair, it makes me think of the story that AJW always likes to tell about one of his athletes running, I don't remember if it was Wasatch or one of those races, and there's a aid station that you always tell people don't go into because it's always nice and warm, and they never make it past that aid station.
That totally makes sense.
That was one of our competitors there. That might have been Brian there. I don't remember.
It just came through the finish.
Yeah.
Missed the cutoff. Okay.
Yep. He gets to scratch his name off. As you see, they get the chalk. They have to scratch their name off the board.
So if you're watching in the frame right now, it does look like that was Brian. I think you're right. And then that was Jason, our Colorado race director, who's down here with us for this weekend, doing some announcing and some RD work.
Well, that explains a lot because I recognize him from Colorado, and I was a little confused as to why he was down here doing a lot of the RD duties. So
yeah, he's filling in because obviously we need quite a few RDs for this kind of a race that goes the magnitude of 6 days with multiple starts and multiple distances. So he's coming down and filling in, and he if you haven't met him, look him up. Look at some of those Colorado Series races. He's phenomenal, very high-spirited. So you can't, so if you look to the white tents right now, there's a kid in a white jacket and another kid. There's literally a very small baseball diamond right by our finish line. So a couple folks went out and they got some wiffle balls and some bats. So we've been over there playing, having a good time right by the start finish line. We're at a baseball stadium, the concourse for it, and it's just been fun to do. So we're glad that they're having a good time, got it lit up over there for them. So this turns into being, everybody's making their rounds over the course, but it's still a family event because those kids are coming out to support parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters. So like I said earlier, like the community is just huge with ultra running, and it's fun to see.
See people walking around with blankets wrapped around them now, so it's starting to get a little bit chillier out there. In fact, I can actually feel a little bit of a cool breeze coming in even here where we're at now.
I would agree with that. The that wind does seem like it's picking up, not like we've had it before in the past, and at least this year, no rain in the forecast. I will knock on wood. Which, if you guys have followed the race, we've had quite a bit of rain over the last couple of years. So nice to be dry because that just makes it feel colder.
There's got to be a motivation, part of that too. It just kind of, no pun intended, but dampen your spirits while you're out there. If you're having to do multiple loops in the rain, it'd be very easy to just decide that I'm going to go, whether you're doing the last person standing or any of the other races going on right now, I'm just going to go and sit in the warming tent for a while. And like we were saying earlier, you may not get back up on that chair.
Exactly. Yep. That's what I was just about to say too, because you had brought that up about AJW's story. Like, yes, it's harder to come out when they're nice and warm and toasty and semi-dry at that point. Yeah, I know a couple years ago, the first time, like I said, I've volunteered many years and have worked the race. And I ran it 2 years ago, and it rained pretty much all night long, and it started pouring at around 2 a.m. Chris Warden and Greggy are just walking by. Greggy was the one on air earlier doing some commentary with Dez, so good to see him helping Chris out a little bit, getting a few laps in. But yeah, the first year I did it, and it started pouring down rain at 2 a.m. and like the course cleared out, and a lot of those 6-day people were like, now's the time to sleep. So they pushed all day when it was nice and dry, and then that's when they got their sleep in when the rain came.
Yeah.
So just different strategies. I did see Yolanda, who is right now in 7th place, third female overall, who is a staple at this event. She was one of those ones that just put on a rain jacket and just kept moving. Good to see her again. I saw her pass by a little bit ago. Right now we're looking at Amara Sanderson in first place, 263 miles, 187 laps. I can't even imagine doing that on this kind of course.
Crazy.
Like, it's amazing.
Yeah, before I did that 24-hour race, like just the fact of doing that many laps, always just boggled my mind on how people are able to do it. And now, after doing a 24-hour race where I don't even remember how many laps it was total, like 60 laps or whatever I did, and for somebody to do that many, I still can't comprehend like how do you do that many laps?
No, and we're 3 days in, so they've got another 3 days to go, pretty much. So we'll see if they tail off. You've got. I just saw him go by a second ago, because if you know John Gessler, he has a unique style and he just keeps moving, and he's in top 10 right now, which is fantastic, and he usually ends up way up in there. Guy has some records out there, and he showed up actually the day we were doing some setup for the event, and just kind of wanted to check out the course, and I think he did a loop or two. And that's the other thing, like me doing setup, working for Aravaipa, we get people come out here a day or two early, and they're out there running these loops, and then I look right now and I'm like, I wouldn't want to run that then, and you're just tagging on more miles. But we know everybody wants to get an eye set on how the course is, so phenomenal job to all these men and women that are out here.
Well, if past laps are, any predication of what's going to happen this lap, then we should see a couple of our runners starting to wander in here pretty quick. Jennifer and Derek usually seems like they've been running pretty much stride to stride with each other each lap now.
So it looks like Stephanie's got a 1340 average. So she's getting in under time frame and a little quicker, so she gets a little bit more of a rest.
Yeah, and we've seen her working her with a
Like
massage
you said,
roller,
yeah.
so
I mean, you know, I mean that seems to me like a good strategy.
yeah.
You're moving, you're getting in, you get a few minutes of a break. You can grab your nutrition. So I think you're right, and I like that part of the strategy, rather than coming in right before the end of time and you just start again. But like I said, I would have a hard time getting back out and doing it again. Like I would rather just kind of like just keep going, one foot in front of the other. But
I'm hoping that it must be a kid in that cow. Oh, they just went by. I'm pretty sure that was them. In the cow blanket or whatever. I really hope that's her crew, because
that would be
and
great.
it looks like it might be, because here they come.
Because yeah, they're rolling in now. Yeah, so you've got Stephanie and Derek that just
yep.
came through and finished their 25th loop. Or
And
26. 26 now.
It looked like Derek was working a little harder than Stephanie was.
He looked like he was trying to keep pace with her, and yeah, like she's looking really good, and he's just kind of using the windfall behind her to like hang on. So just had somebody walk by the tent, and they said they needed a massage, and I looked like a spectator. So you know how hard this sport is out here, and being out here for hours when you're watching somebody run, that they need a massage, you know, over the runner.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I mean, it wouldn't be so bad in an event like this, but I mean, a lot of these ultra races, sometimes the crew is almost working as hard as the athlete out there too. Like I can't imagine, and you know, Cocodona and how many hours a lot of those, especially for, you know, if you don't have like a huge crew, on some of the hours that they have to put in order to support their runner. It's
right. You know, with something like Cocodona, you got what, 17, 18 aid stations, so you're bouncing from one to the
and
other.
a lot
to
of
be able
them
to
are
meet your-
a drive to get to.
They
It's
are.
not just a direct
No.
route to go from point A to point B.
Yeah, you're running 250 miles through hills, desert, trees. Yes, it's backcountry roads that you're driving down, and you got to have a vehicle that's equipped to be able to like get down some of those fire roads and everything. I mean, if I go blast to the past when my parents were supporting me running high school cross country, and my dad was trying to take pictures and that kind of thing.
Sprinting from one side to
Yes,
the other.
yep. He would say that, like, I think I probably ran more miles than you did. Like, I'm only running a 5K, and he's like, I think I did at least 5 miles, you know, or a 10K, just getting back and forth.
Yeah, I remember a few years ago, just at the U.S. cross country championships, I wasn't racing, but I was doing some media stuff out there, and so I was running all around there just to get. And this was
Just to get the footage
Just to
and-
get the footage, and this was when the course was still in San Diego, and it was surprisingly. That was a hilly course, and so when you're like going back, even trying to cross it, you're going, instead of like where the runners are weaving around to go up and down these hills, you're just going right over
Straight
all these
over.
hills, and that I did.
I hope you had your Strava on, so you got those additional elevation gains.
And I've raced on that course
Oh,
too,
wow.
and I will tell you, I would rather race that course than try and having to run back and forth across it as either a spectator or doing media or anything like that.
Wow. Where was that? Was that southern San Diego?
So it was.
I'm not familiar with it. That's why I asked.
It would be more northern because you were kind of up by. I'm trying to remember. Like, the area itself. I know when you came, it was in the the northwestern area.
Okay.
Of San Diego.
Gotcha.
You weren't in the even close to the downtown area. I think there was like SeaWorld or something out in that.
Okay.
Out where it's at, it's kind of nearby that type of that area. I mean, I loved the course just because it was always warmer there. Because from there I went to Virginia, and the course in Virginia, every time I went there was freezing.
Yeah.
And then, so I'll be excited to see what this year's going to be like with a new venue change in Lubbock, Texas. It'll be interesting to see. But one of the worst courses I ever ran, not because it was a bad course, but just the worst weather was Club Nationals, and this was when I was racing for a team in out of Seattle. And so of course we had to show up for it, and my last lap, it was like we got like 1.5 inches of snow before we started, and it was freezing, so the ground was frozen as well, and there was ice all over that course. And the very last turn to head back to the finish line, that last quarter mile sprint to the finish, was this sharpest hairpin turn, and I planted and I landed on my hand, dislocated 3 of my fingers.
My gosh.
It was like 4 years before my knuckles weren't still all swollen and everything from that race.
Wow. I had a couple races like that.
60 seconds.
There we go. Clock is ticking.
Everybody's getting as much time in there as they can.
Yep.
Nobody's in a hurry.
I don't even know if it doesn't look like the heaters are on, so I don't know if they're going to kick those on shortly.
And it might,
or if the runners are warm enough because they're running.
And it might be it's packed in there, so it might just
there's a lot of body
heat.
Yep, exactly. I would agree with that. So it looks like Derek's standing up in the front of your cam.
And I could see
and
maybe
then they're all moving out.
Maybe it's a consensus, and they've decided as a whole.
Right.
We don't want them on yet.
We don't need them. Not yet. We're down to 5 seconds before takeoff.
Oh, the back heater was on a while ago, is what chat says. So.
What's that?
The chat says that the back heater was on a little bit ago. So
okay.
Maybe.
It just I didn't see the flame in the video. That's what I was just asking or contemplating. Multiple runners coming by the mountain outpost tent that still look perky and are smiling and are waving at us.
Speaking of Mountain Outpost, if you're watching and you haven't subscribed yet to the Mountain Outpost channel, please do so and hit that like button. Helps the algorithm, helps people find us. Plus, hit that subscribe button, and now you'll know about all the races that Mountain Outpost does live broadcast for.
That is a great point. That's what we're here to do. Give you guys some content and show you what the ultra scene's about. So we do the Air Viper races, and then we've expanded, and we're through Mountain Outpost, and we do quite a few others literally across the country. And I've had the privilege this year of I went to 5 new states in the West Coast and through Central, being able to be part of that process, and it's just been phenomenal.
Yeah, I got to go to Western States for the first time ever last year to help out.
Missed that one. I was doing a different race, and I'm looking forward to it this year if I can get the opportunity to go up there. And it's such an iconic race, and I would love to be there at some point in any capacity, whether it's crew, work, do some live stream, whatever it is. I'm looking forward to it. So.
Well, I can say that what Jamil has done and with these live broadcasts was, I'll never forget the first one, and I don't know why it even I didn't even know anybody was doing it. And this is, 4 or 5 years ago when I was still living in DC and I was teleworking then and sitting in my apartment, and the YouTube algorithm popped up. There's this live race going on, and I started to watch it, and I can tell you I did not get any work done that day. And ever since then, if I can, every race I have it on watching. I remember, growing up, my dad watching golf and bowling and stuff like that, and I was always like, well, that is like the most boring thing to watch. Why would you want to watch that? And here now, I'm watching races like this, and I am intrigued. I am just glued to the screen.
Right.
And what my dad would say to me now, he'd be like, why are you watching that? That's got to be the most boring thing. But man, it is exciting. And
when you have great commentators that just talk, it's easier to watch, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know if I'd put myself in the great category, but there's some big shoes to fill with a lot of the great commentators that Zach and Jamil are always able to put together. Chris Warden and AJW, always that staple behind everything, and
yeah, we do end up with some good people behind here, and I thank you guys for listening, because I'm just filling a void. But yeah, I definitely do not put myself on their level. I am a fan of the sport, and I am a fan of the history, and I do like to watch that and check out who we have. And
that's probably, speaking of that, is probably one of my favorite things about watching a lot of this, is because I get to learn so much more than I ever thought I didn't know.
Right.
I mean, you get, with these like Chris Warden and AJW, those guys are encyclopedias of ultra and trail running for,
historians.
The entire history. Yeah.
Yep. Yes, they go back, they do their research, they learn it, they know it, and you see the passion that they have.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, that's the biggest thing. It's like, yeah, you can study something, but when you have a passion to study it and learn it and know it then, and continue to still learn, like that is 2, 3, 10-fold that those guys just have. And it's like, I mean, I agree. I learned so much when I watch them and listen to them. And
well, at some point I want to sit behind Chris Warden when he starts doing all his spreadsheet stuff, and just to learn a few things there.
He definitely gets his stats in order, and he has them set up, and great guy. I haven't seen him go by in a while, but I've been looking at the screen and checking my screen with the stats, so I may have missed him because we have a small little window in front of us.
It has been a little bit, but I wouldn't doubt he's probably got his crew area set up out here and somewhere over here. I don't remember what they were, the terms that they were using earlier with, but I know they had Flag Alley and RV Row and whatever terms they came up with. I was going to write them down so I could continue the correct naming of all these spots.
We'll continue that lingo
Yep.
into, yes. So we will figure that one out and learn that one. But yes, there's definitely RV road this year. Normally it's on the back side of the course when we were at Camelback. So that back was the RV parking, and you went around down the straightaway and then hit that back area before you came back into what I would say technically is the park. And before you got to the lakes. This year the RV is closer to the finish line, and like Shad just said, it's like you literally are running through a row in cones through the parking lot where all the RVs are back to. So there's a lot of runners that have parked there, whether they're in an RV or a car and they're working out of their car. They got their tables set up. Some have some pop-up tents as well. But that's definitely the place to be. There's a lot of folks over there supporting, and when I walked through it the other day, like they're just cheering and giving accolades to the runners coming by, and they're in good spirits. So we got Waddell Running Lady. She's on Instagram. She's a big runner of ours. So shout out to her. She's heading past the aid station right now.
Yeah, I saw her earlier. She's still moving good too.
She is. She is one of those people that just keeps moving. She just waved at us. So good to see her out there. So it looks like we got some decorations going up and some shenanigans at the start finish. We're getting close. We got less than 4 hours to New Year's Eve. And I don't know how much these mics pick up, but if you do hear booms in the background, they're not gunshots, they're fireworks. There's a lot of people shooting fireworks out.
Oh, there goes the jester walking by right now.
Ed is coming by, that's true. You should be crossing your start finish line screen here in just another 30 seconds or so. And he actually looks like he's running. He's moving now. And that's just his style, that he runs and then he walks. He runs and he walks. And there he goes back into a walk coming across the finish. And you can see him, and he's had a green suit, a red suit. I think he had a silver looking suit the other day, a couple different hats. That looked like a normal Santa hat, or kind of. So he wears one, and I've ran or walked with him before, and he has one that's more of a traditional jester style and how he got that name. And it has bells on it.
Yeah.
If you walk behind somebody or next to somebody talking to them for 5 or 10 miles with the bells, it's kind of like, whoa. Got some other people walking through wearing some costumes. Here comes Yolanda across, and like I said, I think she's 3rd female overall. She, I think, was 7th overall, so she's in the top 10. So good to see her still moving at this hour. So I do want to give a shout out to like all our aid station volunteers and everybody working the aid station. Aravaipa puts on some of the best food. I'm going to recommend maybe next time we can get like a static cam to see all the aid station folks and what they're doing. If we can't, maybe we can get a camera in there and do a little bit of live feed, because those folks just keep these runners going. They do a phenomenal job. They're making food 24/7, and it's not just quesadillas. We did burgers and
I wonder if somebody's getting ready to
pizza,
finish his 100 miles.
Here we go. Check this out. Yeah. Look at that. That's why we're out here. So that was Michael that just came in. It's Jason, our RD right now, is handshaking him. So huge accomplishment.
Yeah.
Hitting that century mark.
Oh, there goes Chris. Chris Warden going
Oh.
by. He's running too, so he's moving. He is moving. It was exciting to see that he made it into Western States this year.
Oh, it's fantastic. I can't think of anybody like more deserving.
Yeah.
With what he's done through not just Aravaipa, but just in the ultra running community.
I will be sad that I don't get to, hang out with him with my camera down at Rocky Chucky like I did this last year.
Oh.
But hopefully I'll still be there when he comes through.
Yeah.
Because that was a fun time to be able to be sitting there and during the night till the cutoff in the morning and with my camera and just watch all those individuals come through there and I tell you what, see them walk down to the water and then have to get down into that water when some of them did not look like they were moving so good, but they still put one foot in front of the other and made it across and finished. So I mean, it's just amazing.
That's like there's so many iconic points to that race, and like that's the one I love watching. Like I love seeing them all come through Forest Hill and all, but like getting to that water point is just amazing.
Oh, we should have a 12-hour finisher coming in. Sam Longson should be in second place male. Okay. Yeah, I would be getting about that time for our because they started at 9, I believe, the 12-hour folks. So this would be right at that 12-hour mark. So
that is true.
Oh, looks like Derek coming in here. I didn't notice if
did Stephanie come in before him or not?
I didn't notice.
I didn't see that either.
But it's hard to tell. There's enough people there that I can't tell if she's sitting back there in a chair or not, but that is definitely
Right.
Derek.
Yep.
Stephanie did come in? Okay, good. See, chat, I'm glad you guys are paying attention because I was not. Oh, yep, she came
So
in
we got some late
41, so she's still moving good. Almost 2 minutes faster than.
I am so sorry. My computer was not updating on the chat, but I put in earlier, like, where's everybody from watching? We got Josie. She's in California. Run Steep, Get High is in Phoenix. Troy's in Phoenix. We got Lumpy Dog from Michigan. Chuck is from Maryland, and then we got LA to BNA down in Nashville. So we got some late risers still because it's getting a little bit late on that East Coast time. But glad to have you guys all on. We appreciate you guys. Brett says, go Sam. So that's, looks like Sam Longson is going to come in for the 12-hour and should be second place male. So that's good to know. That is a top spot. So that's awesome. Going to podium. So it looks like he's at 56.3 miles.
You know, from a fixed time standpoint, that has to be probably about the most perfect amount of time to be out here, because you're going to get done before it gets too late and gets too cold. And
I think I would agree with that. I've only done 24 hours twice across the years, and I've attempted a couple 100-milers and DNF'd both of those, Javelina being one of them. But 24 hours is just a long time.
it is a long time. When I did my 24-hour race, like I said, I kept going, felt compelled to keep going, but I'm not going to lie, about 6 o'clock in the morning, I did take a good 2.5-hour nap before I went back out, and I felt completely refreshed. I had the second place guy worried because I took off and I was running 7-minute miles again.
Yep.
And he saw me, he was sitting down at the aid station, he saw me come through, and this guy, and I wasn't trying to beat him at all. I was just like, well, I feel good, I'm just going to run a few more laps.
Yeah.
And I guess he threw his coat off and he yelled that if I was going to beat him, I was going to have to do 6-minute miles. And he took off, and I felt bad because I wasn't trying to beat him, and this guy was having some serious issues with his feet, like he could barely run. And I was like, what? I wasn't trying to beat you, buddy. I just felt good for a couple more miles. I well exceeded. Hey!
Well, we look like we're down to 10 seconds, and we're going to start the next loop on Last Man Standing.
For those of you from Bozeman, our former Bozeman Run Club leader just walked by.
I think Chuck has eyes better on the race than we do. So they're fixing and fueling the front heater right now. Thank you, Chuck. We appreciate you.
Well, I guess you can see the propane tank coming out. I did just see somebody carrying a propane tank. Unless he's sitting in the tent.
Right. Well, then he apparently would not be in Maryland, or he could be still from Maryland. He's just here. I don't know. I'm thinking we're going to have to get a heater here pretty soon. I think
somebody behind the computer over there will need a heater because he's going to be here all night.
I don't have a heater on right now.
I think.
Oh, he does have one. I see.
All right.
Yeah, you guys should have
Well,
there's another one out there. I can grab it. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not going to complain like AJW does, so.
Well, in Desert Solstice, he was complaining, and then he also didn't have any socks or shoes on. Well, he actually wasn't complaining. Well, you were.
Yeah. Mike Carson, who is our running our board and all the video and the cameras and everything right now, he's got the heater on over there. So if that tells you something about Arizona weather, do with it what you want. But
Chuck says he's going to be here next year. Well, I will probably be here next year as well. So whether I'm going to be running or helping out in any capacity, I will definitely be here next year. Eva from Placerville, California.
Yeah.
So you're familiar with some iconic trails.
What part of California is that? Is that southern or northern?
That would be northern.
Northern? Okay.
Yeah, it's unless I'm thinking of the wrong town, it would be just east of that Auburn area.
Wow.
The roads out there, but she correct us if I'm incorrect. Pretty sure if you go the back way up to Tahoe, you go through there from that area. I'm pretty sure I've driven through there a few times.
Gotcha. And she just said Western states. So. Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike.
Yes, sir.
No, yeah. I need to grab my charger.
Get a splitter you can plug into my cord. If you just grab one of those splitters and just Okay, welcome back, everybody. I wandered across, got myself a nice little coffee warm-up, and had to put my hat on because it is officially cold outside of this tent. And my puffy jacket might be coming on here pretty soon. I wasn't even going to really drink any coffee, but it is hot, and it sounded very good when it's starting to get a little bit chilly out. But see, I was correct. I thought for sure that was where Placerville was. I remember driving that way a couple times. Highway 50, I remember that. I took that highway many times. We should see our first runners coming through here pretty quick on this current lap that they're on. See who it'll be first this time. My bets is that it'll probably be Stephanie, but she may have decided to take it a little bit easier this next lap. Looks like kids aren't playing wiffle ball anymore out there on the field. And here goes Stephanie just by our tent right now, so she is coming in. And she is looking good. And here she comes through the finish line right there. Just another. Yep, just laid down. And here comes, I see Derek just went by. Gene must have came through first. I didn't notice him come through, but I just refreshed my list and it said that he came through. Is that a happy birthday tiara that she is wearing, or I've been trying to figure that out all day on what kind of tiara she has. So chat, help me out on that. Emily was looking extremely strong also as she went by, so definitely has some laps left in her. There goes Chris Warden through the finish line right now. All these runners still looking strong. lot of these runners still hyped. They still got a lot of miles left to give out here. There is currently a lot of fireworks being lit off around us right now where we're sitting. People celebrating New Year's. Well, a little bit early. They still got a few hours. But maybe they're like me and they don't want to stay up until midnight every year, so they light off their fireworks early so they can go to bed earlier. And I know what you're thinking, Chad. It's not because I'm old. I don't go to bed early because I'm old. I go to bed early because usually I'm waking up early to get a run in. Seth is going by. He's the one with the beautiful eyes or whatever they were saying earlier. I just saw him run by. He's going to make it this lap. Here comes two ladies. See if they make it across in time. That was Lavanya. I recognize her going by. Come on, Lavanya, you can do this. "60 seconds, see if she can make the turnaround. See if these last few runners, they can make the turnaround since they have to get right back out there again. Grab some last minute fuel and take it with you or whatever you need. And they're off on their next lap. We'll let the tracker update itself, see if everybody made it. It looks like it. Looks like everybody's making it out there. Give my tracker a little more time to update, but we may have lost one person on that lap. Okay, finally updated. We did not lose anybody on that lap, so I thought for sure I saw the last guy, which I'm assuming was Tom. I saw him. I thought I saw him leave because I saw him come in with like 30 seconds left to go, and I thought I saw him turn or just go right around the to the other side, get ready to go again. So that was good to see that he did make it back out there again for this lap. So many of the runners out here now have their extra layers on, puffy coats, blankets wrapped around them. It is definitely dropping in temperature. Get later in the miles, like many of these athletes are now, and you don't move as fast and you don't create as much body heat, and so you need to make sure you have on as warm a gear as you can have. Wearing hats and gloves out there now, a lot of these individuals. Hey, Mike. Yeah.
Guess I gotta go do some.
I will say probably one of the hardest parts of commentating right here is the fact that the aid station is directly across from us, and every now and then the breeze blows just right that the smells, the tremendous smells are blowing into here. And if anybody has been to an Aravaipa event, you know that the menus that they put together, that Patty does, and are just some of the best food I've ever encountered out on any of my races. And I can tell you that when that breeze changes direction to come this direction, it is very difficult to not run across there and see what's cooking. I saw earlier they had tons of pizza out there for all the runners. Or fireworks going off behind us. All the runners that you're seeing come through right now are either doing part of the multi-day or 100-mile distance, longer distances, 24 hours. And they're still out there moving.
You want a vegan dog? I got
No, thank you. That last lap does look like Jean did dethrone Stephanie for coming in first. That was the first time in I don't know how many laps that she wasn't the first one that came in. But for this last person standing event, it doesn't matter how fast you come in. It's whoever does that final lap. Our laps are getting a little bit slower now from our athletes and the last person standing, but not too much slower. Should see the first person on this lap coming in here in about a minute, minute and a half. can see more and more of these athletes as they come through are starting to put more layers on, keep themselves nice and warm to be able to run through the night. Oh, Stephanie did come in. I thought I might have seen her, but I didn't see anybody over in her little crew spot, so I wasn't quite sure. Oh, she's just blocked by the other person. That's why I can't see. So they made a liar out of me. Yeah, she's on the ground. I see that now. Yeah, I can see her make out her shoes sticking out. It looks like Jennifer came in too. And I saw her, must have had to go run to the aid station or something. I saw her run, or maybe the restroom or something, which would be back that direction. But both of them, of course, made liars out of me when I said the laps were getting a little bit slower. They must have heard me all the way across the from the other side of the loop and decided that they were going to make a liar out of me. I saw Emily just went by. So she should be coming onto your guys' screen here momentarily.
Hey, Shad. Sorry, I had to take a quick break and get some food.
No problem.
Some long days.
I was just commenting a little bit ago that I can't believe is, because we don't have any more 6-hour or 12-hour competitors out there. So these are all the longer people, and they're still just cruising through.
They just go and go.
And they just made a liar out of me. I commented how the laps were getting a little bit slower. And then Jennifer and Stephanie came through in 12 minutes.
Oh, gee. They're really pushing it now.
Yeah.
They want a longer break, obviously, then, right?
It did look like Jennifer, as soon as she came through, she went off somewhere. I don't know if she was going run into the restroom or to the aid station to get something else or what. But so she definitely had a purpose where she wanted to make sure she had enough time for something, maybe a shoe change, or you never know.
Right. Change out the socks, the shoes.
Courses like this have always made me, I never know, like, do I want to go with a softer shoe? Do I want to go with, something with more ground contact feel? Because I'm one of those, my shoes, I really love ground contact feel, but then,
Yep.
with this concrete and stuff like that, Do I want to go with a softer shoe? Sometimes when I do that, goes Chris Warden.
Walking with Ed.
Yeah.
Ed the Jester.
Every now and then when, I decide I want to go with a softer shoe, well, then it changes my gait enough that it actually is worse for me. I start getting shin splints or feeling other issues in my legs, and it's like, so what would you it's kind of what would you rather have on courses like this when you're going to be doing long distances like that?
Do you prefer a softer shoe?
I don't
normally, or
don't.
you just want that ground contact. So even if it's a hard sole, you want less cushion.
I
so you can
love
feel
that ground contact.
Yeah,
I do. I remember years past, a lot of these shoes, some people that complained about, like I remember the first year the Brooks Catamount came out, and the biggest complaint about that is that it was like a more of a stiffer shoe. I love that shoe. Just because I felt like I was fast, I could feel everything, know what I was, stepping on, but every now and then it is nice to have like, a higher stack height, a little softer when I'm out there running on those trails too, just because if I'm going to be doing some longer miles, it helps a bit. But
right,
if I've discovered, like in most race situations, it doesn't matter the length. I prefer a lower stack height when I'm running.
Makes sense. I'm kind of the same way. When I first got into trail running before I moved out here, Ohio was a lot different on the trails, like dirt, soft dirt, and I wanted to be as close as I could to the ground and feel it. When I got out here, it changed. I wanted a little bit more depth and cushion. Here we go. And they're off. 9:40. The next group, or the next lap, same group, sorry.
And she just barely made it.
Ooh.
Barely made it.
But yeah, with the the shoes, like it's definitely, I like on these hard surfaces having a little bit more cushion, but even on the trails, I like having the feel, the grip. So lower stack height, being able to feel the ground I'm moving over and running. It definitely is quite a balance, though, that like later on in the race, I would move up and change shoes, just so I could get a little bit more cushion, because it starts to feel underneath the balls of the feet and those kind of things. So
for me, it really depends on the style of shoe as well, because especially at the beginning of a race, I definitely don't want to have a more like a race like this. You would think a road shoe would be just perfect. I don't know if anybody's out there wearing the Alpha Flies or something like that, but for me that would be a horrible choice, because my ankles would be so tired after like 40 miles that I would start risking to, and I have pretty decently strong ankles and flexible ankles, but I think I would just start feeling the fatigue after a while, and I would twist an ankle on the littlest crack in that sidewalk out there.
Going down the huge hill on the backside that's a elevation of like 10 feet. Yeah.
Well, I watched, I don't remember who was doing the run cam. I think it was Bryce that was doing the run cam earlier, and watching some of them come down on the on that ramp, and even I was after a while thinking that that would, if you went down that,
multiple times.
Yeah, it's gonna start.
It's gonna add up.
Yeah.
Right? I can see that, and I can just mentally feel that yes, that would be.
I think I just saw Lavanya go by, so she did not make that lap.
Okay.
I think Susie was that last one that we saw that just turned and burned. although my thing hasn't updated yet, but I'm almost positive that was Lavanya that I just saw go by. So unfortunately, it looks like her night is going to be over with. And according to the sheet, Steve may not have made it either. And this has not updated. I'm pretty sure that was Susie that we saw that barely made it through and turned, but it hasn't updated yet. So unfortunately, it does look like we did lose at least one person that last. Yep, Lavanya did not make it, and
okay.
Steve did not make it either. So they
All right,
finally
so
dropped
down
out.
to
We're
under
down
20.
down to 19.
19,
Now.
so we're under the 20 mark. Okay.
That's unfortunate. Watching Lavanya earlier. She was looking strong out there.
Yeah.
I mean, she was running up there with Emily pretty much every lap.
Wow.
And just started to wear on her, I guess, and which I would be the same way. She probably made it further than I would have made it. So
same. Like I definitely don't doubt it that it would be tough to be hanging.
Yeah, they've topped that 40-mile mark now, so they're.
So I was just pulling it up. Like, what about Jennifer? She came through quicker than Stephanie did.
Mm-hmm.
Derek has dropped down to 6 coming through. They're obviously all in the same lap, but time-wise, there's been a few changes in the standings.
Well, and that's been.
I mean, it's only a few seconds, but still at the same point. Like,
that was probably the fourth.
That relays on how they feel, right?
Yeah. I never.
Or how much time they want to have for recovery between.
Like, that was definitely Jennifer's fastest lap in a long time.
Yeah, okay.
And like I said, it looked like she came through with a purpose to give herself some extra time.
Okay.
But that is I think the 4th lap now in a row that Stephanie wasn't the first person through. So.
Wow.
But she's not getting any slower. I mean, you can see the time. She still came in at 12:26.
She is consistent. Yeah, definitely consistent. But could there be like a possible changing of the guard? You know, Jennifer's getting stronger. Stephanie's still staying consistent, but overall, is Jennifer going to be able to hold that? If she just started getting to that pace and like really pushing to move up? Yeah, does she have that fire in her eye? Is she really going for it? Or she just wants to like make up that time and get ahead so then she can have, like you said, a little bit more recovery or, you know, a little bit more massage therapy or those kind of things.
And sometimes you never know, like if you're feeling good, it can be more detrimental to slow yourself down too. So it might be that, you know, she's feeling really good and that was just the pace she did for that lap.
No, totally true.
I know I run into that a lot. You know, a lot of the races I do, people always think I go out too fast, but that's just the good feeling pace. I'm not like, you know, pushing myself too hard. It's just what feels good at that moment, and that's how I race a race anyway. I'm definitely no Nick Curie doing a negative split in any race. I have never done that. It doesn't matter what it could be a 5K. I am not doing that. So I always have to just race whatever pace feels good at that time, and whether that's walking or running. I love one of the quotes from West Plate, you know, a few years ago at Cocodona when he was giving advice to people that, you know, you run when you can and you walk when you can't.
I like that. I'm gonna hold that one. Because that's totally true. Like, you get that second wind, that third wind, or whatever you'd like to call it, and running or just in life, where you feel good, you just all right, right now I feel good, and in 5 minutes I might not, in 30 minutes I might not, and then I'm going to take what I can at this moment when I do feel like I can do it. So...
Oh, we got Chris Warden embracing us with his bright face over here, that I would not look that good after running that many miles.
Chris, do you want me to grab you a chair and you want to sit in with us?
Yeah, why not? Use a mic right there. I'll slide over. Oh, is there another mic?
Yeah, there's another mic.
There's another mic.
Okay.
Wow, look at this, folks. We have the legendary Chris Warden, who has been pumping out miles the last couple of days.
Hey guys.
We may have to adjust the camera.
Oh, yeah.
No, the less they see of me, the better. That's why, actually, if you ever tune into a live stream, you'll see that I actually furiously, frantically wave to the producers to not show me on screen, and that's without having run 100 miles. So I tried my best to stay off the screen. So I guess I'll
Here.
I'll slide over a little bit.
Yep.
Hey everybody, thanks for tuning in.
We're all Aerovipa family. We can get close.
This is true.
We move closer, so...
Yeah, this venue, having run across the years, this is, I believe, my 7th year. Absolutely love the venue, and I think that moving forward, there are some things that are positive and things that are, a little bit more trying. The surface is a little bit tougher here. You've got more concrete, but you've also got an equal amount of dirt on the backside. It's just, rather than asphalt, you've got pure concrete, and that can be rough for a while, but I enjoyed it. This year was special to me because I got to crew my son to his first 100-mile buckle. And
we talked about that earlier, and that was just awesome. So congratulations to Braden.
Thank you. Yeah,
that was awesome.
He was going to come in here, but then he got really tired.
Understandable.
Yeah, but I mean, he approached me back in October when I got done with another race, and he asked. He lives in Illinois with his mom, and I was up there for a race, and afterwards he asked me. He said, "Do you think I could get a bucklet across the years?" And I said, "If you want, I said I'll do everything I can to crew you, pace you, whatever." But he had to do all the legwork, and he did. So
literally the legwork.
Yeah,
one foot in front of the other.
And
That's
then
awesome.
once he got done, I was able to focus on my own race.
Yeah.
So this was 100-miler number 7 for me. So that was nice. It's the first time in my life I've done 2 in a year. So that was nice. And it's kind of hopefully setting the groundwork for a very good 2025.
So do you have anything planned before Western States? Because we know that you're in Western States. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And are you looking at anything long distance before then, or just putting in the training to be able to focus on that race?
Well, one of the advantages to working with Mountain Outpost is that I'm able to use races as training runs. So I'm doing the Coldwater 40K, I'm doing the Elephant Mountain 35K, I'm doing the Black Canyon 50K, Mesquite Canyon 30K, Crown King, Whiskey Basin 91K, and then I'm doing, I'm probably going to throw something in between there, probably the Zane Grey Marathon, and then I'm going to go to training camp at the end of May. So I've got a pretty robust 2025 ready to play out. So
that sounds like a solid platform.
Those races are going to be your speed work, right? That's
I don't know about my speed work. They're going to be work.
But quite a few of those that you mentioned, though, because I've ran a few of them. Like, you've got some elevation that you'll be pulling in to help you with Western. I know Westerns tends to be downhill, but you still have the uphills. So
well, the thing about my training races is that there's a lot of them, there's a lot of elevation gain, but only 1 or 2 are actually fairly technical. Like Mesquite Canyon 30K is going to be technical. You've got that goat camp climb up the backside, and that's gnarly.
That one, yep.
But that's more heat training But speaking to people, well, I'm coached by Pete Mortimer, and obviously, my frequent broadcast partner, Andy Jones-Wilkins, has run Western States many times, and if you haven't paid attention, he likes the race a lot. But they basically were saying in unison that I have to do a lot of climbing, but it has to be like potentially runnable climbs. So things like Crown King, of course, locals are very familiar with Mount Ord, and going up the, it's brutal, but it's also very runnable if you've got good legs. And hopefully over the next 3 or 4 months, I develop the good legs that by the time the heat starts to kick in, I'm doing runs up the 3,500 feet of gain in 7 miles, and hopefully by the time the weather gets hot, I'll be ready to undertake those climbs. Okay. So I haven't been paying too close of attention to the last person standing. My pick was Aaron Barber. Do we know what happened with Aaron?
I'm not sure. I know he dropped out while he was having what? Oh, okay, Achilles issues.
Okay. Yeah, because when I saw Aaron, he looked really good for the first few loops, and when I saw that he had retired from the race, I was actually really shocked, because he was basically the first person out of the chute each lap, and he looked good for the first 3 4 hours, and then all of a sudden he was no longer there, and then I looked at the results and saw that he had retired. But I'm really impressed that Stephanie Rosenbaum's been leading out the pack each time. Looking really strong, and also very chipper on the course.
Yeah, she's been dropping a little bit. Like this last lap was a little bit slower, but but she's still. I mean, it was a group of 4 people pretty much that came in right together right then. So
yeah, there's some stout runners. Looking through this field. I mean, Jackson Wolf is legit. Like that guy has got some really impressive results, and I know he's a Flagstaff guy, so he's used to beating himself up. And I did.
And he's used to the cold that we're having out here. If you want to call it Arizona cold.
Well, you guys are wearing puppies.
Right. We've talked about that a few times. It feels different.
But I did overhear him saying before the race that he was talking to somebody else that he is but he believes he's physically prepared to go 200, but he doesn't know if he can go go that far as sleep deprivation goes. But I know I've seen Danelle Redinger run out at Nardini Manor. She's pretty good as well. Derek Lytle, I know that he jokes that he hasn't run very much, but every time I see him go by, he's moving really well. So I think that this is going to be a fun race to follow, and I'm going to be sliding into the booth tomorrow to basically pick up the pieces of whatever's left come about noon hour. So.
Oh yeah.
Well, you guys are doing great. I've been loving.
Definitely looking happy to have you in here.
I'm excited. This is the first time we've actually had an anchored commentary for this race, and I didn't know whether or not ATY would have enough appeal. But frankly, I think that having talked with people out on the course, some of them didn't even realize that I thought they were just live streaming the last person standing. It's no, the cameras have been on the entire time. Yep. So. Some of the people, some of the back of the packers and some of the people grinding out that 6-day or grinding out that 200 mile have been saying, oh yeah, there was one guy, I wish I could remember his name. Sorry if you're watching and you're mad at me, but he basically said, oh yeah, I told my family back home, and they've been watching and following his progress, every loop. And he said that one loop he stopped for a quick break, and they were wondering where he was at because he was completely off pace, and he's like, oh, I had to go to the bathroom. But I think that this is the kind of event that people are going to go back, and they're going to go and watch their 100-mile finishes. They're going to go and watch those, maybe those PR moments that are going to be captured on this film. And so I think that that's one of the cool things about having this live stream for this event. 1 mile or 1.4 mile loops are not everybody's cup of tea. But at the same time, for those that are involved, this is something that they're going to be able to value and revisit for the rest of their lives. Right. They can share it with their friends. Are so when you do this stuff, what is it like? And you can show them.
Right. No, that's a good topic and a good point that yes, it's captured forever.
Absolutely. And
Everything gets captured on the internet these days,
Yeah.
and that's a good thing that gets captured, and you can see that. I love hearing the bell.
Uh-huh.
So if you're not familiar with ATY and you're watching, they've got less. Sorry, I'm
2
just
minutes,
gonna cut
yeah.
over. They got less than 2 minutes that they're gonna start the next loop. But what I was saying was like ATY just past the finish line, there is a bell, and that bell is for records, and it's not for big records, it's for personal records. So if you make that loop, you've never done it before, you make that mileage, you get to ring that bell. And it's so fun being out here and hearing that go off, and somebody has personally reached a milestone, and it just makes me like
So my
Chill.
son was part of the setup crew this week.
Yes.
And when he finished, he didn't ring the bell when he hit his PR for distance. He rung the bell when he hit his 100 miles. And when he rung it, he like swung his arm really hard, and I said, "Hey, Braden, you're gonna break the bell," and he's like, "Well, no, I put it up so I know it's secure."
That's awesome.
So
that is a
but
great.
he was super stoked, and and everybody that comes out here, I haven't hit my PR for distance yet. I will if I stick it out for another hour or two.
Are you thinking about doing that?
I don't know. I mean, I guess I could get it done before midnight if I went out there and actually put forth an effort. But
N24
on a high note.
Yeah. I mean, not that it hasn't been high. I don't know.
It's been a great year.
Like, yeah,
it really has.
but
as far as
like,
the running goes,
just hit that if you want. But yeah, just something to think about.
I might just have to do that. The only thing is that between now and then, I also have my celebratory ATY Finishers mug and a beverage that probably should be going into it here. So,
Gotcha.
But I'll let you guys get going as we see.
Okay. Yep, here we go.
The crew
started.
heading out. But Shad, you and I have to compare notes because I did have my trip to Spain and Portugal and had a wonderful experience. Of course, I did hit you up for some details and some intel, and I followed some of your advice, and love to talk about it, sometime maybe when we're both off the air.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dude, you guys are doing a great job, and thanks for, stepping up to the plate. One of the cool things about this setup is that we're kind of basically crowdsourcing people who are wanting to give it a shot, and you guys are doing a great job. And I've loved, hearing, you guys, hearing Greg and Des earlier. I've been really enjoying hearing everybody, and as I was telling Michael off the air, I said, AGW and I can't work every shift, so we need some new talent, some new blood. So getting these reps in is so important, and you guys are doing a great job.
No,
Thanks,
we
Chris.
appreciate it.
So.
Thank you for stepping in, and Chris Warden out here running, ran with his son today, who hit a huge milestone. So glad you could step in and say hi, and give us a little bit of background on some of the runners, and then just how your day's going. So we appreciate you.
Yeah, well, thanks for being here, guys. Happy New Year, everybody, and stay safe tonight.
Yes.
Thanks, Chris. We will let our list here update, see if we did lose anybody on that last lap. I thought maybe we lost Susie, but I'll let it update because I don't remember seeing. It does look like she's standing back there. Yeah, so we did. Yeah,
we did lose her.
Yep.
So we're down to 18. Tom being that last one that came through time-wise, it looks like. So
that's too bad. And for those of you that watched the last lap, she was the one that basically came straight through, had to run around to the other side and immediately leave. So that's unfortunate that she wasn't able to continue on.
I can't even imagine that. Well, no, like I said earlier, like I would rather be consistent, but at some point, especially being almost 10 hours in, 9 hours and some change, like to be.
Oh, they are 10 hours now.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Like that would be difficult. I would then want a break. Like I do like to just keep moving, but at the same point, like at that time I'd be like, I just want to sit down for a minute or get something cold to drink and relax and not have to take another step for at least a minute or two. But when you
now you can
when you
know the suffering, you know what everybody else is going through,
right? You literally have to run around the barricade across the finish to hit the start line again. That's mentally taxing. So what are we gonna do? Are we gonna rock paper scissor it on who gets to wear the 2025 glasses? But then we also have our
probably looks better on,
our New Year's hat over here.
Well, I'm wearing this hat, so
I wish on our short break I wish I would have grabbed my beanie. I'm not too cold right now, but probably will be soon.
Me putting my beanie on here, it was a night or day difference.
Yeah.
It's starting to get cold, and I was like, do I need to put my puffy on? But now after putting that on, I'm good.
I wish I could zoom the camera in from this angle. Like you got the nice little snowman.
Yep, this is my
carrot nose hat. Like it's totally appropriate. What is that? Is that Brooks running or?
It is Brooks. Yeah. One of my last few things
great.
I got from them.
Yeah. It's a great looking hat.
And
I'm jealous. Mine's just blue.
It has the nice ball on the top of it, so while I'm running, it's patting me on the head to let me know that I'm doing a good job.
That you're still moving.
Yep.
Yeah. If it stops moving, then that means you're just walking too slow.
That is
and
exactly
you're not
what
running
it means.
too quick.
I do mostly solo running anymore, so I need somebody to pat me on the head to let me know I'm doing a good job, so I wear this hat so it does it for me.
It's your accountability hat.
Yeah.
And we got Ed Eddinghausen as Ed the Jester just went by, and he is not wearing a hat. And I did see him go by earlier, and he didn't have a hat on as well. And I realized Ed doesn't have any hair.
I can honestly say that's the first time I've ever seen him without a hat on.
All right, thank you. So I'm not the only one.
Yeah.
Like I've always seen him in a hat.
Because when I saw
him
him
he's getting ready to go through the
right
start finish line. Through. Yep. He's got his suspenders and his.
When I saw him walk by, I was a little confused if that was him or not.
It took me a second as well. So if you guys hear us commentating and we talk about somebody coming by, we are not right at the start finish line. We're about 30 meters just south of there. So that red and white tent, when we say we see somebody go by, that's when we see them there. And then they have another bit to go past the aid station and past the spectator tent, and then they make it through the finish line. So if you see or hear a little delay, that's kind of why that is. So, but still, I mean, it's 10 o'clock. You guys see people moving.
10 o'clock means it's officially New Year's. It's 2025 over on the East Coast.
That is totally true. Good point. I don't know if I didn't see any Australia when I asked earlier. I know we had some Maryland, Michigan, which it's definitely time over there. We got California, which they got a little bit just like us. So we'll see what happens here in the next 2 hours, and we hit exactly 2025 in the state of Arizona, and it becomes fruition at that point because this is across the years. So they will move from 2024 to 2025, and excited to see. So phenomenal that we hold this event every year. Chris Warden is going across the start-finish line there. He, like you guys just heard, I think that's Jeffrey that he's walking with. I could be wrong. I know the face. I might have the wrong name, so I apologize. But Yeah, Chris was just saying, sitting here live with us and jumped in to talk. He might go try to get in a couple more miles to hit his PR for mileage in a day. So that's good for him.
Which is probably further than my PR. My PR is 107 miles. So
I think he's already put in 100, so he's definitely got me. Looks like we either have another group of kids or the same kids just changed and put on more layers that are playing baseball to your right of your screen. Excuse me. We got the wiffle ball out there. So it is a really cool venue. Definitely different. It takes a little while to get used to compared to, those that have run it at Camelback. They get familiar, and this year changed just to the north side of the start finish line that you guys can't see there. I think it's called Shipwrecked, and there's a big giant ship with a playground, so it's really good kid friendly, that they have things to do, which my kids will be out here this week later, so looking forward to that.
Couldn't believe how easily accessible it was to get here. When I was driving in, I was think of many of the other places that to get to with all the races around here, and it was like following my GPS, my navigation. It was like turn right, turn left, you're there. I'm like, wow, that was easy. Right
it
off
is.
of the 101 loop or whatever, and
101 and Bell Road, and you hang a right at the first light. You go down 2 traffic lights, and you hang left, and you're in the complex. So yes, you're right. And there are a plethora of things around here to do, between shopping, food. There's a ton of restaurants. You have all the major stores. You've got a mall across the street, so hotels galore. So yes, it does make it a nice point for people to travel to, whether they want to stay for 6 days or they want to stay for a 24-hour or 48 or the 72. Lots of options. So look at this race in the future if you guys want something to, put in some miles, put in some time. It's a good part of Phoenix to be in, up in I would call the northwest corner of Phoenix, right on the edge of the 101 loop. So out-of-towners, we've got it all.
well,
I can't believe it's 10 o'clock already.
be interesting to see what they come in on this lap. They had a little bit slower lap, then a super fast lap, then a slower lap again, and so it'll be interesting to see how the runners are going.
You read my mind. I was just thinking that. I was looking at the clock there on the screen at 10:11 and some change, and I was just thinking, another 2 to 3 minutes on those top ones, and to see who's going to push the line next.
Oh, it's looks like Stephanie with Derek right behind her. They should be hitting the screen here pretty quick. So that was a 12 and some change lap again. So they're moving pretty good. About a 12.5 minute lap for both of them. going to do some runner cam stuff in the morning, so I might have to get my mic working and on my gear set up, and maybe do some commentating while I'm out there doing a lap with them.
That would be fantastic.
I can give you a play-by-play as we're going all around. Of course, if they're watching my feed, so could the people sitting here at the table too. So I guess I don't really have to worry about that.
So I guess we can, I apologize if I miss anybody, but we could offer Chuck if he's still on here. And who was my other one I saw that was Michigan? Offer you guys a Happy New Year already. So, oh, Chuck just put it in there, Happy New Year from the East Coast. So, yeah, like I said, we got a couple more hours on our side, but Happy New Year's to you guys. I just started getting family text from friends and family on the East Coast of Happy New Year. So, it's about to happen, and we're going to round off 2024 through Aravaipa with a great year, successful year. We've grown, as you guys have seen, with acquiring Trail Running Magazine, multiple other venues, other races, picking up live stream for additional races as well, national races, world races. So it's been a fantastic year, and we're looking for the growth in 2025 that we can give you guys and continue just some awesome content, and just a successful year for you as runners, walkers, just trail folks and outdoor people. So looking forward to it. I think it's going to be fun times.
I'm excited.
And we're hitting a quarter century mark. We're going to be 25 years into the 2000s. You know, it's going to be cool.
I'm excited to, see what's going to happen this year. It's going to be a lot of fun. I know I'm already, slated to help with a few of the races coming up, and yeah, I'm excited for it. I know, looking at my calendar between races and then all the races I'm actually doing, and then
right.
everything else, I don't really have much of a moment anywhere, but that's good for me. I like staying busy, and really it doesn't matter if I'm racing or being involved in any other races. I just love just being in the community and being involved in any way I can, and it's just a lot of fun.
I would agree. And you sound like you've got a good set schedule on the races you're going to do, and I know you have a lot of athletes that you coach that you have to keep an eye on, tabs on, and follow up. So I'm sure that's just every weekend. Aravaipa is kind of the same weekend of we now have races, and we're doing events all the time, and happy to have you when we get you between your races and between your other events that you do. Yeah. So it's always a pleasure to have you out. So thank you for that. And best of luck going into 2025 with your races personally.
Yeah, thanks.
I wish you big success, and looking forward to hearing and always talking with you on how it went. The good, the bad, the ugly, which we always have.
Mostly the bad.
No. I don't think it's that. No. It's just fun to hear, and I know I keep using the word community, and you just said it a second ago, but it's that's just what we are and what we do. It's where we're at, and that's what we like. So.
According to Mark, we have a 200-mile race competitor coming in here pretty soon. finishing her 200 miles. Amy Mower.
I just heard the bell, and I think he said that was a 200 miler, so that might have
nice.
been her.
Okay. Well, they got those heaters going on in that tent now.
They do. They're flaming hot, aren't they?
They got about a minute before they have to take off again.
So yes, that was Amy Mower just finished.
Congratulations, Amy.
Yes, she ended up 5th overall, 3rd female. So that's fantastic that she hits the podium. I just pulled up her ultra results, and wow, she runs a lot of races. Did the across the years 48-hour last year, hit 170 miles, 2nd overall. Like,
that's crazy.
That is like
70 and 40.
Wow. Yes.
Oh, here goes our group again, leaving.
They're off.
I'm not sure if we lost anybody. I was trying to see if it does look like we did lose one more person.
Down another, huh? Wow.
Yeah, it looks like
maybe 2. Is it Jason and Susie both dropped that one?
Susie was last. Oh, Jason might have been last lap then too.
Okay.
Because I know Susie didn't make it last lap.
Okay. So yeah, we're pushing the top 17 now.
But it looks like this Raziel might not have made it. I'm waiting for the thing to update, but.
Oh, that's true. Looking at the time. Yeah, I feel like mine has a slight delay.
No, Raziel did make it. It finally updated. Although it looks like he came in 20, almost 30 seconds after the time frame. So I don't know if he was able to, RD allowed him to, like he turned and burned or was allowed to go or not. But it did count that lap. It's just, I'm not sure if he was allowed to continue. Because it says at 10:20:29, so that would have been 30 seconds after the lap started. So we might see that update later, but
Are we still on stream 11?
I believe so.
I wonder what the aid station's serving up. They had some pizza in there earlier. We did burgers a couple days ago. Oh, I did see earlier today they made the sushi.
Somebody was mentioning earlier
So,
and on the live stream that was their go-to here last year was sushi.
yeah, so we do we don't do the fish, but we do kind of a California roll with some carrot, avocado, some of the rice, and then the seaweed wrap. And like, where else in the world can you go run an ultra and get rolled sushi like that? Like,
Yeah, I was mentioning earlier in the chat that every now and then the breeze would change a little bit, and I could catch sniffs of the aid station. That was one bad part about having the aid station directly across from us. But and like, if nobody has ever been to an Aravaipa event, they have the best food. Patty does such an awesome job, and
Hannah as well that has taken over, and she just they knock it out of the park.
their chickpea sandwiches, I could eat those anytime.
Oh,
Those things
yeah.
are so good.
Now I'm getting hungry. I shouldn't have brought up food. It's that time of night.
Well, I have a tendency to want to eat just to keep myself awake a lot of times as the night goes on.
Right.
I'm trying not to overeat because let's just say I definitely wintered well so far.
Okay.
And with a couple...
Now you're needing to work it off before you hit the national championships?
I definitely need to work it off.
Yeah.
Looks like a family waiting at the finish line. They must have one of their family members getting ready to either hit 100 miles or 200 or something as well.
Right. So lots of people, especially now that we're in this far into the race, they're hitting their milestones. Have never gone this far, and they're now just like cranking it out. They've spent the time, they spent the effort to get to where they want to be, and it's got to be a great feeling once you put in the work. So speaking of, I just had a cousin on the East Coast text me, and he's got his first 50K coming up next week, and it's going to be his first time doing that. He's retired Navy Master Chief. Thank him for his service, and he's gonna knock out a 50K, and he's looking at doing a 50 or 100 miler this coming year. Probably focusing on, I believe, Antelope Canyon.
Oh, wow.
So up in Utah.
Yeah.
So hopefully I can get a chance to do that with him. So
one of my friends was
best of luck, Will, to you. I hope you knock it out of the park. I think everything you do, you were successful at. So looking forward to hearing about the results.
Our race director out there, he's definitely been having a lot of fun.
He has been, and I feel like he's been here all the time. So I don't know how he's like still running on caffeine and sugar, I guess.
Well, here in a couple minutes, we should have our leaders on this lap coming through. Last few laps actually that they've came through, they did not look like they were ready to slow down at all. So they've been.
I mean, they're only 43 miles in.
Yeah.
Like, they should have a ways to go, right? That's what the way we are in ultras. Like, it's only a few miles.
Well, and I think last year, they went to almost 140 miles, I think, before. I don't remember. Well, let's see. Last year, wasn't it Mike McKnight that won, I think? And
yes, Mike won. They went into the second because I started running on the second that day with my son, and they were still doing a few laps in that morning time when we took off. And yeah, it was just amazing, like, that they can keep going at that time and that pace, that consistency. So I just got word back that my cousin is running the Croom Zoom in Brooksville, Florida on Saturday. So
Derek is the first one. Stephanie's right behind him.
They look like they're moving good.
They were moving really good.
And they're coming across the line right now.
They're still right in that 12.5 minute range.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And they look like it's like their second lap.
Right. You can see their faces. I'm gonna jump up. I'm gonna flip over to the you are there. Sorry. Can you flip over to the camera in the warming tent? Just the tent. So closest sitting down is Derek. I don't see where Stephanie went. I'm not sure. I think she's sitting in the other back corner.
Did she go into the tent?
Yeah,
Okay.
she walked around it looked like she went into the tent. She came around the back side as well where the entrance is. So just kind of looking for her crew that's going to be helping her out. Just interesting to see and where they stand and how their recovery is between these laps of 20 minutes. Oh, there's a bunch of applause. We got a runner coming across the finish line there. Probably another milestone for them, which is awesome.
Oh, it looks like Stephanie's sitting down just right outside the tent again.
Okay, she is outside.
Yeah.
So some runners that run warm, myself included, like I would not want to sit in the tent after I finish a loop.
I do not run warm.
No.
And I get made fun of all the time because they always say, especially winter running in Montana, they always, say to dress a layer less. No, I would rather have 20 layers on, and I will be just super sweaty after, 2 miles into a run, and I will just continue running that way because I'm warm.
Yeah.
Once I get cold, it's all downhill for me.
Yeah, I've always ran warm, and even living in cold states, I did that where you run super cold for the first mile, and then I would always heat up. And now living in a warm state, when it feels cold to me, I way overdress, and I get in within a mile, and I'm peeling off everything I can.
I think I got ruined from many years of pacing the Seattle Marathon, and it always didn't matter if it was the Seattle Marathon in the springtime or the Rock and Roll Marathon in the fall. It was always like rainy and cold, and I would be so wet and cold by the time I got done with my pacing duties that it would take me a full day just to warm back up again. My teeth would be chattering, and I think that just ruined me. Now I will be way over warm and just run that way. I think Mr. Warden is most likely done for the evening. I see him just wandering around the aid station, and he looks like he is stiffening up, so he's definitely not out there moving. So he may have just conceded that 100 miles was good enough. And
He's good.
Maybe did one more lap after that and decided, you know what, I've accomplished my goal.
He definitely has done and had a great year, so it's good to see him finish on a high note. And race director Jason right now just announced 2 minutes to go for them to start their 38th lap. Is that right?
30.
Sorry, 30.
They just did their 32nd.
Sorry, so 33. Sorry, I jumped way ahead. See, I would be on my 38th right now, is why I said that. They would all be way behind me. No, I'm kidding.
I see. Yes.
That I don't know his answer. That's quite clear. The tent that we have the camera in, is that tent dedicated to last travelers?
It is. It is dedicated
Pretty
just
much,
to the
yes.
last person. Yeah. Yep. I see Rachel Church in the chat and talking about always overheating, and I can attest because she is an athlete that I coach.
Oh, really? Oh, that's awesome. No, I just responded to her. So
she is definitely.
I gave her a smiley face thumbs up because yes, she and I are on the same page.
I can tell you that. Yes. I will be bundled up in 10 layers running, go for a run with her, and she doesn't even make it half a mile in, and she is peeling everything off. It's like it could be 10 degrees outside, and she's taking her hat and her gloves and coat and everything off. So,
Rachel, I'm with you on that. Yeah, my rule of thumb was always if it's 25 degrees and over, I run in shorts. Unless we're getting that really bad Ohio wind.
and they're off again.
Here we go.
I can.
That looks like a smaller group.
Somewhere in the 30 range, I can tolerate wearing shorts, but I love wearing my running tights if it's anything below 45 degrees. Yeah, we'll have to wait for our thing to update here and see if we lost any more.
Maybe it's just the visual of the start finish, but it looked like a smaller group taking off.
And to answer my question earlier about Raziel, he did not get to continue on. He was indeed 30 seconds past the cutoff. So
I see that now, yeah.
But it does look like...
So we're down to 16?
Everybody made it, so we are down to 16.
"45 miles in since 9 a.m. So it's a good start."
They started at noon.
Oh, my fault.
Yeah.
That's why it's okay. Sorry, all the rest of the races started at 9 a.m.
These ones...
I'm a little sleep deprived, if you can't tell. But thank you, Shad, for helping me out. I appreciate that. Now that makes a lot more sense when I'm like 10:30. Okay, all right. I'm sure Chuck, if he's still on there, he's going to call me out on it. Because that guy's got some info and some knowledge, it seems like. So, my bad, Chuck, if you're still on there. But it's after midnight your time, and hopefully you're had a good New Year's, and we will catch you on tomorrow. So Rachel just said that she ran today in 30-degree weather. She said she was soaked in sweat and regretted the amounts of layers that she had on today.
And it was still probably half as many layers as I would have wanted to have on.
She's wearing shorts and a singlet, and you would be like tights and
puffy coat,
3 toboggans, gloves. Yeah. I'll tell you what, though, I did get cold when we were at the rut. We were up on the mountain, and it was like
a little cold there.
28 degrees, 20-mile-an-hour winds.
Oh, that wind was horrible.
No sun.
That wind was so horrible.
Snow, clouds. Yeah, that was a tough day because I wasn't expecting to be up there.
And I was
slightly underdressed.
I had like 3 long sleeve shirts on and my puffy coat and my mittens and stocking cap, and I was cold.
Yeah. I I didn't realize I was going to be up there when I left in the morning, or I would have put on my like running tights under my pants to have that other layer, and I think then I would have been at least better or halfway good.
I don't even remember what I was wearing for on the lower part at that time, but obviously it wasn't enough. And I'm pretty sure I think I had like some long johns on underneath my pants that I was wearing. But yeah, that was cold.
Yeah, I wish I would have put mine on.
Well, I think I'm going to take an opportunity while they're out on this lap and take a little bit of a break and run to the restroom and maybe let my dog out really quick and then
all right,
come back.
I think I might go grab some coffee, so we will step off for momentarily, and we'll be back in a few minutes. So you guys stick around and watch, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
And we're back. Much needed break. It was nice to be able to put my puffy coat on because it is getting cold out there. I ran out to the parking lot and it is getting very, very cold out there.
I took a lesson from you and I grabbed, if you guys can see it, my toboggan to throw on because yes, and I feel more comfortable now. So
we didn't lose anybody in that last loop. That was good to see. Everybody made it through. That last lab looks like Connor Phillips came in first that time, but still Derek and Stephanie are right there, so they're not gonna give it up at all. In fact, pretty much everybody in that last lap did really good. Like even old what was his nickname, Pretty Eyes or whatever he was.
That's the first I've heard of that one.
He supposedly in an interview with them this morning before the race started, he was talking about how pretty his eyes are and that he's single, and so he wanted them to mention that to everybody out on the live stream. So
okay,
yeah. So I don't know what his actual nickname was, but he.
First I heard of that one. And good to know.
I'm guessing he doesn't have his sunglasses on now, so if we had a runner cam on him, we'd be able to really see his what his eyes look like now. But
maybe we can get Michael to go out and do that for us. get some eyes on. Yeah, get some camera on Pretty Eyes, Dreamy Eyes.
And ladies, he is single. I mean, I'm pretty sure we could officially say this is like the old homage of Aravaipa After Dark, right?
That's
So
literally the first thing I thought of.
We are definitely after dark right now.
I mean, it's not the same as having Chris and like Pete up here sipping their whiskeys or whatever they sip. But
yeah, I'm just trying to fuel on coffee and water right now. But we've got less than an hour to go before the stroke of midnight here in Phoenix. So we were just talking off air that it's going to be a little bit of a different year because of the fact we're at a new venue and we're not doing the course change. Where normally with this race we switch every 6 hours. So this year normally you would see them do like a turnaround. But this year we are not doing that. We're just going single direction. So at that point at midnight, they do a course switch and they have the sparkling champagne and nice little plastic flutes. This year, I believe we are still going to do that, but they'll just run straight through. So hopefully they're preparing those soon because that's like a tradition that we have. It'll be nice to see if that does happen. So what do you think, Shad? Another 4 minutes or so before they roll in on the last man standing?
Anywhere, yeah, probably anywhere. I would say probably 3 minutes
3
based
minutes,
upon what they've been doing.
Okay. And it looked like Connor came in a little bit quicker.
He
on that
did.
Last one.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny that it seems like the last 10 or so laps, there's been a different person at the coming in first, but Derek and
Right.
Stephanie are right there, like every time.
They are definitely consistent.
And I can tell you that
I mean, we saw Jennifer jump up to the top, and
Yeah.
now Connor's at the top. But you're right, Derek and Stephanie have been in that 2, 3, 4 range, just hovering.
well, and I'm
So-
amazed. I saw one of our athletes that came through and ran through the restroom as she was coming by, and is still like, it didn't seem to slow her down at all.
No phase, just a quick do what you need to,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
you're right out.
Because I was expecting to see her further down on the list when I saw her coming out of the bathroom, but she must have sped forward knowing that she was going to be making that trip, just so it didn't slow her down at all.
So we're after dark, after hours, so we can say other things that we normally wouldn't say. No, I was just going to bring up all right, we're all ultra runners pretty much watching this, right? So running javelina or those kind of races and you're going through the night. Speaking of bathroom breaks, when you're running and you hit the trail and then you just see the stream in the sand, that you can just tell somebody who just kept walking because they didn't want to stop. You didn't want to.
I see. So when I was with Carl Meltzer, like I would see him.
Yeah.
He would go me backwards. So keep going.
All right, there you have it. I don't know if you guys caught it on mic, but yeah, it's not just me; it's everybody else, and I'm sure you guys can chime in that you've walked and done your thing at the same time, so you keep moving forward.
Stephanie
Right?
and Derek just finished. That was a
So-
fast lap too. Gosh dang. Or they just came through, I should say. They didn't finish, but and Stephanie's dancing, so she's still in high spirits.
Jeez, yeah. Do you think that's sometimes a psychological game though too?
Oh, absolutely.
Make you
Yeah.
make the other person think. I used to watch a lot of cycling.
You can
and
tell
Tour de
the-
France and stuff, and I heard that Eddie Merckx, great cyclist back in the 70s, 80s, as they were doing those climbs up Alpe d'Huez or those mountains, he would just keep drinking out of his bottle, even though he didn't have anything in there, because he knew the other guy didn't have anything either. What?
I mean, it's kind of smart.
Why?
Yeah.
Because he's like, I got water, I got hydration, I'm good.
Oh.
And we're riding up together and you have nothing
Oh, I
and
got
you're
you.
suffering.
Okay. That
Yeah,
makes sense.
so, yeah.
I
So that's
see-
why, that's why he was like, he would do that just to psychologically, flip the other guy out on, he's like, there was nothing in my water bottle. He's like, I ran out 4 miles ago.
Well, and you see a lot of your, who is it? Sally McRae always has that smile on her face whenever she comes into aid stations and everything, and even when she's not doing the best, just to.
She smiles when she's there.
Yep.
Yeah. Definitely the psychological point of the opponent.
I noticed Stephanie, as soon as she got in, that she immediately was laying down on her stomach, stretching her
Stretching her quads out?
her hip flexors.
Okay.
And that's something when you're running a flat course that many miles, that's
Yeah.
where you're going to notice it the most.
I really like the that figure 4 stretch and getting those hip flexors on the outsides and just getting that leg over and turning it.
Yeah,
To at least for me.
I'm not flexible enough to even try and attempt to do that stretch.
I'm not saying I do it well or even when I'm in pain, but it does tend to help me more than you know, just a hamstring stretch or something like that.
Vibes seem to be high. All the people making it back on this lap. Everybody seems to like the choice in music, so we'll have to tell them that they're liking it out there.
I think it's going to get pumped up here as we get closer to New Year's Eve night.
As Rachel says, got to work in that mobility.
Mobility, I like it.
Emily just came across. They're starting to, some of them are starting to look like they're feeling the miles finally as they come across. That was not the case for Stephanie and Derek when they came across. And I can't believe it's cold. Here I am. I had to put my puffy coat on, and Derek, I don't know if you guys noticed, took his shirt off for that last lap. He ran that whole lap with no shirt.
I just went and put my vest on underneath my jacket when we took that break. I'm good now. And I got my hat to... It's not as cool as looking as yours is, but yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, that's why I turned mine off.
Good idea.
Oh, there goes the PR bell again. That's awesome
Heard
to hear.
it, yes. I've seen quite a few runners watching the cam that have come around that you can tell they're in the 24-hour because they walk around and go in the tent. And we're less than 2 minutes now for the start of the next loop. And yeah, you can see the faces, you can see the times that they're slowing it. That seemed like a fake smile to me. I just saw that one come across. His mustache didn't hide it all. You could just tell that that was a fake it till you make it kind of thing.
Seconds. Hopefully everybody will make it through. I don't remember seeing Seth, but he might have came through when I wasn't paying attention. Oh yeah, Seth came through a long time ago. I just wasn't looking. For it to update, but I don't believe we lost anybody on that lap. Everybody seemed to come through in plenty of time.
Mm-hmm. A couple seemed like they had to just like walk right around, grab a fuel, and take off. So while we have another 13 to 14 minutes until the last man standing comes in, do want to send out that excuse me, so there is a 6-day bib out here for Rob Martin. Rob passed away, and he was a huge community member within Aravaipa. He ran or led the fun run group runs. So there's an honorary bib out here for him that you can come out and do some miles for him. You can grab the bib. It is at the start finish line, and do a couple laps just in honor of him. So good family member with the Aravaipa crew. Sorry for his loss and to lose him, but it's out there if you guys want to swing by. If you're local, it would be a pleasure to have you, and it's just a really good honoration of what he did for us. So
yeah, thank you for that. I remember all the times he was at every race. You never didn't see him at a race. It didn't matter what, if he was running or volunteering or doing whatever. I know my first, because he was always willing to do I would say run cam, but he would just be in an aid station wandering around. So a lot of the footage you guys have watched on any of this was a lot of the stuff that he was capturing just in the aid stations. And he would always, it's like he always seemed to know where to be pointing that camera to whenever
Yep.
It's like, yeah, just, but I remember talking to him many times, just such a great individual. Always cheery every single time.
he was, and like even like they showed some footage, and it was of Chris Warden commentating at Sedona 125 when Rob finished. And they're like, why does he have two sets of poles?
Oh, I remember that. Yep.
Yeah. And just the kind of guy Rob was, like, he carried somebody else's poles. So it just gave sentiment to what kind of person he was and how much he cared. So we love you, Rob. Miss you. And I believe Rob has 99 laps, 138 miles right now, so 139 and a half. My fault.
There's still plenty of time. Get him over 200 easy.
Yep. So you guys come on out, or if you know somebody in the area, if you don't live here, tell them to come out and do some miles for him. The bib is there at the start finish line, and let's just honor him.
Oh, somebody's getting ready for the New Year's there with his.
I was about to say that. Like, I feel like we're seeing more New Year's Eve hats and some decor coming out.
Did you see the champagne glasses over there?
Are they? Okay. All right. It looks like they do have the champagne glasses getting poured. We got another just under 35 minutes till we hit the true New Year's. You guys on the East Coast? No, it's not true. No, I'm kidding. You know, one thing when I first moved out here, I was used to the East Coast time. So we would watch the New Year's Eve ball drop in like New York City. And then we moved out here and it was like pre-recorded and you saw the same thing like 2 hours later. It always like flipped me out. Or you would watch like LA or something like that. I'm like, wait a second. We don't have New Year's.
Yeah. It was
I know
the
the
same way
time
growing
changed.
up in Montana too. It was like the same mountain time. So it was
Yeah.
same thing. But me as a kid, I was clueless because I didn't move from Baggy. So I always thought that
You thought it was the original?
Yep.
That's funny. So going just through the 6-day race, it looks like Mark Sanderson is still ahead. He's at 274. Iso, who I believe won last year, was very close to it. He's at 263.4. So a couple laps down.
And that's nothing. I mean, you still got how many? 3 days left?
Oh, we still have plenty of time.
Yeah, I mean,
plenty of time.
that's one nap.
Yeah, I mean, and then you have Carol, Christine, and Yolanda, first, second, third female, all in the top 7 overall.
Yeah, I've noticed Yolanda go by a few times, and she's still looking good, too.
Yeah, Yolanda is a force to be reckoned with. And then John Gessler, he's 9th overall, 6th male, and he's at 233 miles. And I can almost say I don't think that guy ever sleeps. So when other people take a nap, he bumps up and just keeps moving. Like, I think that guy can go 2 weeks on no sleep. I would like to. I'm gonna see if I can look it up real quick. Where John's at, like, I think he hit his 2,000 mile jacket a couple years ago. So I think he's. Let's see if I can. Oh, that's awesome. Michael's gonna like look it up for us because he's like the master of everything.
There we go. Thank you for that.
I think that's accurate.
Put the link in the chat for lifetime miles for individuals.
See, I don't know if that's accurate because this is last year run 2018, so I don't think this is accurate.
All right. I will digress. We're going to try to take a look at that, but I know it's got to be huge. So speaking of one of our athletes and one of our race participants that does a bunch through Aravaipa, we keep talking about Ed, the jester. Yeah, he did 43 races according to Ultra Sign Up and did 4,788 miles. Like, most races completed, most miles raced. And he is out here with us today, just crushing it. So, like I said, he's a staple in the Aravaipa world.
And he's no young buck either.
No,
I mean-
he is not. You're right. And that's what you were talking about earlier. Like, you can get started in this and do it for your lifetime.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite parts about Jackpot is it's usually the USATF 100-mile road championships, and so you get those 70, 80 older people out there setting records.
Right.
So you could be just as competitive at any age. Like, I joke around a lot that my next couple races are going to be my last races as a competitive athlete. But I mean, you could be competitive until you're 90 years old, 100 years old, doesn't matter. So any time now we should see our leaders come through again. Lots of fireworks going off around us now again.
Did you see the smoke out in the parking lot?
I did, yes.
Yes, it's like there's so many fireworks going off around us. Like, you can just see that residue, like,
well, and I thought
hanging.
it was kind of funny because
they're not even shooting them right here.
Driving in on the highway, they said that tomorrow is expected, like, high pollution, whatever, so to carpool or whatever. And I was like, well, how do they know that that's going to be tomorrow? Now I understand how they figured that out, because everybody's lighting off fireworks, and it's just going to hang around down here in the lower valley area. And there goes Derek. So it looks like Derek's going to be coming in first, unless I miss somebody again, which sometimes I do. There goes Stephanie. She's still looking good too. Better than good. She's like hyped as she went by. Derek's bending over, so you know he's feeling it a bit. But he still looks strong. So that lap was a little bit slower, but only about 30 seconds slower.
Hey, Mike.
Yes, sir.
Can you find out Joe Dana? Joe Dana.
How you spell last name?
D-A-N-A.
Okay. Is it 24 or what?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, I'll find it.
I wish you could search it.
Awesome job, man.
Way to go. Oh, that's what I should do.
I believe I just saw Emily go by too. So they're all rolling in now.
That's why I need to pull up his momentum. If I pulled up momentum, I could look him up real quick. Momentum that we use for timing. It would allow me to search quicker. I could pick it out.
Looks like Derek's rolling his muscles out.
He's shirtless again this lap, huh?
Yeah, I don't know how he's doing it because it is freezing cold out there. Of course, maybe that's his strategy. He knows that if when he gets back quicker, that he'll warm up again.
Yeah.
Looks like we're still waiting for about 3 or 4 people to make it through. There's Seth right there. He's going to have about a minute left.
Just heard the bell again. So somebody hit a milestone. PR. No, but you're talking to him, and I was just trying to look it up, and it took me a minute to find the stats of getting into this line of work with running ultras. Joe Dana, who's 88 years old, he just did FatOx the year before last and was trying to go for the record. And we thought he had set it, but another guy had broke it the week before.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it was unfortunate. But we had the USATF refs there with us, and I got a chance to walk a couple laps with him and like learn a little bit about his story. But I mean, like, guy is 88 years old, knocking out mileage here in loops. So I saw him today, and it was freaking awesome. That didn't. Oh, here they go.
They're off.
Another loop. They're off.
Last lap of 2024.
Yes. That is a good call. So yeah, Joe just this year here at Across the Years did 105.6 miles. Started Saturday at 9 a.m. and took off. He was trying to break the, I believe, the 24-hour 85 record when he did Fat Ox with us a few years ago, and barely missed it. And he's still out here knocking out 100+ miles in a couple of days. Where else can you have that mindset and do that? So, and Joe, you'll probably never see this or hear it, but you took a couple long breaks, man. You could have been further out, but totally get it.
It's part of his strategy. Got to get
That
a
is
nice little.
Yep.
It's close.
And then we talked about that earlier too. Like you gotta play your strengths, and when you feel good, you go, and when you don't, you just rest.
I was thinking about it as I was driving in. You were mentioning how there's a lot of hotels close by here that if I was to do the 6-day event, I'd be like, you know what? I'm gonna every night have a hotel room, go get a nice hot shower, be rejuvenated the next morning, and show up and knock some more stuff.
We have people that do that, and that's the pleasure of this kind of an event. You walk off course at the point of exit, and then you walk back on course, and it's just timed. So it's kind of a nice strategy to have. And it's like some people get campers, or they rent them, or they stay in one. Others do that. They drive. They go sleep for a couple hours and they come back and get in a nice bed and hot shower.
Yeah.
Get some hotel coffee.
It's amazing what a hot shower will do to, get you back into it.
Yeah. This year the course is great because the showers are so much closer than they were last year. So you had to kind of go through the parking lot. This year they're practically right on the course. So very convenient. And all. So sometimes we are here long hours, and I just had my support crew just bring me some electrolytes. So I appreciate that, because I need them. Keeps me going. Coffee only lasts so long.
I don't know who this guy is in the white that just went through the finish line, but he has just been booking it for every time I see him go by. He is not letting up. I don't know what race he's in or who he is, but he is just cruising.
We're down to less than 16 minutes before New Year's. Do you have any big New Year's plans?
No.
No? Yeah, me either. My biggest New Year's plan is...
Hey, it's Andre.
Andre Lee coming by. Good to see him.
It's like we were discussing.
Guy has a huge smile like he always does.
Always, yeah.
Yeah.
I was talking about earlier that this is the first time I've probably been up till midnight on New Year's Eve in probably 10 to 15 years, and most of that it's not because I'm old. It's just because I usually wake up early the next day to go for a run, so I go to bed early.
Right. No, I feel like I am old, and I don't stay up. I need to find out from Jubilee. I know she still has the picture somewhere. It's archived and saved because it was on the Across the Years website. So a few years ago when I volunteered before I worked here, I'd say 2017 or so. So it's been a good 7 years. I have one of my favorite pictures that Jubilee Page, that works for Aravaipa, who's the race director for Black Canyon, for Javelina, like all the big ones. She's a fantastic photographer. I brought my boys over just to celebrate because we lived pretty close to the Camelback Ranch site, and I've got a picture of my two oldest, and we had sparklers, and it was on the webpage for a while, and it's just one of my favorite pictures. We had such a good time, and like I said earlier, like you got the kids over there playing baseball or wiffle ball on the side. It is a family event. I mean, like ultra running in general, like when can you take that much time, go run for training, all the time you have to put in for training, but then the time that you're racing and you need that support, you want to see those that you love or that are around you and you cherish. So it's just a really cool photo. If I had it, I'd pop it up in the feed, but unfortunately I don't. But it's just kind of a cool aspect, and so many pictures of friends and things that you have along that route too, where they capture a photo and it's like years later you look back and like, oh my gosh, they supported me in a sport that I love to do, but also a sport we think sometimes it's alone because you run right by yourself, and sometimes that alone time is good, but other times it's like you want to be around people, you want people there, and it's just catch 22, I guess, like on how you can make that change. So anyway, sorry, long-winded story, my bad. I don't know what else to say.
Hey,
I'm just trying to kill time.
I like listening to your stories. Talking about Jubilee and taking photos, I always remember I love doing Kendall Mountain every year. I just love that race. It is just such a grind I think that's why I love it. It's just a grind. And straight up,
right back down.
Yep. But she would always be taking photos at the little, like right before you get to the straight up climb to go all the way up, and there's like this little notch, and she's always sitting right there. And every time I see her, I'm like, it's like the best feeling, because I know I only have like another 200 feet of climbing to do versus what I just did. and she always would have that was the best picture spot to take too, because you're dying when you get to that point,
right?
It'd always be her and Fox just sitting there waiting for you so she could take a picture of your misery.
And it's funny how that's like so uplifting when you see that. You see that familiar face. You see that cute little fox dog that is just right there next to her, that never leaves her side, and it just makes you feel good. 10 minutes till New Year's.
Right at 12?
No, I can get a little bit out.
Okay. Because that'll give us time to sign off, because then we'll be done after that.
So let's see, I have 7:47 on the stream on YouTube. It's 7:50, so I have 4 minutes.
remember for sure.
I signed up for the next shift. I signed up for the next shift.
Doing what?
12-4.
Commentary?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I did. But
I didn't realize. Hey, that's great.
I was like,
can't
I'm
go to
still
bed.
on it.
I didn't fall asleep in a chair. Now I can.
I don't have to go the whole floor, but it's whatever you want to say.
Okay.
I wish we could flip the camera around. We just had a T-Rex stick their head around the front.
That was shocking.
Yes. Surprised me. So we do seem to be getting a little bit more live activity at the start finish.
We'll go through
if you guys are watching, we've got we have a T-Rex coming through the start finish line here in a second, or just before it, to your left of your screen. So the costumes are coming out, the hats, the noisemakers. Everybody's getting ready for that, for the last 8 minutes before we hit New Year's. So fun to see. That's what we like to do. There's the T-Rex on your screen now. Bam. And I am happy to say that that's not me right now.
Somebody just went flying by us. Was that one of our last person standing?
I didn't see him turn. And that would have been a very quick lap. So there's...
No, that was him. Yeah. And there's Stephanie and Derek.
Stephanie, yeah. So that's 12 minutes. That was like a 12:40 lap.
Yeah, that was
quick.
Flying by.
Yeah.
Was that?
We got Bobby and a couple other people that ran earlier. Chad's coming by. We got a lot of people going up to the start finish line to cheer these runners on, moving from 2024 to literally across the year. So they're all setting up to give accolades to these runners and those participants that are out here, and even just like the support crew that have been out here all day, all night, multiple days, multiple nights. So it's good to see them. I'll say it since it just reminded me. We had one of our med team people walking by. MedStar comes out and supports just about all of our events, and it's good to see them here and have them here. They do a fantastic job for us. So we are grateful that they're here to take care of our needs. When we kick a rock, we fall into a cactus and have to get that pulled out.
Not to mention any names there.
No, I'm not going to say any names. But yes, it does happen at many races. Scrape knees, take a fall going down Mesquite, or Santan. Yep.
That was Jackson that went flying by at the...
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He's changed clothes, so I didn't know what he was wearing anymore, so...
That wasn't him in the gold, like, tutu that just went by, right?
No, that was he was the guy in the yellow that came in first.
Okay.
Right before Derek and
Gotcha.
Stephanie.
So we were down to less than 5 minutes before the countdown to the new year.
Everybody's showing up. It's going to be exciting down here at the start-finish line, including those that are looking a little weary. They're wandering down there too.
Are you pointing at me? Because I'm a little weary myself.
No, they're just watching
Yes,
the individuals
yeah.
go by.
And like I said before, we see the individuals come by about 20 or 30 seconds before you guys do, before they hit that start finish. So we get a little bit of a preview. And then we see these folks coming by that are just hauling it still, that are just putting the time in, who may not really care about, not that they don't care, but just they're not paying attention to the end of day, end of year. They're just trying to get their goal accomplished for what they want to start or finish with the end of the year or start the new year with. So it's fantastic to see. Just switch the cam, you can see more of that start finish, and you start to see people gathering. I mean, that looks like what, 60, 70 people down there between
Probably.
the two tents.
Hopefully it doesn't get too busy with our last person standing, because there's going to
Right.
be a few that need to get across
they're
that
gonna
line.
have to, yeah. And we get some course direction for people to kind of like make more of a path. That's actually a good visual of the ball field that I was talking about earlier, where we have the wiffle ball, small little. It might look big on the screen, but it's a small thing, and it's fun. Fun for the kids.
Yeah, we still got at least 4 or 5 individuals that need to finish their lap. There goes one of them right there. My sheet's not updating fast enough, but I recognize them as they go by. Goes a couple more.
They're pushing. They're going to come across just in time
There
to
goes Seth. Yep, so Seth will
basically
probably
to get across the line, have a second to
Yeah.
breathe, and then yeah. Is that Seth in the blue?
No, Seth will be coming right behind.
Okay.
Right there, coming in right now. That's Seth.
Okay.
Looking a little rough.
Yeah, less than 1 minute to go, and you get to start another loop. That's tough.
Derek's ready to go with his shirtless self. He's ready
Yep.
to start that next.
He looks like he's just fresh as can be.
Yeah.
Like he's joking, laughing.
Yeah. Like when he came in, he bent over like he was not feeling so good, but
Yeah.
he's looking good now.
Oh, it looks like we got another 2 coming in, or they're just trying to get through their regular loop before they finish the year. Oh, we got a couple quick starters there. They want to go.
And that's what we got. We got Happy
Yeah.
New Year finally.
Happy New Year. You can see if you look over the... Oh, we just switched camera angles. If you look over the white tents, I could see some fireworks in the background going off. So Happy New Year, everyone, from Aravaipa. We appreciate you guys being out there supporting us. So does T-Rex going across your screen. Like, yeah. Where else are you going to get that? On New Year's night.
When do you want to do the stream switch?
Whenever you're ready.
You could do it now while they're out on that loop if you want. Okay. Okay, everybody, me and Adam are done for the night. I believe there is somebody else coming in, but we do need to do a stream switch. So you should get directed automatically, I believe, to the next stream. So you don't have to do anything on your end, but it was fun to hang out with you guys. Enjoyed it. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning as I do some run cams and stuff. So you'll see me out running around with them for a few laps. And then tomorrow night I'll also be back doing some commentating. So
nice. Excellent.
And then all day tomorrow I'm just going to enjoy it as much as I can, all the festivities and hanging around here and helping out wherever I can. So
that sounds fantastic. I probably will not be around, but possibly. My next day is I'm going to run on the 2nd with my son, and we're going to put some miles in and see if we can get him to 100K. So start the new year off right. And thank you guys so much for listening and putting up with me. Appreciate you all. Happy New Year 2025 from all of us at Aravaipa.
Thank you.